Because if that stuff really does lower IQs, isn't that one of the things that they've described? See if you can find that. Yeah. See if you can find, because I remember there was something about it having an effect on cognitive function. Which is, we found out, we just talked about this a little bit, but we found out from leaded gas that there's a giant dip in IQ points, not a giant one, but like a measurable dip in IQ points amongst people that grew up in my generation. Leaded gas every day.
I wonder about my own brain.
Well, we're getting old, Oliver. I think that's part of the problem.
It's the childhood asthma.
Childhood asthma. That's it. Didn't say anything about cognitive function. Interesting. Maybe I'm
so much heat comes off nuclear that they really should not be used.
right.
Society says New York City.
So if it's causing kids asthma, it's not good for anything. That's really what's going on with gas. But the amount of time that it would take to get the United States, like what would that take to get rid of all of the things that are polluting the environment, all of the things that are putting out particulates, coal, and all that stuff, that would replace with nuclear?
We showed that graph from here to 2050, thinking backwards, trying to have to get this thing going. You have to get the nuclear part going. It's going to go slower at the beginning because it takes longer. Once they're up, then this is very, very easy to do. So in 2030 to 2040, the stuff is going to start to pay off. From 2040 to 2050, it's going to be a huge run, a huge race. We may not get all the way to zero, but it's certainly doable. If Rick over were in charge of a program, he would push it through. But it's not just us. I mean, us. The Chinese are doing their part. They're trying because they see the problem. For a president to say that Xi said it's going to go down to zero by 2060, it's 10 years later. That's pretty good. That's amazing. They can stick to it. Russia too plays a huge role. So does India.
Well, they obviously have much more control over how things run. They don't really rely on the public's opinion.
Well, exactly. Which is okay, because we're talking about the earth. Yeah. Let's talk about France. France has been nuclear since 1975. They built 56 reactors in 15 years. That's pretty fast. And they're all working. And some of them are getting very old now, and they have to be they still have those nuclear. They have a lot of their electricity in France. 70% is nuclear. They have hydropower. I think some gas, but not much.
Well, I genuinely think that it takes someone like you making a documentary about this to get the word out there to the point where people really start demanding this. I really do, because I think you're countering all those movies that you discuss, all the fictional movies. You're countering all those. You're countering all of the stuff that we had growing up. Godzilla.
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog.
It's got black sand beaches to absorb the radiation. It's good for the body. We show in cancer therapies, it's used. Heavy radiation is used to kill off tumors in the body. We show in Iran. I'm sorry, Iran, which is a huge radioactive.
Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? You should stop. Can you hear me? 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 Okay, because I've been muted for the last 30 minutes. I've been trying to talk to you. You need to stop at Buc-ee's and you need to do a social media post. It's a big deal, man. I'm telling you, it's like there's a few things you want to hit up that are Texas landmarks. Buc-ee's is one of them, Whataburger is another, and you want to drink a Dr. Pepper. How you doing? So you got another. You have one more hour. Oh, no way. So you're gonna go to San Antonio, or you're gonna go all the way to the border? Oh, no way. You're crazy, boy. FTB, baby. Have you been to In-N-Out? Is it better than Whataburger? Okay. In a rural area? Okay. Gotcha. You explained it well. Oh, that's major. Right. I see it. It's amazing. Look how brightly lit it is. It looks great. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good. Right. You should. I think it's a good idea for you to sleep there if you're tired. Yeah. Right. Right. Texas literally would be one of the best states ever. I mean, not that it already isn't, but that they're just so tough on weed. Right. The border is so long. The border is so long in Texas alone. It's just giant. It's amazing. How many stalls does it have? Take your time. Damn, that is a Texas-sized gas station. I'd expect nothing less. Dude, you gotta get some Bucky treats. What do they call those things? Bucky balls? Can you hear me? Okay, what do they call those things? They're called they're like bucky balls. They make a thing. It's called bucky. They're like corn puffs. It's huge. Look how nice the lighting is. There you go. This is a Channel 7 exclusive. All right. Look how nice it is. You got to get those bucky balls, man. I'll look them up. They make a thing that's like their trademark. Do you like beef jerky? What is that? Hey, you have to get beaver nuggets. Did you hear me? I don't know. You have to get beaver nuggets. I can't see. That looks like walnut. Walnut. Some kind of nut. It looks like almond, but I'm not sure. Just ask them. Hey, did you ask him if you could get a Channel 7 discount, a square deal? I'm telling you, this is like the place for beef jerky. You need to get, they're called beaver nuggets. Beaver nuggets. It's like they're like corn puffs. There's like a huge wall. Exactly. Whatever one you want. I think so. Have you ever tried them? Yeah, you gotta get yourself some beef jerky, my man. Told you, man. I wouldn't lead you the wrong place. That was tight. Good job. That was tight. Yeah, that was really good. How's that beef jerky? Yeah, that'd be big. If that, yeah, that's a lot. Yes. Yes, I do. That's known as an employer-employee relationship. You can be friends with your employees. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can do it. So what did you get? You got the Bucky nuggets. You got the beef jerky, and what else did you get? Nice. I see them. How are they? What? Corn, like corn puffs, right? Exactly. That's what I. And and they're big. So you like the beef jerky and you like the nuggets. What else did you get? Oh, how is that? That's a good move. That's a good move. I like it. I'm glad you like them. No, I'm good. I appreciate it. I don't think they're kosher. Yes, I can. And I said I appreciate it, but I don't think they're kosher. I appreciate it though. Baby, baby, there's no hell. Do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. Oh, it'd be huge. Right. So now what you need to do is do a quick little shout out on your trip. You just go out of your car and be like, hey, here I am at Buc-ee's, loading up on supplies for the border. Another 5 hours to the border, or 4 hours to the border. Really excited. We got Austin, Texas next up, then San Antonio, then Eagle Pass, baby. And then you do that at every spot, and then it becomes really exciting because you have this like travel log. Then use the mask. That's why you have it. You have to get over your anxiety. And once you get over your anxiety with your personality, you're going to tear it up. Then you should. Yes, I do see it. So try connecting it with the Bluetooth. Okay, then uninstall the app and reinstall it. You're not. There you go. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I see. You can do all kinds of different ones. Change it up. Dude, you can do custom ones. You can have it say fuck the bank on there. Yeah, you and I think, got the exact same mask. Yeah, we did. I actually have two of them. It does it should do motion tracking. Yes, it is. That's cool. If I were a little kid for Halloween, that would have been so cool. Right. It's very cool. No, it doesn't. It looks tight. No. It really does. Wait. Listen to me. I was just gonna say it looks tight. Get out of your car and do your video with it on, and you'll look all lit up. It'll look really cool. Okay, do a different one. So wait, but you're not. You should literally do fuck the bank. You can make it say fuck the bank. Go. Yes, I do. It takes 2 seconds to connect it. Okay, so you didn't try hard enough. Did you download the app and is it 100%? Okay, so you need to uninstall it and reinstall. It says video is paused. Now you should use your fuck the bank logo as the face. So download your fuck the bank logo and just go to your website and save as on your logo. Absolutely. Bucky's is a big deal, my man. Yes, you can. You go to gallery. It's DIY. Do it yourself. Click it. Just one moment. I'm gonna download that app, and I'll walk you through it. What's the app called? That's right. All right, just a moment. I'm downloading it. All right, I'm at 15%. I'm at 32%, 48%, 64%, 78%, 93%, 99%, 100% installing. Okay. So that's your default, but I'm pulling it up right now, and I'll tell you how to do it. That's what I want you to be able to do. Okay, so the way you do the logo is okay, I know how to do it. Okay, you ready? Okay, go to the original screen where they have the DIY option. Go to the DIY, and you should have icons that show up, like a picture icon or an upload icon. Are you using Android or iOS? One moment, let me use it on iOS. Okay, here we go. So first thing you want to do is, okay, do you know where it says DIY? Okay, click that one. Yeah, click DIY. And what is it? It should say equipment capacity 0 of 20. Hold on, just show me your device. Yeah, share your screen. You go to the camera, and then it says share screen. Not yet. Not yet, no. Okay, now I see it. Yeah. Okay, just one moment. Here, I'll do it, and why don't you watch my screen, okay? Oh wait, now I see it. Now I see it. Okay, perfect. Click on. That's okay. Click that mask. And then you should see, once you click the mask, it says gallery at the top. Do you see that? That's okay. That's okay. Let me share my screen with you and see if you can see what I see. Calm down. It'll take 2 more minutes. All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Can you see my screen? Okay. So you know this screen, right? All right. So you click the main button, and you get this option. It says gallery. Yeah. So yeah, like his face. And then it says gallery. Okay, I believe you. And then where it says DIY, you click here, and then you can click like mobile phone or device. Yours does not say that. Yeah, dog. Yeah, it is. Have you used a phone before? I'm kidding. Okay, so, and then it also does music too. So if you're playing music, it can keep the beat on your mask. So go to DIY. Do you get 2 options? One's like a camera. Oh, okay. Okay, so once you got it set, what you want to do is you should get this little thing where you tailor it. You see what I'm doing? So it gives you the ability to tailor it, so you can like choose how you want it to look. Okay, you press OK, and then you hit save, and then what you do is you have to send it to your device. So the way that you do that is you select it, and then there's this little button in the corner. So it's right next to the paintbrush. You click it, and then I believe you can send it. See where it says selected? Did you hit the play button at the bottom? Okay. And you're connected to the device? You okay? Okay, did you send it to your device? Okay, just a moment. So you don't need my screen anymore? You're welcome. Okay, just one moment. Let me pull that up. Oh yeah. Oh, that's your logo? That's tight. I like how you positioned it too, with the eyes just outside it. That's very cool. Isn't it really cool that Mask can take that so quickly and upload it like very fast? I like it. You would say however you want to go about your name. So if you want to say your name, you need but you need a what do you call it? Like a That's good. You need a alias. So whatever, you can just say, "This is Dr. Fuck the Bank here at Bucky's, 4 hours away from the border," or whatever. This is Judge Fuck the Bank, or this is General Fuck the Bank. This is Emperor Fuck the Bank. This is President Fuck the Bank. This is Comrade Fuck the Bank. Or just say this is Fuck the Bank. So you want to say, "This is Fuck the Bank outside of Bucky's on a road trip to the border. We're about 4 hours out. We've just now rehydrated and replenished our supplies. We're really excited. Next stop is 1 hour away. It's Austin, Texas. Then from there, it's another hour to San Antonio. Then from there, it's another 2 hours to the border, and we'll be watching the sunrise." Back to you. That looks tight. I mean, it looks cool. Well, go outside. Put your hood on. I can hear you. Dude, you had it. You had it perfect. You had it perfect. It's literally 15 seconds. You just put it on. You say, yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. That looks amazing. Just do it quick, 15 seconds. That's it. You're like Darth Vader. Did you hit the button? I just saw that little symbol. You just press the button and go backwards, Lee. There you go, baby. That's perfect. That's perfect. No, that's perfect. Keeps coming. Yes, yes. You gotta get the original. Hmm. Yes, I do. Okay, let's go. I'm here. I'm here. It looks really good. It looks very much like anonymous. It looks cool. You know that group Anonymous? Oh, dude, it's doing the hand signal thing again. Every time you put that, it's something when you're touching the top of your mask because it switches when you do that. It's either you're hitting the hand sensor or you're accidentally pressing the button. You look like you're in the group Anonymous. You look really cool. That looks so cool. I know you didn't mean for it to look like a skeleton mask, but the way that mask, like the bank looks on the eyes, it's a face. It's really cool. Oh, it did it again. Dude, it has to do with the hand gestures. Put your fingers like you gotta shut it off again because every time you move, it goes from this really scary bank to this like Easter egg looking thing. Right. You're good now. Yes, I mean, I would keep it short. I would say, here we are. Okay. This is not Channel 7. Channel 7 would not do this. This is like anonymous. So you would say, here I am at Buc-ee's in Texas, having just replenished our supplies. We've got an hour to the state capital, Austin, another hour from there to San Antonio, and another 2 hours to the border. We look to be at Eagle Pass by sunrise. This is so funny to watch you. There you go. No, you fucked it up. Stop. Dude, you have to look. I'm gonna look it up. What the instructions are to shut that off. That's so funny. Every time you do it. I'm looking it up for you how to shut off the hand gestures. Okay, here's what it says. If you do not want to use the gesture toggle function, turn off gesture toggle step. Then cover the sensor at the top of the front of the mask with your hand for about 5 to 8 seconds until the X pattern is displayed. Okay, so, okay, I know what to do. You got to put your hand in front of that thing for like 8 seconds until the X is shown. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so put your hand in front of the sensor for 8 seconds. And you should see an X that goes across the screen. Can you hear me? Where did he go? He's spanking and yanking it. Yo, dog. Where'd he go? Where in the fuck did he go? Oh, maybe he's going to go do it? Do you think he disappeared? Yeah. Where's the other thing? Oh, the thing with the thing? I don't want to go to court. It's better than jail. Yeah. I wonder where he went. Beef tube? What the fuck is beef tube? Yo. Beef tube? What the fuck is beef tube? Dude, come on, somebody say something. Beef tube? Jeremy Piper, beef tube. Hey, beef tube. CDW. Where did this motherfucker go? There he is. Anomaly. Or Anatoly. Can you hear me? Did you get it? What'd you do? Hold on. You need to take your hand and put it in front of that mask for 8 seconds. And you're going to see an X go across the mask. Okay. Your hand. Yeah, blocking the sensor. Well, turn it on like it was, and put your hand in front of that sensor for 8 seconds. Okay. Yep. Put your whole hand over that. Yep. And let's just see what happens. Oh, there you go. It just changed. Something just changed. Do it again. Go back to the other one. Okay. There you go. It's like you're doing a magic trick. But no, you're not like this in front of it. You want to? Okay. There you go. It just changed. Are you seeing it? Okay. So did you turn it on or off? Okay. So you want to turn it off. Put your hand in front of it again. Because it'll cycle if you turn it on. You want to turn it off so it doesn't cycle anymore. Okay, try it. There you go. Dude, I told you got to do it for 8 seconds. Put it in front. Okay, I'll tell you when it changes. Okay, it just changed. It just changed to green. Do it again. There you go. Now it's red. There you go. Now it's good. Now, whatever you do, make sure you don't block that sensor anymore with your hood. With your hood. No, when you put the hood over it, it thinks it's your hand doing the hand sensor. There you go. Now you're good. You look great now. You just want to say, here I am at Buc-ee's. I've just replenished on supplies. I've got another hour to the state capitol. From there, it's another hour to San Antonio. From there, another 2 hours to Eagle Pass. Very excited to get to the action as soon as possible. You like? Did it come out good? That's what you got to do, baby. All right, now nothing between you and the state capitol but an hour-long drive. Yeah. Okay, I'll look. It says you're sending a video. So maybe it's loading now. Let me see. One moment.
What's up, everybody? It's Fuck the Bank here from 1 hour south of Waco here at Bucky's. We just replenished our supplies and we're heading to Eagle Pass for 4 hours from our destination. Keep an eye out. We're going to keep posting content and interviewing people, handing out crypto to normies. We're going to teach people about the blockchain and about Bitcoin. Fuck the bank. Buy Tinker Bitcoin. All right? Get your money out of the fucking banks. Pull all your cash out of the banks and buy Bitcoin.
This is great. This is really great. Yeah. Good job. Absolutely. If you really want to get the community roaring, put the do one of them with the Sproto on the mask. Just grab any of them from the chat and just save it as a picture. Like somebody posted 2 of them right after yours. Do you have your turn signal on? I mean, you don't have to do it now. You can do it when you park. Yo, what's going on, Real? How you living, pimp? You living like a playboy or a player? Good. That's what we like to hear. Where do you live in the world, Real? Oh, hell yeah. Are you from Nigeria? Hell yeah, Nigeria rules. Fuck yeah. You a gangster, baby. All right, and Anatoly, I'm gonna get some shut-eye, my friend. If you need me, I'm here, baby. What up, pimp? What up, slut? Living like a pizzimp.
major research institution, Arizona State University offers the
Yeah,
most online bachelor's degree programs, along with world-class
that's what their thing
faculty
should
and
be.
dedicated support. Discover why ASU is ranked #1 in innovation for 9 consecutive years. Tap to learn more. When you earn your degree online at Arizona State University, you get everything the nation's most innovative university has to offer. The same internationally recognized faculty, the same nationally ranked programs, the same degree. Learn more at asuonline.asu.edu.
But I think the development of full artificial intelligence will the end of the human race.
Generates its own gravitational field.
The internet has become the command center for criminal services.
Yes, all right, so Friday nights, here we are, we're doing it again, and we got some stuff on deck tonight. We got some really hot stuff going. What's up, Ash? I'm so excited for those.
I'm doing pretty good, guys. How's everyone out there doing tonight?
Really good so far from the chat. Got some parts out there, and some exciting folks, and it's good. It's good to me. I guess we'll find out as we go. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to. Alex Jones is on the Tinkle podcast, and I donated to try and get my mantis alien question answered. So I'm like trying to catch up, and trying to see if he can, pop that over if he answers. But I don't know, they're pretty engaged over there. So but we're gonna have better conversations over here, guys. All right, so
We're gonna stay on
that's
track.
right.
Hey, I was watching over so Alex Jones is on Tim Pool, and they can't stick to a topic for more than 90 seconds. Like, they all derail each other, and it's just, train wreck city. That's not team right now.
Yeah, it's ADD incarnate. I thought I was bad. I thought I was bad, man. But yeah, they just go in circles over there. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. It's good to be back. It's been a little bit. I haven't been on in a while, and yeah, it's good to be here. You know, it's good to. There's a lot of interesting stuff. It's still everything's still ramping up as it goes along, and so many different things to talk about. But I'm excited for the subject matter tonight, and yeah, just happy to be here like always.
What's on deck tonight? Why don't you let the cows back? What are we talking about tonight?
All right, guys. So there's a giant elephant in the room. Okay, it's an alien elephant. All right, you know how I like to talk about the aliens. And yeah, so this article's been circulating. It's been super hot, like everywhere. And it's about this Israeli. What is he? Security officer, really high-ranking official for their Israeli like security council. Basically, like if someone was gonna know something about aliens, it would be this guy. And he just came out with it. He's like, yeah, I'm tired of it. You know, Earth is in talks with the Galactic Federation of Worlds, and the truth has to come out. And so, yeah, we're gonna touch on that. It's been going around the news cycles like crazy. It's super interesting. Just another step towards, I guess, full disclosure. I don't know if that was like planned or literally his frustration. Who knows? But that's what we'll be talking about tonight. So we got some clips from a lot of different subject matters talking about this, referencing it. It's still coming in. I mean, literally was scrambling to get clips as it was happening in real time about all these different people throwing in their hat on this subject. So that's kind of what we'll be talking about tonight. Pretty excited for that. Yeah.
Absolutely. So you're the Israeli Space Security Chief. This is an official title for the last 30 years. So we'll get to that article and we'll talk about that tonight. So what we're going to do today is we're going to do a little bit different because I've got an announcement to make about some Twitch shows that we're going to do. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to skip the news and we're going to do shout outs and we're going to go straight to aliens and the topic here. So we're going to after we do the shout outs, I'll explain why that's the case, and then we're going to get into the aliens here. So let's do the shout outs before Facebook goes too far. I'm missing everybody. So I'm going to just start on Facebook before it scrolls and then start missing people. We've got Cameron first on Facebook, Tom from South Africa, Eric from Pittsburgh, Clue second, William from Singapore, hello, Trevor, 9 people, and Matt from Pittsburgh, thanks for being with us. We got Larry, we got Jimmy, hello everyone. Let's see. What else do we got? Rob. Rob says Galactic Federation. We're talking about the Galactic Federation tonight. Let's see. Rob says Jupiter and Saturn are converging. Yeah, it's coming, right? 10 days, something like that. Derek, what's up from Saskatchewan, Canada? Thanks for being here. Let's see. Matt says this country is done. Now is the USSA. Right? USSA. Let's see what else we got. We got Candy from Las Vegas. Thanks for showing up.
Hey, this Pip.
We got, let's see. Larry can see. Larry Surrender. What's up, buddy? Derek, hello, Ash and Michael. How are you doing? Thanks for being here. Sean says America will use the weather as weapons in 2020 in China. This is a prophecy of World War III. Okay, back off the end. Slow down. We're talking aliens tonight. What's up, Sherry? Thanks for being here. Sherry from the Theory Plane. Thanks for showing up. We got Robert. Robert says, sometimes I can feel my brain is straining under the weight of all the lives I'm not living. Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close by Jonathan Safran. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, Robert. These great quotes. Let's see. What else we got? Joe from Florida. What's up, man? Thanks for being here. Let's see. He says, if we're in talks with the Galactic Federation, we must be the token planet that everybody laughs about. Yeah, that could be. We'll talk about that too, actually. Let's see. What else do we got? Who else? Let's see. Who else am I missing? Let's see. Larry, we got Joe 10. What's up, Tim? Thank you for being here tonight. All right, over to YouTube and everywhere else. All right, so now do a quick shout out to Eli gets first on YouTube. We got Ryan, how you doing? Hello from Eastern Kentucky. We got Superbike, the thumbs down captain from the Igloo. We got Noble Kal-El on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Says loves the tunes. Axel on YouTube as well. What's up, Mr. Twitter? We got Penny Bunny, the Curious Bunny. Follow the Curious Bunny on YouTube, guys. Please do. Good stuff over there. Many subjects answered. Thanks for being here tonight. That's on YouTube. We got, who else do we got? Let's see. We got, who else? Paul from Newcastle. What are you doing? And I think that sums it up. All right, so we have people fashionably late per usual, so it's okay. We should shop them as we go. All right, so let me explain what's going on here with the format change of this show. So I think going forward, we're going to just skip the news, and we're not going to do news on this show anymore. It's interesting, it's fun, and there's a place for that. It just seems that putting out a podcast with, that could be out there for forever, right? Like you put it out and people can listen to it 3 years later, and it starts with an hour of old news. Nothing to turn people off faster than that. And they're like, what the hell? And listen to this for the reptiles, and we're talking about the election from 2020. This is bullshit, right?
That's a good. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. So we're going to cut the news. So that's the bad news. So the show's maybe a little bit shorter, unless you guys are engaged and calling and stuff, and we'll just keep it the regular length. It's fine. But the good news about that is, so we're cutting the news, but what I'm going to start doing instead is I'm going to stream 5 days a week on Twitch. So exclusively on Twitch to do the news show, and then rip that to its own news podcast. So we're going to break it up and do a couple different podcasts, a couple different formats. That's just coming in. So we'll probably start Sunday with a news show. It'll be like an afternoon type thing, maybe 4 p.m. Pacific, something like that. I haven't decided the exact time, but we'll do it for an hour and a half, and then that way we can kind of keep that as a news thing separately, connect it to its own podcast, and have it be its own thing, and then we can just go straight to the aliens or straight to the ghost or whatever we're talking about here. So 2 different things going on, lots of good shit. So so that's what we're gonna do. It just makes more sense, a little easier than trying to cut everything out. So the good news there is there's gonna be a ton more content, so you'll be able to actually join me on Twitch. And there's a few reasons for that. And first being that Twitch can easily be monetized now, which I didn't realize was a thing. But thanks, shout out again to Platinum for pointing this out to me. But if you have a Amazon Prime account, you can sub to Twitch and basically send money to me. A few bucks, it's only $2.50 per month. But it doesn't cost you anything if you've already paid for Amazon Prime. So there's a process to that. So it's like free money, right? It's just basically free money to support your favorite streamers and your favorite shows. So the only catch is to do it on Twitch, you have to stream exclusively on Twitch and give them that 24-hour window. So I can't. So we'll cut out Twitch today. We're not doing this stream on Twitch because I don't want to get banned over there. But anyway, just letting you know that's what's going on. So we'll do the news on 5 days a week. We'll do a podcast and there'll be current events and the normal stuff we talk about. But tonight we're going to go straight to aliens.
Just to comment on that is that I think that Mike and I talked about this a while ago, and there's this kind of uncomfortableness to kind of solicit for donations and things like that. But at the end of the day, and I didn't quite know this at the time, this takes a lot of work, guys. I mean, we have to constantly, Mike's here, twice a week, almost every week. And he's ramping up, and so even more than me, but it takes a lot of time to just stay up to date on everything, research it, put things together, cut things up. So it's a lot of work, and to be frank, it could be spent on other things, right? And so those donations, all those things really help. It helps free us up from having to worry about other things, right? So that we can kind of focus on this. And that's kind of the goal, is that we can kind of be like pseudo experts. I guess just be kind of like, we can be in the trenches kind of reporting to you. We're just two a-holes on the internet, but God, we do a better job than mainstream media, at least, right? So, I have my own channel, Actually Representing from Mars. And then this is Troubled Minds, and like I said, the content here is really fantastic. The audience is really awesome, and so those donations, those little things really help things kind of keep going. And And per Mike's instincts, that whole Twitch thing is free to you guys. So I mean, it's a good little guy Mike is. Yeah, he's trying to. Yeah,
it's hard to beat free money, right? It's free money. So like again, if you've already paid for it, it's like an additional bonus that you guys can know. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that too much. I'll talk about it like crazy on the Twitch channel and plug it like over there. So the good news is, you get more content. You just got to go find it over on Twitch. So if you have not joined the Twitch, please do that, and we'll be streaming on there Sunday. So we'll do the same thing. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, please do. Speaking of the Discord, join it, and I'll send out a notification when I go live on Twitch as well. So you guys will, if you join the Discord, you will always be in the know, and we won't leave you doing it. So just again, too much housekeeping here. So, but it's important to let you know what's going on. That's why we're doing it. It makes sense, and think about it this way: there's 112 million Prime accounts in the United States, right? And they're willing to pay $2.50 to your favorite streamer for every Prime account, right? So that's 112 million times $2.50. That's a lot of damn money.
That's a lot of goats, man.
That's a lot of goats.
Man, I could kill so many goats
That's a
within
whole
that.
space cruiser thing, isn't it? I think so. Anyway, there you go.
Build a new goat ship.
There you go, exactly. A bigger goat ship. But anyway, that's what's going on. So just to explain, and again, I will continue to explain as we go, and all the other stuff. So okay, so the other good news is we're just gonna do live and do what we do, and we're taking calls. This is still live. This is still Friday night. We still trouble lines at 782-957-1037. We're taking phone calls. It's a Las Vegas area code. You can join the Discord. Be on the show that way. If you want to find the Discord link and join it, please go to troubledminds.org. It's the official website, and you can lots of smart people in there sharing good information all the time, and you'll never miss a notification if you join Twitch, because I notify every time we go live, and you'll get it right away. So there you go. So just a heads up, that's what's happening. But we still are live taking calls and Discord and all the rest of that. And with that said, we don't have news tonight because that's the news show. So yeah,
Well, actually, Mike, you know what? Screw that. I'm going to do news. You know what? I'm doing news right now. I found an article. Former Israeli space security chief says extraterrestrials exist and Trump knows about it. Wow. That's a pretty interesting article.
That's a very interesting article. And this is by the Jerusalem Post, right? So you're going to read this entire thing because this is where this information came from, right? That's only a couple, 3 minutes.
Well, actually, hold on.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Just to validate, before we get into it, just to kind of pull a little background, this is everywhere. I'm looking at an article on NBC News. Sorry, I had to click this thing. Yeah, it's on NBC News. I think it was on the New York Times, J Post. I mean, there's a lot. This is really mainstream. So this isn't like, this is kind of like up there with the gun camera footage. So this is not like, you know, a lot of times you like see things that's so interesting. This is officially like, this is big news. So, and this, from what I've seen on all the different communities and stuff, is pretty mainstream, and it's definitely moving the ball forward. So, really interesting stuff.
Kicking the ball forward. Yes, a few more shout outs. We got, let's see, Tim, what's up, Ronald? Says, Stargate. That's a good question. Joanne, thanks for being here tonight. We got Matthew, there's a few sources. Let's see, Joe says, Epstein must have said it's ready. Wait, what? Okay, anyway. Call me, tell me the joke. I missed the joke. All right, let's see. Joe says, Twitch is great. I run it every day with DJs and have some subscriptions. Yep, pretty good stuff. It's changed a lot. I used to stream a few years back, but it's changed a lot, and they've actually added a lot of cool new features. Anyway, so Jerusalem Post now. Now, this guy, we talked about this just a little bit in the last show, right? The wisdom of the crowd, right? Talking about why this may or may not be a thing. Now we're going to go into it and some of the information that maybe sticks, right? That maybe kind of corroborates some wild stories of the past, or maybe Alex Jones talking about it tonight. Who knows, right? There's a ton of information here, and so let's keep going. You want to read some of this, or you want to read this? What do you think, Cash?
Yeah, why don't you, go ahead.
Okay, headline is this. Former Israeli space security chief says aliens exist. Humanity not ready. So this Galactic Federation has supposedly been in contact with Israel and the U.S. for years, but are keeping themselves a secret to prevent hysteria until humanity is ready. Right, so has the state of Israel made contact with aliens? This article starts. According to retired Israeli officer and current professor Haim Eshed, the answer is yes. But this has been kept a secret because humanity isn't ready. Speaking in an interview, Eshed, who served as the head of Israel's space program for nearly 30 years and is a three-time recipient of the Israel Security Award, explained that Israel and the U.S. have both been dealing with aliens for years. And this by no means refers to immigrants, with Eshed clarifying the existence of a galactic federation. The 87-year-old former head of the Defense Ministry's Space Division gave further descriptions about exactly what sort of agreements have been made between the aliens and the United States, which ostensibly have been made because they wish to research and understand the fabric of the universe. This cooperation includes a secret underground base on Mars, where there are American and alien representatives. If true, this would coincide with U.S. President Donald Trump's creation of the Space Force as the fifth branch of the U.S. Armed Forces, though it is unclear how long this sort of relationship, if any, has been going on between the U.S. and its reported extraterrestrial allies. But this individual, Eshed, insists that Trump is aware of them and that he was on the verge of disclosing their existence. That's going to be right. So it continues. However, the Galactic Federation reportedly stopped him from doing so, saying they wished to prevent mass hysteria since they felt humanity needed to evolve and reach a stage where we will understand what space and spaceships are, which was reported in the interview. All right, so there's a little bit more to read. So we'll go ahead now. Let's do that first chunk and then we'll do the last chunk here. So far, so good. What do you think about that, Ash? What's the hot take?
That's a pretty that's a pretty impactful thing. You know, there's an obvious connection that Mike, you and I know about, and we'll kind of talk about that later. A little synchronicity. You know, Mike's pretty skeptical, but actually it did out too. We both got weirded out by something that mentioned literally the Galactic Federation of Worlds like 2 weeks before this, and then this is like literally spot on with that. So that's the remote viewing guys. I know I keep bringing them up, but they just keep weirding me the hell out. So we'll get to that later. But what's interesting about this is, you know, with all the turmoil going on in 2020 and with the Tom DeLonge thing, this narrative that's starting to develop, all the kind of pieces are starting to fall into place. There's lots of propaganda and there's lots of like what to believe, you don't know, blah blah blah. There's all this stuff going on. It's like what do you believe? But if you look at our elites, they're acting freaking weird. They're definitely like meeting behind closed doors and like they have like plans. And I wonder, have they gotten a list of demands from these beings? You know, the Galactic Federation of Worlds, are we in it? Are we not in it? Like, is this real? And if it is, like, are we trying to get into it? And maybe the elites are getting this laundry list of demands, like depopulate the world, or you need to have more control, centralized government, you can't have guns. Like, a lot of the elites' behavior right now is almost like desperate and erratic. So maybe there is this top-down structure, maybe this relationship that's kind of dictating to us. And maybe it's benevolent, maybe it's malevolent. But you know, if humans are executing the plan, you know, it's going to be flawed. So we're seeing that, like 2020 lockdowns. Like, what the hell? Like, people are starting to wake up to these lockdowns. Like, if it didn't work the first time, if the lockdowns work, you wouldn't need a second.
Wait. So that's too much common sense when we're talking about. Or if all the lockdowns, then we would have beat this already, and then second surgery wouldn't happen. And the mask. Anyway, whatever. Like, we're not going to get into that too much, but holy shit, common sense.
It's a little political. It did become political, but I think it's getting to the point where it's like, okay, like, where's the science behind this? Like, and it just seems like the elites are like trying. They're like, dude, we got to get in this federation. Fuck it, just do it. Just slamming through whatever it is. So maybe this explains what that is. So that's kind of like the thing I wanted to point out. Maybe they're the one dictating policy, or maybe, and we'll talk about this later, maybe there are multiple factions, and this is one of them, and they're in cahoots with different factions on Earth, trying to push their own agendas. And right now, the window is closing on who gets to run shit on Earth, right? Like who gets connected, or maybe someone's getting it's upheaval. But yeah, it's interesting. What do you think about that? The elites being cahoots with these. I mean, because we had that leaked Podesta emails, remember? And they were like our extra-dimensional friends, like talking about like nonchalant.
I remember that, and not only that, I think there was some mention of the Hillary emails, and there's been leaks. There's Paul Hello that worked for the Canadian Defense Ministry. But there's a lot of people that have worked. Nick Pope, he's one that's worked with the United Kingdom in some high capacity there in the UFO program. I guess it's like the equivalent of the United Kingdom version of Bureau, right? He supposedly worked in the UFO Bureau, or whatever the hell they call it over there. So I mean, there's a lot of folks that claim to have been insiders that are coming out with this information, and if that's the case, then yeah, of course, right? I think the same. You would expect, at least I would expect, the same deep state that runs everything else, right? The shadowy X-Files group that gets together in the dark and smoke cigars, right? Like that, whoever George Soros and the Bill Gates and these guys that run the elbows and basically run the world, these Zuckerbergs and the Bilderbergs, basically. And we mean Guardiola, right? Like it's you would expect that they had a hand in. Assuming aliens had contacted us, that those were the individuals, at least through proxies of some sort, would have contact with the aliens. And so, yeah, that doesn't strike me a bit. It's an illusion that the government really knows anything. It's the money behind it. And I think it would probably be the same thing with the aliens. Not that the aliens take Chinese currency or anything, but more that they interact with who we wanted them to interact with. And of course, that would be whoever the money. So yeah, that doesn't strike me a bit. And as far as the elite and the chaos, I mean, yeah, in 2020 has been something else. I guess we can just say that and leave it at that. So we got
brother.
Yeah, a lot of good chat to read here. But yeah. So that's just a quick take on that. And I think you're right. So let me read the rest of this article and you have anything unless you have anything to add, actually.
No, I mean, yeah, some of the comments brought up like Trump and the Space Force, they touched on that. And, I consider the elites just like, the people who are in the know and are working together. And they're not all like meeting in one freaking room and like doing speeches. I mean, maybe they are. God, hell if we know. But we're not in that inside club. I was listening to Alex Jones, and his father was in the inside club. And he was saying some crazy shit. And like, dude, when you're in the club, and we'll get to some of his clips, it was crazy what he was saying. They were like, oh, his dad got in the club, literally like the club. I'm talking about the elites, and that they're like, oh, we know your father. And so they're showing him like clone cows like 30 years ago, psyop stuff. Like, it's just like you're in the club. So you get to like know all this stuff. So, I mean, at some point, if they're talking to goddamn aliens, that's gonna get around. I mean, in one form or another, whether it becomes like a religious thing, or who knows. But it just seems like it would get around in the club, and that's a good way to get everyone on board. Hey, do you want to join the Galactic Federation of Worlds? You want to hang out with reptilians? Do you want to be on a spaceship? All right, shoot these guys right here, or do this, or and that's kind of like my thing. It's like we're not in on the conversation, and the government. If this is true, I'm actually getting upset. Like, upset right here, because like if the government's freaking communicating with these aliens, what would you say? The wisdom of the crowd, right? There's a lot of different perspectives in the population, and then in culture we come to conclusion, right? Books, media, whatever. these people are like, if this is true, are talking these aliens, and who the hell knows if the aliens are good, benevolent, bad, what they're deciding, whether they're like just sacrificing us to get like technology. We're not in on these conversations, so that wisdom of the crowd is very small, and so it's like we just need to open this conversation up for all of us, right? And so good on this guy for if this is true, right, coming out saying it. So.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Everybody realizes we can drink a hefty dose of the maybe juice here, and so we suspend our disbelief and talk about this as if it were real and what the implications might be. But then we also got some stuff on the back end here. We'll talk about where he came from and maybe what he's trying to sell. Maybe he's got some sneak oil to sell too. So yeah. Anyway, so the former Israeli space security chief, I gave his name is, let's see, his name is Haim Eshed. So there we go. Let's read this up this article and then we'll keep moving here. Tons of good clips to play, tons of good stuff to look at. Okay, so here we go. As for why he's chosen to reveal this information now, Eshed explained that the timing was simply due to how much the academic landscape has changed and how respected he is in academia. If I had come up with what I'm saying 5 years ago, I would have been hospitalized, he explained. He added that, quote, today, we're already talking differently. I have nothing to lose. I've already received my degrees and awards. I'm respected in universities abroad, where the trend is also changing.
As a major research institution, Arizona State University offers the most online bachelor's degree programs, along with world-class faculty and dedicated support. Discover why ASU is ranked #1 in innovation for 9 consecutive years. Tap to learn more. Some people take the straight path in life, but at Arizona State University, we respect your twists and turns. They make our online students more driven to excel in their professional lives. That's why our personalized suite of services empowers you with innovative resources and staff that sticks with you. Make your next turn with one of our 300+ programs at ASU, #1 in innovation for 9 consecutive years. Visit us at asuonline.asu.edu to learn more. At Arizona State University, we offer a wide variety of degree programs online to match all kinds of interests and career aspirations. Programs that are taught by the same notable faculty who teach on campus and designed using innovative technology to improve learning outcomes and equip you for post-graduation success. That's why 87% of ASU online graduates indicated they were promoted at work or received an increase in salary after earning their degree. Find your program at asuonline.asu.edu.
And she had provided more information in this newest book, The Universe Beyond Horizon, Conversations with Professor Haim Eshed, along with details about how, such as how aliens have prevented the nuclear apocalypses, and when we can jump in and visit the Men in Black. The book is available now for NIS 98. I'm not sure is that Israeli power play what that is. Well, it is unclear if any evidence exists that can support Eshed's claims. They did come just ahead of the recent announcement by Space IL, the group behind the humans' failed attempt to land the spacecraft on the moon in 2019. You guys remember that? They lost track of the spacecraft that launched from Israel, and then they reconnected with it, and they were like, oh shit, good, we found it, and they tried to land it on the moon, but they crash landed it. It was kind of a dumpster fire the entire time. At least it got out of the atmosphere, so that's, I guess that's a step in the right direction. But okay, so anyway, more progress we're done. Uploaded to social media with the text. Ready to get excited again? The announcement contained a 15-second video of the moon with text saying back to the moon, followed by the date of December 9th, 2020. It was likely this is a follow-up to the Beresheet spacecraft, which crashed after engineers lost contact just minutes before it was due to land. However, the follow-up project titled Beresheet 2 is expected to take 3 years to be ready. So, yeah, so this is Israeli propaganda for their space program, or there you go. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot here. Like, it's interesting that one little article can spawn so much conversation and kind of take charge of social media, humanity, and the imagination for so long. It's only been this is December 10th when this came out. But it's all over the place. Everybody's talking about this stuff. Crazy.
Crazy stuff. I mean, you have the military coming out with those UFO videos, and that kind of push. It's like if we're having a conversation, if I brought up if I bring up aliens with random people, and be like, cool, bro. But it's like, no. What did you think about those fucking UFO videos that came out from like the Pentagon? And be like, oh well, because people don't want to be in crazy town. The CIA or whoever it was has done a really good job of making this kind of a weird subject to talk about. But those videos kind of pushed it, and then it kind of settled. But we settled on a new level, right? There's UFOs. Like, is that the government or is that aliens? And then I've seen the conversations on Joe Rogan, all these different places. People are ready for them aliens, and then Area 51 storming and all that stuff. So now you have like a high-ranking official talking about it. So actually, Alonzo, what's the guy's name? Something. Luis Elizondo. He just did an interview and he just talked about this. We have a clip about that. You want to go to that next?
Let's start there. Let me find this. Where's the guy? Not Alex Jones. Actually, hold on. Let's play the clip that the news clip first, and then we'll go straight to this Elizondo. Let's start here. This is where I think it's reported by NBC News, and we're going to talk about exactly what we just said. But it's important to listen to this because listen to how they cover it, right? Like you can, like I always say, you can read between the lines on what they're saying and what they're not saying. So let's listen close and maybe derive if this is clickbait or if they take this seriously or what the hell's really going on. So let's just play real fast.
Yeah, go ahead and then I'll.
Alright, this one's short, like a minute and a half. So play this and we'll keep on trucking. Alright, so this is the story as reported by NBC News, I believe it's real action.
Aliens exist and President Trump knows about it. That's according to Israel's former space security chief. In an interview with an Israeli newspaper, he said the aliens have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are. NBC News chief global correspondent Bill Neely explains this one.
Hi, Alison. Well, this is quite a story that comes from the man who headed Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years. Hayam Eshed is making the extraordinary claim that the United States and Israel have been in contact with a group of aliens for years, not immigrants, but extraterrestrials. He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens, and he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets. He claims, but was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria. Well, the retired general said the US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is. The good news is that he claims an agreement has been reached between the US government and the aliens, a contract to do experiments here. There's also, he says, a secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. Now, this former head of a branch of Israel's defense ministry is 87. He was very well respected, at least until now. And he said all this in an interview with an Israeli newspaper in Hebrew, but it's really taken off after parts of it were published in English by the Jerusalem Post today. He says he's come forward now in the hope that his news will be accepted as true. He notes that if he'd made these claims 5 years ago, he would have been hospitalized, but now he says, I've got nothing to lose. Well, so far, President Trump has not tweeted about this. Though remember, a year ago, he did set up the Space Force as the fifth branch of the U.S. Armed Forces.
There we go. That's just mainstream reporting for you. Mainstream media, right? We all know them, we all hate them. That's what they are. That's just what they are. A couple quick shout outs and we'll take your cash. Let's see. What's it, Kelly? Who else? We got Kelly, we got Sean, we got people showing up fashionably late. What's up, Melvin? What's good, buddy? We got, let's see. Who else? I saw some faces. Ronald, Ryan, Matt, Space Eagles Biden. I don't want to go there. But okay, well, that was funny. I don't know. I know, but I don't know. My good Russian friend on YouTube, what's up? He says, this channel deserves so much more attention. It's surreal and mental. No, I'll take the mental.
I disagree.
This channel sucks. The channel sucks. Don't tell your friends about this channel. We don't want this to get big.
Yeah, it's a secret.
It's a secret. All right, let's see. A couple more good comments here. Rose is, I won't believe there's an underground base on Mars until Ash confirms it. Well, there we go.
Yeah, where is this going? I think it's on the other side, guys. That's such a long. I know it's not a big planet, but it's still, big for one being. I kind of feel like I hear stuff going on. Like when you're like, feel like you hear construction in the distance. I swear, maybe it's on the other side.
Maybe Mars is haunted. We're hearing that the ghost of aliens passed through Mars. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrifying. That sounds like that'd be a good movie. We get to Mars, and then it's like there's like an alien reptilian ghosts or something like that. I think that is. I'll look that up. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So there we go. Noble Callow on YouTube says there's a few founder spots open on the Twitch side. Join today to secure your founder status. Thank you for the plug. And yes, there are 4 unique badges left on Twitch. 6 have been taken. There's only 10 total. That's it. So if you want to go do your pledge on Twitch, and it's only $5 a month or free if you're on Amazon Prime. You just got to link your Prime account. There's 4 left. Right? It's a permanent badge you get, but it will only be 10 total numbers. So there you go. Race to Twitch to get that right now. Yeah, quick before they nobody do it. Only $4.99. Okay. Anyway, that was nice. Thank you, Noble Call. Let's see. Yeah, totally. Sean says, I am with the American Federation of Light Workers. I have contact with the Canadians. Call us, please. 702-957-1037. I'd love to hear this.
Let's hear from you.
We are live, and we still take calls. Format changed a little bit, but we're still taking phone calls. 702-957-1037. Go to troublelines.org. Click the Discord link and let us know you're in the caller queue. We'll put you on the show. Easy as that. We're still taking calls. We're still transparent. We're still the most transparent show in the entire game. In the whole game, on the whole internet, the most transparent notifiers out there. You know why? Because we're not scared. We're not afraid of trolls. We're not afraid of people challenging what we're talking about, because that's what conversation is about, right? We can agree or disagree, and we can still be friends afterward. And we believe that's an important part of this. It's an open dialogue. So there we go. Okay, so let's go to Rural Zombie. You wanna explain what's up with that as I cue this up here?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with this kind of subject, it was Luis Elizondo. Is that how you say it?
Luis
Elizondo.
That's why people Luis.
Oh, got it. Well, he was the head of a program called ATIP, and he retired from that program and then officially disclosed that to the public. He's been coordinating with Tom DeLonge from Blink-182, random AF, but that's the case, to basically disclose information about the extraterrestrial phenomenon. They posture it as a threat, and so that's kind of like a little shady. But so they've been pushing stuff out there responsible for the gun camera footage that came out. I like him. I like his opinions. Whether he's a tool for the government or some evil, faction or good faction, I don't know. But he himself seems like a good guy. And so he's of the know to some degree. And so, let's hear what he has to say about this. This just came out like yesterday. Or 2 days ago.
New stuff. Here we go, actually.
There is an agreement between the U.S. government and the aliens. They signed a contract with...
What the hell is going on?
Experiment is here. He also claims that the UFOs have asked not to publish that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. A secret.
I'm going to downgrade the quality. What the hell's
Try refreshing, because I just put that up, so maybe it was, you know what I mean? It wasn't done yet or something.
Let's find out. There's something weird about this. All right, here we go. YouTube's never like this. Right, again, they're onto us, guys. They're onto us. Like I said, don't tell anybody about this show. It's a big secret. Here we go. Actually.
There is an agreement between the U.S. government and the aliens. They signed a contract with us to do experiments here. He also claims that the UFOs have asked not to publish that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. A secret agreement between the U.S. government. government and aliens who are allegedly hiding because we are not ready yet to cope with their reality. Joining me now is the former head of the Pentagon's UAP research project, ATIP, Luis Elizondo. Welcome to the show, sir.
Robert, thank you for having me. It's my honor and privilege.
Thank you. What's your take on this?
Well, I think we need a lot more information first. I think on one hand you have a very credible, very respected individual who spent decades in the Israeli Space Administration, really achieving nothing less than the very, very highest position in that organization. So this is an individual who's used to classify programs, running technical operations in orbit around our planet. So on one hand, if there was ever a person that was qualified to make such a statement, it would seem to be someone like him and of his caliber. But of course, in the same respect, my background coming from the intelligence world, is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? And these are very old claims. And I'm not certainly one to throw rocks at anybody, because 3 years ago when I came out with my claims about the program and ATIP and whatnot, people probably reacted very similar. What the heck is going on? So, but I got to tell you, when someone says that there's a signed or written contract between the U.S. and quote unquote extraterrestrial life, contracts are kind of a human thing. We sign contracts if we want some goods and services, or we want to buy a house or something like that.
Okay, let's leave it down there. It's a real long clip, so we'll continue to listen to that in a sec. Just a couple chats here real fast, and then we'll look at the hash hot take from Mars. Let's see. James on Facebook says, so you guys are going to need a backup when the one you are walking down. I don't know about that. Hang tight. This is if you're new to this show, you'll see. This is not what you think it is. This is not totally not what you think it is. So, Tamara says got to go to the gun range today. Hey, aim small, miss small. That's what Mel Gibson told me. Make sure you get the bullseye anyway. That's probably the most important part. Let's see. Flo says tell the guy to F off so humankind isn't ready to know. They are here. We are all ready to tell the aliens as well. That's important. Thanks for being here tonight. Okay, all right. So what's the hot take on that? He said contracts are a human thing. So how can we sign a contract with aliens at this point so far, right?
Yeah, so real quick, he's one of the most qualified people to make this statement. So that's important coming from him, because he's like actually in the government and high up. So that's an important statement to say to back up some credentials. Then he kind of backs up, just trying to be careful not to get a little too excited. But I think he knows. I think he's on board. Now, contracts are human things. I've studied the abduction thing. Alien stuff is weird. And one thing I've realized is that you cannot make an assumption. You don't know what aliens are, what they do. And maybe there seems to be some sort of importance on freedom of choice. You cannot impose on someone else's free will. Whatever government or fundamental belief system or whatever runs this area of the galaxy, there seems to be like a rule or a law or religious text about that. So, if we have leaders that represent us, and let's say we voted for a super king, president of the United States, and this king of the world could make an agreement with the aliens on all of our behalfs, and that would probably be enough for the law. So could different factions make different agreements with different groups all over the planet and get access to different resources, aka us or water or whatever? So I think that I'm actually really, really tired of that argument where people say well, what are aliens? Why would they be interested in here? It's like, you have no context, literally none, to make statements like that. You know nothing about it. Me either. I'm speculating based on the research I've done,
but you don't know shit about them, right? So how can you assume to not assume? You know what I'm saying? I was thinking about this the other day. Governments breed corporations. So instead of interacting with alien civilizations, we could be interacting with an alien corporation, right? And that corporation has profit margins or incentives or something. So you don't know, you can't assume. And you should be seeking the truth unbiasedly, and then using that information to come to conclusions, but then not being super attached to those conclusions, right? Corey Goods of the world, the David Wilcox, become religious zealots. You should just be seeking information as if you're an idiot. You should be an idiot mode. You should literally just not assume. And I mean, that argument has really kept us back, in my opinion. It kind of annoys me. So I have nothing against him. I mean, he's sure he can make that argument. That's fine. But I really believe that those kind of beliefs hold us back. Because, I mean, if there are beings, they are aliens, meaning that their behavior, their thoughts, how they do things is alien to us. So we just can't make assumptions like that.
Yeah, again, like I said this a lot, we'll continue to say this shit. You can't anthropomorphize aliens. You just can't do it. Like we try and do it to everything on Earth. We try and do it to the Earth itself, for global warming, like for climate change, right? We try and we put it into the computer models and try and think we know all the things. We don't know all the things about the human body, and we're humans. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, guys. Stop trying to play God with everything. And so clearly, if we're speculating in the alien realm, things are going to, literally throw us for a loop. And be like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Well, no shit, because they're aliens, right? I mean, I'm willing to accept all kinds of crazy stuff from aliens, Like we said on that interview with Johnny now on Twitch, he said, he said, could aliens be just a small drop of water? Yeah. And they could also be the entire, dark matter that spans most of the universe, we just don't know. We have no idea what kind of life is out there. And I think that's we have to keep in mind about all of that. And then, not try and turn it into human terms, even though it's difficult because we're humans. But I think that the beauty of being humans is we have a universe inside our brain, right? I think that's the thing. There's a universe inside of us, and so we should be able to expand that and accept other things and accept the possibility of other things. So anyway, a couple more shout-outs. So we got Alex on Facebook, thanks for being here. We got Millie, thanks for showing up. We got who else? We got let's see, Brian, thanks for sharing. We got Rogelio. He says, I know they call God the Creator. Let's see, who else am I missing? Lee says, love the show. Keep up the good work, guys. And Lee from Manchester, England. Thanks for being here tonight. And Axel says, every president says Carter has said they'll tell us if there are aliens. And they always need to confirm or deny. And there's probably a reason for that, isn't there? That's my point. And so a lot of these disclosure advocates are from the government. Okay. So
I can hear changes.
So once the CIA comes out and says, oh, aliens are real, we're supposed to believe that shit? Okay. All right. Get right on that. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to this. This whole the interview. I'm sure we used to act to this. Mr. Ashton, are you from us?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, let's do it. We'll play a couple more minutes from the Lou Elizondo interview. This is from the Galactic Federation Rules.
Clash of philosophies, the dawn of a new era,
How about the
a young
temple
nation,
him?
and a once mighty one, both in their own way experiencing an identity crisis. In 1912, a young Norwegian explorer called Roald Amundsen reached the South Geographic Pole in a slick, clinical, sportsman-like operation, having recently also been the first man to sail through the fabled Northwest Passage on the other side of the globe. He would push on with his polar ambitions, pioneering technology and protocols that saw him become the first explorer to reach both the North and South Poles, the first to fly a plane beyond the Arctic Circle, and even the first to fly an airship over the North Pole. In recent decades, A more sober reflection on what we now call the heroic age of polar exploration has begun to restore Amundsen, overshadowed by the likes of Scott and Shackleton, to his preeminent position as the greatest of all polar explorers. He was a man ahead of his time, yet was wise enough to apply the skills of the ancient ways in attaining his Arctic goals. Join us as we dive into the life and times of Roald Amundsen, quiet conqueror of the Earth's polar regions. But before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please take a moment to like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and perhaps consider supporting my channel through membership or donation. See the description section for details, where you can also check out the links to our website, downloadable resources, and merch. A YouTube video montage version is also available on the Heroes and Legends documentary channel. I appreciate all your comments and yes, even your corrections, which I always list in the erratum section below. And once again, thanks for listening. Heroes and Legends documentary channel. Not just the who, the what, the where, but also the why. Our story begins on May the 30th, 1889, as young Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen sails up the narrow fjord into Oslo, then known as Christiania. His ship, bedecked in flowers, escorted by a flotilla of local boats. Parading through the city among the throngs of cheering fans, he and his companions had just crossed the entire breadth of Greenland and demonstrated in dramatic fashion that the use of skis in Arctic exploration was superior to trudging along on foot. You see, prior to this triumph, several unsuccessful attempts had been made to trek from one side to the other, notably by pioneering American explorer Robert Peary, who managed to get 100 kilometers inland before having to turn back due to lack of supplies. Peary would return some years later and himself go on to greater deeds. But in the meantime, Nansen, a university student on a marine biology field trip, came up with the idea of using skis, something that would seem perfectly reasonable to any Norwegian living at the northern edge of the habitable world. But to much of the European establishment at the time, believe it or not, it was thought to be a silly way of travelling through the Arctic snow. The thing is, the use of skis was a peculiar and fairly localized transportation mode throughout Alpine Europe, but nobody in Britain or America at the time had seriously considered using them in modern polar exploration. The British-dominated search for the fabled Northwest Passage in Arctic America was characterized by a cumbersome, inefficient man-hauling of supply sleds by explorers wearing snowshoes. This setup caused such exhaustion and caloric deficit that the rations they carried were wholly inadequate. On top of that, the clothing they wore was also very uncomfortable, prone to excess sweating and therefore frostbite. Despite the presence of Inuit hunter-gatherers throughout the northern reaches of America and the frontier pioneer trappers who got to know them, little formal attention had been paid to their remarkable ability to survive in the harsh Arctic conditions, most obviously witnessed in the disastrous Franklin expedition of 1845, in which 129 officers and men perished due to starvation, food poisoning, and frostbite. Sir John Franklin, a decorated Royal Navy officer, had already led two previous Arctic expeditions to chart the northern regions of Hudson Bay in Canada. His first, the Coppermine River expedition in 1819, was plagued by vague orders, poor organisation, unreliable supplies, and a dependence on guides with whom there was no solid relationship they could depend on. Additionally, the members of the expedition were completely unschooled in Arctic travel and survival, such that the project ended in complete disaster, with over half of the party perishing and the remainder barely rescued in time by Yellowknife indigenous tribesmen. Despite his brush with disaster and criticism from some quarters,
Franklin's harrowing account of the ordeal became a bestseller, and any suggestion of incompetence was brushed off as bad luck. Indeed, Franklin himself appears to have learned little from his experience, apart from the conviction that it would have fared better if more money, men and supplies had been thrown at it, as opposed to cultivating a relationship with the natives and adopting their survival techniques. He firmly believed that such expeditions should be the domain of well-provisioned and disciplined Navy men who would operate as cogs in a juggernaut machine that would overcome all obstacles through sheer determination and improvisation. This attitude would come to define the British approach to exploration in general, and polar exploration in particular. The British government, desperate to chart a navigable passage through the Arctic waterways between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, once again appointed him to lead an expedition into Canada. And this time, they lavished the venture with customized boats, plenty of supplies, and a free hand to do as he wished. Though ultimately unsuccessful in opening up a Northwest Passage, it nevertheless resulted in the charting of hundreds of miles of the Mackenzie River and added volumes of scientific information on magnetic activity, geology, and botany towards the annals of the several gentlemen's science clubs that were becoming increasingly fashionable at the time, not to mention cashed up. This public thirst for scientific inquiry expanded the scope of what had till then ostensibly been trade-motivated expeditions. Pressure and financial support from the Royal Society, the Royal Geographic Society, etc., quickly turned these voyages into scientific ventures that shifted the focus onto studying the North Pole, both magnetic and geographic, a change of purpose that was beginning to make the Royal Navy increasingly uncomfortable. You see, in the post-Napoleonic Pax Britannica, there was a distinct lack of action for young officers in which they could test their mettle, as it were. Polar exploration was viewed by some in the Admiralty as an excellent way to develop the next generation of seamen in the absence of conflict. Others didn't see it quite that way, and as the focus expanded beyond merely sailing and into Arctic trekking, there was substantial debate as to how much the Navy ought to participate in supplying both men and material. But it wasn't just gentlemen and admirals getting in on the act. Wealthy merchants, such as booze magnate Felix Booth, pumped substantial personal fortunes into the fit-out and provision of expeditions to the North Pole. The aforementioned Franklin would go on to continue with his own distinguished naval career, including a stint as governor in the colony of Van Diemen's Land, or modern Tasmania. But he would eventually be recalled and offered the lead in yet another expedition to seek the Northwest Passage, despite his now being almost 60 years old and quite unfit for the grueling task of Arctic travel. The reason for his obviously inappropriate commission was that foreigners were now engaging in significant polar exploration, and the politicians back home in London were anxious that those last few hundred square kilometres of uncharted waterways and the honour of being the first through the fabled passage should naturally belong to the British, who had poured both blood and treasure into slogging their way across most of it already. So it was that the aging Franklin, starved of adventure in Tasmania, stepped up, and despite the extraordinary resources placed at his disposal, he nevertheless found his ships, the Erebus and Terror, the very ships used by James Ross in his own extraordinary journey to Antarctica, became completely icebound and immobilized for years on end. The crew eventually abandoned them, hoping to march to safety across the barren snowfields, but being sailors, they were completely untrained and unprepared for terrestrial, let alone Arctic trekking. The tragic series of events that subsequently unfolded have been immortalized in both song and canvas, yet the real tragedy was that these desperate men had encountered Inuit hunters on a number of occasions, seemingly without any ability or, as has been suggested, desire to negotiate their guidance back to civilization. 40 years later, a 17-year-old schoolboy in Norway, having long read of Franklin's earlier bestseller, and now watching excitedly from the docks as his own countryman Nansen returned home in triumph, wondered if he might be the one to discover the final reaches of the Northwest Passage, which was still an elusive obsession. Now, Roald Amundsen, the youngest of 4 brothers, was born near the shipping hub of Sarpsborg in modern Norway. I say modern Norway because, at the time, it was the junior partner in a personal union with Sweden. During much of the preceding centuries, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, along with Norwegian territories such as Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and Orkney, were part of a triune kingdom. That is to say, they each retained a degree of national sovereignty, but were ruled by a single monarch. As happens so often in love triangles, jealousy and possessiveness led not only to a nasty breakup, but also claims over each other's assets. Very much the junior partner, Norway was at one time swallowed up by Sweden, then later by Denmark, then Sweden again. Anyway, one of the effects of the Napoleonic breakup of old continental powers was a surge in national consciousness among many European peoples who had long been subject to the dominion of great powers, and hence a suppression of their own ethnic identities. The Norwegians were no exception, and many felt that independence was just a matter of time. During the preceding centuries, they had developed quite an experienced merchant navy, as well as a thriving timber and fishing industry, while their liberal internal politics gave individuals much more freedom of travel and opportunity than other monarchies of the period. Norwegians consequently developed a solid entrepreneurial spirit, which, coupled with their industriousness, saw many people develop successful shipping companies, with the country enjoying a high literacy rate and standard of living that was the envy of many of its neighbours. Roald Amundsen was born into such a family of aspiring ship owners. His father and uncles were already well-respected captains and owners of a number of vessels, with his 3 older brothers also going into the family business. They were one of those families that just seemed to get on. Everybody pulled together, and there was little internal feuding or toxic sibling rivalry. But Roald's mother wasn't one of those tough mariners' wives. She was from a more genteel interior family, and she had aspirations that at least one of her boys would become a doctor. After years of living the hard life, she finally convinced her husband to get off the tools and run the company affairs from the capital, today's Oslo. She also hustled for young Roald to stay in school, and despite his dream of going to sea like his brothers, he submitted to her wishes and remained a student. Now, don't get me wrong, being a sea captain was highly respected in Norway, but to have a son who was a doctor or a lawyer was just one extra tick on the list for aspiring families, so every mother dreamed of at least one in the family. We can just imagine poor teenage Roald watching his hero sailing into the harbour while he was stuck in a classroom. By all accounts, he wasn't a very good student either. We have reports of his headmaster lamenting that Roald was not only an embarrassment to his school, but also had a pig-headed tendency to speak up when he felt some injustice was being dished out by the teacher. He developed an early reputation for sticking up for his friends and calling a spade, even if it earned him demerits. It was a fierce loyalty to his friends that would characterize his entire life. Norwegian kids, born into some of the harshest and longest winters in Europe, learned to ski almost as soon as they could walk. They were completely comfortable traipsing across the freezing, snow-covered mountains and skiing the many wild forested slopes that cover 3/4 of their country. The inhospitable, breathtaking terrain, wild Atlantic seas, long, dark winters and capricious weather breeds a tenacious people who live with a deep, abiding respect of nature and her awesome, frequently brutal power. With the heroic crossing of Greenland on skis by Nansen in 1888, Norwegians embraced their aptitude for winter sports, and skiing became increasingly popular all across the country, perhaps nowhere more so than in Telemark, where a slick cadre of masters developed new designs, boot attachments, and pioneered maneuvers that gave greater handling, control, and speed. Soldiers, too, were expected to be able to travel long distances and fight on skis to build shelters and survive in the bleak terrain, while teenagers on school holidays increasingly ventured into remote regions on cross-country ski tours. Roald was no exception, and in his memoirs, he recounts many near misses and hard lessons learned in blizzards, fog, and snowdrifts that could easily have cost him his life, yet only made him more passionate about emulating his hero in the Arctic someday. Nansen himself didn't waste time basking in his newfound celebrity. He became obsessed with trying to reach the North Pole. He firmly believed that Norwegians were better suited to the task than virtually any other nationality. But more than this, he was also convinced that the lumbering, expensive, resource-heavy style of expedition that the British and others were engaging in was completely the wrong way about it. His philosophy, which would later be characterized as the Norwegian school of polar exploration, viewed their objectives in a much more sportsmanlike manner. He believed that an expedition should be small, with few members, chosen for their elite abilities or multiple talents, their superb fitness and commitment to the task. Every minute detail had to be fit for purpose, and he spent countless hours developing materials, designs, and utensils for everything from tents to clothing to cooking equipment. Nansen was the first to implement ration packs with calorie-specific ratios of macronutrients, notably fats, at a time when we still didn't even know about vitamins. He had garnered support for a new expedition and had a custom-built ship called the Fram that was designed to withstand being frozen into solid ice without breaking up. You see, his goal was to get the ship up as far as possible, frozen into an iceberg, and then drift even further north, from which a dash to the pole might be made. There was a belief at the time that there were Arctic ocean currents that flowed east to west, possibly even directly over the pole. If you could lock yourself into that current, you might cruise, courtesy of an ice floe, all the way over. So, on Midsummer's Day, 1893, the Fram set off down the fjord, to the cheers and hopes of adoring spectators. Among them, again, was Amundsen, now a university student at the medical faculty, dutifully, though not enthusiastically, still acquiescing to his mother's aspirations of having a doctor in the family. The excitement of this spectacle was almost more than he could bear, and when his mother suddenly and inexplicably died some months later, Amundsen unceremoniously quit university and sent a flurry of letters to every explorer and organization he could think of, even writing to the consulate in London and publishing an ad in the Times, offering to join any available Arctic expedition. Disappointed, he nevertheless began a serious, self-motivated study of subjects including meteorology, cartography, and surveying, then signing on to a seal hunting ship in order to experience Arctic sailing from a master navigator. When he returned home, his family encouraged him to at least undertake some formal studies to qualify as a merchant seaman. So he threw himself into the task with serious commitment, earning his mate's certificate as well as doing national service in the army, reveling in the fitness and survival training. Still unsatisfied with his skill set, he spent another grueling winter crossing a wild and inhospitable icy mountain plateau with his brother, again narrowly avoiding disaster in the unforgiving terrain. coming out the other end, victorious but very much humbled. Meanwhile, Nansen had managed to sail the Fram eastward into the ice pack, and as expected, it froze into it and began to drift northwest. The crew settled into an expected 2-year ice drift, but when it became obvious that the trajectory of the ship would not cross the pole, Nansen decided to leave the Fram and, with one companion, make a dash by dog sled. Initially, they made great progress, skiing and sledding almost 13 kilometers per day. But it soon became apparent that they would run out of supplies, so they were forced to turn back, having reached 86 degrees north, a new record. But the variable weather conditions now saw them battle both breakups of the sea ice as well as dangerous blizzards, till they eventually made it by a kayak to solid ground. As they finally emerged from 8 months of wintry twilight into the clearer days of May 1896, they fortuitously ran into a British expedition that was mapping Franz Josef Land. Nansen had by now been away for 3 entire years and was presumed to be dead. So when they finally made it back to Norway, they were fated as heroes returned from the grave. Nansen's account of the journey and his incredible survival story cemented his position not only as Norway's preeminent celebrity tough guy, but more importantly, as the unassailable Arctic guru to whom many aspiring explorers now flocked for advice. Amundsen himself would regularly visit and mine him for information like a child eager for bedtime stories. The usually reserved Nansen saw something of himself in the young Amundsen and took a shine to him as a father figure and mentor over the many long years of their enduring friendship. Amundsen continued in his own relentless quest for excellence, so next he volunteered to participate, without pay, on a Belgian expedition to the Antarctic, which set sail in 1897. The Belgians, in the colonial scramble for Africa, had done quite well to carve out a chunk of the Congo, and with the sudden interest in Antarctica, they felt it was only fair that the Belgian flag should number among those others laying claim to the frozen southern continent. So it was that an expedition quickly materialized, an eclectic, poorly thought-out hodgepodge of scholars and sailors, drawn from a number of European countries. It might have seemed a romantic, multinational venture at the time, but few of the party had any Arctic experience, save for a couple of Norwegian sailors and the ship's surgeon, American doctor Frederick Cook. Now, Dr. Cook was a font of knowledge on the Arctic, having accompanied Robert Peary on his unsuccessful attempt at crossing Greenland in 1892, if you recall. But despite their failure, the two Americans later spent a great deal of time with the Inuit, learning about their clothing, transportation, and most importantly, diet. You see, the good doctor was a thinker well ahead of his time. Vitamins, as I've mentioned, had yet to be discovered, but he was quick to realize that fresh meat, in particular offal or internal organs, seemed to stave off the onset of scurvy in the Eskimo, who were generally in excellent health, in an environment that European explorers were becoming increasingly sick in. So he advocated the consumption of seal meat to supplement the diet of explorers. Amundsen knew a master when he saw one and stuck to him like glue, the two eventually becoming close friends. The Belgian boat eventually wound its way south past Cape Horn and entered dangerous Antarctic waters. The dodgy charts they possessed failed to prevent a near wreckage on a reef, and a sailor had been knocked overboard and lost in the storm. Despite this ominous start, miraculously they got through and inched their way south into uncharted waters, discovering a passage that would eventually be named after the captain, the Gerlache Sound. The team of resident scientists now eagerly swarmed over the islands and rock formations, dragging and man-hauling sleds over the icy crevasses and slippery slopes, collecting samples and all the while lumping heavy equipment ill-suited to the terrain as they began surveying the newly discovered coastline. Amundsen noted firsthand the exhaustion and inefficiency of this method of transport and was appalled at the waste of time and resources. While the scholars were busy doing their thing, he and Cook would take this idle time to ski and explore their surrounds, discussing their clothing, the environment, snow quality, and comparison with the Arctic, half a world away. Indeed, Amundsen is credited with being the first ever to ski on Antarctica, and noted in his journal how easily he travelled compared to Cook, who was trudging laboriously on snowshoes, as was the norm. But interestingly, Cook's sealskin clothing and reindeer fur hood seemed to be much more comfortable than the gear Amundsen was wearing. He needed to learn more. The captain had grand plans of navigating a third of the entire continent, but time was now against him. So he hatched the secretive plan of overwintering there by getting his ship frozen in the ice and thereby drifting south, trying to mirror what Nansen had done in the north just a couple of years ago. The trouble was, they had neither the supplies nor the equipment to do so, and worse still, none of the crew had signed up for that. No preparation whatsoever, physical, let alone psychological, had been made to select participants for such an isolated, dangerous, and lonely undertaking in near darkness. So, when he intentionally maneuvered the ship into an ice floe, which made the outcome inevitable, a terrible anxiety gripped the crew, which, as the months now dragged on, became worsened by the spectre of scurvy that soon appeared. Lethargy, depression, mood swings, and irrational outbursts, early signs often misdiagnosed, now descended upon the crew like a pall. There then followed the more telltale signs, such as gum bleeding, tooth loss, weeping sores, and persistent infections. Dr. Cook was appalled at the deteriorating mental and physical state of the entire party. It was only through his actions, taking it upon himself to go out hunting for seal meat and penguin, accompanied of course by his protege Amundsen, that the outbreak finally came under control. And yet there was much dissent, and many crew members, including the captain, were disgusted by the idea of eating seals and seabirds. Those that did recovered their vitality, while those that didn't got worse or died. Amundsen's winter, frozen into the Antarctic pack ice, the first ship there ever to do so, gave him a baptism of fire on the consequences of poor planning and reckless decision-making. But more importantly, it demonstrated the limitations of pre-prepared rations and the necessity of living off the land, as well as lessons on the selection of companions who were appropriate for the grueling mental and physical challenges inherent in polar exploration. As the sun finally reappeared in June of 1898, it was clear that the ordeal had taken its toll. A number of men had gone insane in the endless darkness, while the rest were sallow from lack of sunlight and had prematurely greyed. They eventually managed to blast themselves free with explosives and sailed north to Punta Arenas, where they now heard news of a rapidly changing world. The Spanish-American, as well as Boer wars, had broken out, and Marconi had sent the first telegraph. Despite their valuable new charts and collection of interesting scientific and meteorological data, it was clear that everybody was too traumatized to continue with the expedition. So they each made their own way home, Amundsen escorting one of his own countrymen who had lost his mind. He made no fuss or public announcement upon his return, but he did contact Nansen, who was keen to know how it went. Amundsen viewed the expedition not only as an education, but also as a necessary trial to gain credibility in Nansen's eyes, which he did, as they discussed his thoughts on improving tent design, clothing, and sled composition, all learned from his friend Dr. Cook. After completing another stint in national service and completing his master's sailing certificate, Amundsen now turned his attention to his boyhood fantasy, breaking through the Northwest Passage, a task that still eluded even the wealthiest and most illustrious geographical societies. He read every account that could be found, but was unimpressed by the tragic heroics that seemed to drip from the many Anglo-American memoirs. His experience on the Belgian expedition to Antarctica had taught him that there was nothing noble about a reckless and underprepared captain who risked both his ship and the lives of his crew. So Amundsen consciously determined to sacrifice panache rather than lives. It was clear to him that an expedition into Arctic regions would have to partially live off the land, which was incapable of supporting a large number of participants. If Franklin, in his doomed expedition, had taken 8 instead of 128 men with him to Canada, Amundsen was convinced that they would have not only all survived, but probably achieved their objectives. In his extensive background reading, Amundsen was impressed by the account of James Clark Ross in locating the North Magnetic Pole during the Booth expedition of 1831 that I mentioned earlier. Ross struck him as a serious and talented explorer, and rightly deserving of the huge respect he enjoyed in Britain. Ross's writing, and now Amundsen's own reflections on the Belgian expedition, made it clear that if he was to get any serious credibility or funding, the expedition would need to have some scientific value beyond simply the competitive credit for first place. Ross's interest in the North Magnetic Pole and the ongoing debate on whether it was stationary or actually shifted intrigued him. So, Amundsen now undertook extra studies in magnetic assessment with the intention of justifying his exploratory goals by adding an additional scientific agenda. He knew he would need to be the captain of his own ship, but first he wanted greater Arctic experience than his formal studies provided. So he made his way north to the seal and whaling with Tromsø, a remote and socially insular Arctic community of tough and hardy seamen who distrusted even their own southern countrymen and viewed everyone north of their own clan as soft. But Amundsen's persistence and dedication to learning from these two so highly experienced mariners saw him eventually win their confidence, and he soaked up their knowledge like a sponge. He also felt that the design of their boats was the most appropriate for the task he had in mind. So he asked his brother, the family accountant, to liquidate his not insubstantial inheritance and send the funds to him right away so he could buy himself a sealer. The Gjoa was a 45-ton, shallow draft, square-rigged sloop, and at 21 meters long, was way smaller than any that had even been considered adequate to attempt the Northwest Passage at the time. The ever-conscientious Amundsen had his own ideas though, but first he wanted to get the feel of her, as well as to learn more about Arctic navigation firsthand, and what better way of conducting trials than to license her out for a sealing voyage, complete with the most experienced crew he could hire in Tromsø. So he basically handed his boat over to a local skipper and his crew and came along for the ride, taking notes and picking their brains as he watched them navigate the icebergs and savage polar weather throughout the next hunting season. It was a masterclass well worth paying for. When he eventually floated his plans to Nansen back home, he received his full support and blessing, and Amundsen wrote that it was at that point he truly felt the Northwest Passage was Norway's for the taking. He spent the next few months fitting her out with an experimental new paraffin fuel motor and making improvements on the ship and its rigging. Very conscious of his days spent with Dr. Cook and his unusual snow clothing, he also negotiated with the nomadic Lapps in the north of the country to purchase furs and skins that would be used in custom manufacturing the weatherproof clothing he would take with him. Ever the perfectionist, he made his way back south and, with Nansen's help, organized a lab to perfect the recipe for his intended rations of pemmican, a kind of jerky that was the staple high-energy survival food of explorers. Of course, the entire project was overseen by a professor of chemistry, an old buddy of Nansen's, keen to help out and rack another one up for Norway. It was around this time that he met Otto Sverdrup, a brilliant explorer and fellow countryman who had traversed Greenland together with Nansen and had skippered Nansen's ship, the Fram, while he made his famous dash for the pole. In recent years, he had taken the Fram all across the Canadian Arctic, charting enormous lengths of coastline, overwintering there among the Inuit 3 seasons in a row, and through their tutelage, mastered the Eskimo art of dog sledding. It was Sverdrup who convinced Amundsen that dogs should be an integral component of any polar exploration, having pioneered the combination of skier and dog sled team into a finely tuned partnership that revolutionized polar travel. Amundsen once again absorbed everything Sverdrup could teach him and determined to add dog sledding to his growing resume of skills. Sverdrup, for his part, delighted at Amundsen's intensity, gifted him his own dog team, a huge show of support, having himself just returned to a hero's welcome from his own adventures in Canada, where he controversially even claimed a few newly discovered islands for Norway. It's been said that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. If it could be said about anyone, it was definitely true of Amundsen, a man who left no stone unturned in his relentless preparation for the task at hand. As it happened, Nansen now introduced him to Sir Clements Markham, president of the Royal Geographic Society in London, who regularly came to Norway to take the waters, as it was then called. By that I mean he used to visit a local health spa to treat his gout and other urban ailments that affluent society suffered back in England. Sir Clements Markham was also impressed by Amundsen's youthful dedication and gave him a number of letters of recommendation to call in on British men of consequence should he find himself in London. Among these were officers of the society itself, as well as within the Admiralty. Amundsen took off at once and visited anyone who could give him insight into what to expect on the frontier. At the Admiralty, his new contacts helped him obtain the latest charts of the regions he would be venturing into. But he took the opportunity to call on a number of well-respected, though aging navigators who had thoroughly mapped the waterways leading into the unknown West. Among them was Admiral Sir Leopold McClintock and Sir Alan Young, both legends of their time, to whom he listened intently and paid his reverent respect. By now, the cat was well and truly out of the bag, and news reports began to circulate about the plucky young Norwegian who would be attempting to break through the Northwest Passage. But few took him and his tiny project seriously. Amundsen, uncomfortable in the spotlight, played his cards close to his chest, but mounting debts forced him to take some interviews, give some talks, and seek the sponsorship of rich businessmen. Nansen once again kicked in and appealed directly to the king back in Stockholm for support. It was no trifling thing to ask at a time when Norway's agitation for independence from Sweden was at a crescendo. Nor was it a small gesture for King Oscar II when he showed considerable magnanimity in granting a 10,000 krona personal donation at a time when many Swedes were openly hostile to Norway and her pretensions for independence. In any case, it had the knock-on effect of drawing wider support from the Norwegian business community, but especially from his own brothers and wider family, such that the venture, at one point verging on insolvency, was back on track. It now remained for him to select his team, and with his firm philosophy of limited numbers, Amundsen decided to take only 6 men with him, all experts in their given fields, whether it was dodging icebergs, engineering, or, as in the case of the cook, preparing seal meat in various and creative ways that would be palatable day in and day out. All of them were veterans of Arctic sailing. The expedition was to last 4 years, and he wanted his men to be committed and tough, so he screened them closely. There were no misgivings as to the arduous nature of their mission. Wanting to avoid the fanfare and public fuss, they departed at midnight in the middle of June 1903 and sailed quietly out of Christiania Harbour, not a flag waving or so much as even a kayak out to escort them. In one of the countless contrasts to the established practice of exploration, Amundsen gave each man on board almost complete freedom to do their jobs as they saw fit. He wrote in his own words that his ship was a republic in which each expert would be free to act according to their own experience. He went on to write that each man must be treated as a rational being, not as a machine, and in this way he believed each would be willing to do more than was expected of him and feel valued enough to work towards a common goal. Indeed, this turned out to be one of his great strengths. A number of reports tell us how astonishing the harmony was under his command, even when under extreme duress. About 6 weeks later, they pulled into port at Greenland to pick up specially ordered sled dogs, kayaks, and supplies. Here he began his proper training in dog sledding, but soon they were off again and spent the next 2 weeks in thick fog, dodging icebergs as they made their way slowly across Melville Bay. They continued on to Dalrymple Rock, where they were expecting supplies, but were pleasantly surprised when they also received a kayak escort, a dockside reception, and cheers from the locals. This was their first public acknowledgement of their dangerous mission. Now heavily laden with a pack of raucous dogs, howling and scuffling on deck, they soon pushed deeper into Baffin Bay. By the end of August, they anchored at Beechey Island, the site of Franklin's ultimate cruel disaster almost 60 years ago. As they rested, Amundsen spent some time alone on deck, meditating on the tragic demise of those brave explorers, in whose wake he now hoped to triumph. It says something about him that he viewed his present mission as a sacred duty to justify the sacrifices of these pioneers by proving that they were right and opening up the waterway that cost them so dearly. Amundsen now had to decide which way to go. There were several waterways which were candidates for the Northwest Passage, but so far none had proved wholly navigable. There was no way of making a rational decision, so he let the compass decide, since they were also hoping to assess the location of magnetic north, as compared to Ross's original expedition in 1831. The needle said southwest, so on they sailed, and into the teeth of storms they had not yet experienced on their journey, almost being wrecked on a submerged reef. Only through some miracle had they pried themselves off, staving off complete disaster, cautiously making their way along the Boothia Peninsula, named by Ross, on which the North Magnetic Pole appeared to be centred. They moved along further still, into the Simpson Strait, noting the ice-free waterway and currents that tantalisingly suggested an opening. But it was now getting late in the season, and when they spotted a sheltered and convenient little cove, they decided to wait out the winter here rather than risk being locked into somewhere less hospitable further along. Sure enough, they were soon locked into the forming ice, and Amundsen named the cove Gjoahavet, after their brave little ship. The crew now settled into what was to become their home for 2 whole years. Fortunately, Joahaven was on the caribou migration route, and the marksman on board ensured a continuous feast of fresh venison, if that's what we should call it. It wasn't long before the piercing crack of rifle shots attracted the attention of native Netsilik hunters, who seemed suitably impressed with the snipers in the party, and a healthy rapport quickly developed between them all. Amundsen's notes now seemed to take on a fresh excitement as he threw himself into the study of Netsilik culture, trading artifacts with them and making a concerted study of their language, but also apprenticing several of the crew to one of their elders to learn the art of igloo building. For his part, Amundsen now obsessively also practiced his own dog sled training, and despite many comical failures, slowly became increasingly competent. They had all the time in the world, and plenty of fresh meat to keep the dogs fat and happy. He also spent a great deal of time studying and acquiring the reindeer clothing that was used by his new friends. The hair of reindeer fur is hollow, which makes the pelt light and warm. Eskimo people use these skins to make a loose-fitting anorak, which allowed air to circulate around the limbs, preventing the build-up of sweat. It was superior to the wolf skin that Amundsen was using. Underneath, they had underwear made from caribou skins, supple and not prone to chafing, important for someone who planned to move on skis. Within the next few months, the entire crew was completely dressed in Eskimo clothes and could competently build shelters in the snow. The crew also used their engineering skills to manufacture steel arrowheads and other requested tools to order for the grateful Eskimo, while they reciprocated by tutoring the crew in the finer points of dog sledding, teaching them which dogs to put in which position, how to balance and steer while on a full run, such that several crew members became proficient very quickly. The dogs themselves, boisterous, full of energy, with big personalities, provided much entertainment in the quiet hours, and their companionship staved off the loneliness that was inevitable in such a harsh environment. Their first foray out to reach the magnetic pole lasted only 3 days. The temperature at minus 60 degrees Celsius was too low for the dogs to work, and the skis stuck to the snow instead of gliding along. Disappointed, they turned back and man-hauled their sleds for 6 whole days back to camp, while the dogs ambled alongside, humiliating them. The squad continued their practice, and it became apparent that dogs preferred to pull when someone was out in front leading them. It was therefore an ideal setup to have a skier out front, scouting the terrain and setting the pace, which motivated the dogs to run excitedly to catch up. So, as the weather continued to improve, a new attempt was made to reach the position of Ross's pole site, and after some near misses with bears and the odd ankle sprain, it became apparent that the pole had indeed moved some distance away from the original measurement site. Amundsen was therefore the first to prove that the magnetic poles do indeed migrate. The men also had to unfortunately shoot one of their dogs who refused to run, and when they presented its skinned carcass to the other dogs, they ate him with relish. Amundsen had just confirmed that Eskimo dogs are cannibals, which would be handy to know if food was scarce in an emergency. They spent the next winter season in the company of their new Eskimo friends, repairing equipment, refining their sledding technique, and continuing their magnetic surveys. Hundreds of miles of new coastline was charted, and throughout this time, there was rarely an argument or conflict of any kind, something that is extremely hard to maintain under such trying conditions. No doubt this was partly attributed to all the fresh meat they were eating that staved off all the symptoms of scurvy that so plagued the Belgian expedition, as well as all the previous British ones up here in the bleak north. Finally, the weather warmed once again. The sun came out, and the ship poured free from the solid grip of the winter pack ice. They packed up their gear and solemnly sailed on down the Simpson Straits, aware that they were now moving past the limits of their tragedy-stricken predecessors and on into the unknown waters. The channels were riddled with reefs and rocky outcrops that might have easily wrecked the Gjoa were it not for the motor propeller that allowed for nimble turns and a controlled advance through the treacherous channel. After a week of foul weather and perilous shoals, little Gjoa broke out into the open Beaufort Sea after 2 centuries of human trial and tragedy. Within a week, they sighted a vessel, flying with stars and stripes under full sail, bearing down on them. In Amundsen's own words, "My boyhood dream at that moment was accomplished. A strange feeling welled up in my throat. I was somehow overstrained and worn. It was weakness in me, but I felt tears in my eyes." The captain of a San Francisco whaler was soon aboard and shook his hand profusely. Amundsen was astonished that anyone would recognize him. Despite his fatigue, he now left most of the crew on board, iced into the late season fresh ice floes, while he skied 500 miles to Eagle, Alaska, to send a telegram back home. Here, he was to discover that 6 months prior, in June of 1905, Norway had declared independence. He had embarked on his trip with the support and blessing of one king, and now found himself the subject of a new king in a new country. He duly addressed a telegram to his monarch, reporting that it was a great achievement for Norway. It seems that the people of Norway, despite their desire for independence, had developed a reasonable affinity for the Danes during their centuries of union with them, because in the deliberations of the independence campaign, the Norwegian Parliament decided against the republican system of government and instead opted for a constitutional monarchy, for which they requested Danish Prince Karl to take the throne. He accepted and chose the regnal name of Håkon VII, a clear demonstration of his commitment to Norway, despite his own Danish guilt. Amundsen soon rejoined his crew, and they pressed on through the Bering Straits and on to San Francisco, where they were hailed as heroes, before returning home to the same ticker-tape parades Nansen had received almost 20 years before, and which Amundsen had watched as a mesmerized schoolboy. He was now the first great hero of the Viking nation. On the face of things, the British were congratulatory, not full of praise. Amundsen was invited to lecture at the Royal Geographic Society, and Nansen, now ambassador to Britain, was careful to appeal to British sensibility by reiterating that the Norwegian triumph over the Northwest Passage rode, as it were, upon the shoulders of the giants that preceded the war. There were, however, elements within British society that lamented the failure of one of their own to close the chapter on the Northwest Passage. It didn't seem right that all of their sacrifices had been exploited by a nobody, worse still, foreigners. But they had just themselves completed an expensive and somewhat ramshackle expedition on the other side of the globe, to Antarctica. The Discovery Expedition of 1901, organised by the joint efforts of the Royal Society and the Royal Geographic Society, had pulled together an ambitious plan to set up an Antarctic base, and from there engage in all manners of scientific exploration, surveying and gathering of specimens and data. The trouble was that the scientists on board were amateurs, and moreover, urban gentlemen. The expedition was being built by a young, hastily promoted torpedo lieutenant who had never sailed in Arctic waters, nor ever been on any kind of expedition. The mix of Navy and merchant seamen on board were at each other's throats, and the objectives themselves were broad and vague. Their leader, Robert Falcon Scott, chosen under dubious circumstances, was widely disliked, prone to complaining,
and known for making questionable decisions on a whim. His prior naval service record was lackluster, to say the least, so eyebrows were raised at this selection. To top it all off, despite bringing along both skis and dogs at the advice of Norwegian guru Hansen, nobody knew how to either ski or run a dog sled, because they thought they could just learn on the fly. How hard could it be? In any case, Scott believed that dog sleds were cool, and skiing was underfitting a British explorer. The Navy was going to haul tons of gear up and down the frozen lake by dragging them, with glorious machismo, one person in front of the other, as was the custom. Unsurprisingly, the expedition was a shambles. Man and dog became emaciated through malnutrition. Several died of accident, exhaustion, or scurvy. The merchant seamen resigned and left on the next supply ship out. The mothership itself got frozen in with the prospect of several seasons locked in, and the entire expedition had to be resupplied and eventually rescued by blasting around to the solidity of the ice floe. A number of Scott's subordinates used later palavers squarely at Scott's feet, notably his third in command, Ernest Shackleton, with whom he had a lifelong simmering feud. Even the data they collected was dodgy and amateurish, being rejected by the scientific community back home. Some successes, however, included the discovery of the polar flat ice, a record for attaining the furthest south at 83 degrees, some very decent survey charts, and the discovery of a number of inland valleys. But the ordeal saw the ship lift its way back to England without so much as a brass band reception at the dock. The press coverage, however, was hungry for heroics, and the politicians, of course, did what they do best, was the politics spinner. If Scott had one skill above all others, it was creative writing, and his narrative account of the expedition, or should I say, reinterpreting the journal entries, made a Cinderella story out of the disaster. The public caught it, and he became an instant celebrity. The Admiralty were not so stupid though, and he failed to win the promotion from rank he was so desperately hungry for. The Royal Navy itself became increasingly reluctant to squander any more resource, and what they saw as vanity projects by academic landlubbers, and so they opposed repeated attempts to rope them into another expedition. Because everything changed when the German government began flexing on them by financing a number of their own expeditions to both the Arctic and the Antarctic. A sudden resurgence of political interest now re-emerged to deny the Germans any prestige that they felt rightly belonged to the British. It also grated on them that Amundsen's recent small-scale operation had shown itself to be superior to the established doctrine of massive expeditionary assault on an objective. There was only one thing for it, an even more massive expedition to ram the campaign. So, Sir Clement Markham, president of the World Geographical Society, granddaddy of monumental projects, once again began hustling for funds. The Admiralty, suddenly nervous about the Germans lording over potential assets, called the Swiss Committee to the idea, and plans began to crystallize for an expedition to the South Pole. Scott once again put up his hand, but his dreams of another massive Navy-led campaign had slowed to draw funding, and many distrusted both Scott's competence and Sir Clement Markham's autocratic demands for control. As has ever been the case throughout history, aspiring adventurers now turned to wealthy philanthropists for support, with the promise of naming some obscure mob or street after them, and this was rapidly becoming the norm everywhere. So it was with Shackleton, greatly upset by Scott's negative and turned out, furious portrayal of him is his book as a slacker. Since returning, Shackleton has struggled to make a go of things in civilian life, and now bears a mother of all grudges against God, whom he in turn viewed as a functional leader. So he suddenly announced plans to use both the geographic and magnetic South Pole, and forces a number of wealthy businessmen to finance it. Both Sir Clements Markham and Scott have described themselves with fury. Money was tight, and Shackleton was muscling in on their plans. They said as much, and when he refused to back out, they demanded he stay the hell away from the site of the established base at McMurdo Sound that had been set up on the previous expedition. Antarctica was now becoming the subject of a search war, and Shackleton was publicly pressured to commit to an alternative base camp without any reasonable justification besides jealousy. When he was forced to nevertheless break that promise, he was subjected to a smear campaign back in London, despite actively breaking a new record for furthest south in his own Nimrod expedition of 1907. When criticized for failing to reach the pole, Shackleton, at least satisfied that he had snuffed out Scott's record and proven himself in the field, said that it was better to return home on live donkey than a dead lion. Some in the establishment back in London disagreed, but the public nevertheless hailed him as a hero on his return. Shackleton had just upped the ante, but he and his team barely made it back home alive, incidentals they might add. None of them had dollars to learn from the Norwegians, who seemed to be getting on famously in the snow. Amundsen, back in Norway, was nevertheless impressed by Shackleton's resolve, superhuman effort, and achievement, but both he and Nansen were bewildered by the continual British refusal to see the value of this series in software combination. They saw absolutely no sense in men dragging tons of equipment to the point of complete exhaustion when they could do it much more easily. For his own part, Amundsen, riding the wave of popular acclaim back home, and inspired by Shackleton's pluck, next planned to go the whole hog himself and make an attempt for the North Geographic Pole, something he and his mentor Nansen had failed to do. He was supporting on being given Nansen's custom-built ship, the Fram, and along with Nansen's blessing, a grant by the Norwegian Parliament to kick off the venture. Amundsen, no slacker in lobbying support, also wrote to London, seeking the recommendation of bottoms of the Royal Geographical Society. And Sir Clements Markham once again gave the project, possibly another scientific mission to study currents, magnetic patterns of the weather, his own seal of approval, now himself completely immersed in his own Antarctic problem. Eventually, the baby of Clements Markham, the Terranova expedition, commenced to gain traction. Private investors gathered some huge funds, and the government also eventually came to the party. The gentlemen of the several scientific societies had planned a comprehensive data collection program with primary motivation, but this time they weren't sitting in charge. The Navy was calling the shots, and it was going to be done their way, with discipline, order, and good old-fashioned British chain of command. Despite the scientific agenda, Scott pulled no punches by flat-out declaring he was going to the pole. For him, nothing else mattered. He was going to put Shackleton squarely back on his rock and get the mic on him. Now, you would think that Scott had learned the hard way that man-wars are a painful way of achieving success. But again, despite going to the top of visiting Nansen in Norway and seeking his advice, and even taking his friend's deal from the computer, Both he and Sir Clement Martin decided that these were illegal, and they were only used in emergencies. Instead, Scott had the bright idea that motorised transport was the way of the future, and as he was now flush with cash, commissioned the development of purely capital flash motor sleds to be designed from scratch. More on them later. Almost at the last hour, we realised that the sleds wouldn't be able to take them all the way up to Steep Glacier. So we sent a horseman who knew nothing about horses to Siberia to purchase special Manchurian ponies who we believe would finish the boring order. Never mind that there was no massive forest or vegetarian animals on the entire Antarctic continent. They were just pictures, no roads. The Norwegians just shrugged their shoulders and wished them luck. Why do it the easy way when you can do it the British way? Scotland's tradition was slated to depart England during 1910, around the same time Amundsen was due to depart Norway on his own trip to the North Pole. And when we reached him, the two Americans, Robert Peary, as well as Amundsen's old friend and mentor, Dr. Frederick Cook, had both, in separate expeditions, planned to conquest the North Geographic Pole. The news shocked him. What was the point of his own expedition, now that two others had already beaten him to the punch? Sure enough, the firm still went on with creditors wanting their money, and sponsors threatened to cancel their support. The public just wouldn't be turned on anymore by anything less than a heroic birth. He was out of cash and about to lose everything. It was just a matter of time before the government recounted his kit and sent it back up. Something great was going to save the expedition. Outwardly, he optimistically said that there was plenty of oceanographic work still to be done in the Arctic, and that he was excited to get into it. Secretly, though, he engaged in numerous modifications to keep his healing younger. The North Pole was gone, he was just going to head in the opposite direction and go to the South Pole instead. Oh, he was going to fulfill his contractual obligation of Arctic data gathering. He would just do it after going to the South Pole. No problem. The thing is, Scott was just about to go to the same prize himself for his own mission trip, which seemed like it awkward because Scott had just given Amundsen some equipment that they would calibrate and compare notes from the opposite end of the Earth. The Norwegian government sent his secret instructions like the self-fulfilling, not wanting to risk offending anyone. But as far as Amundsen was concerned, the guy was done. After years of meticulous preparation, everything was ready. There was no way out for him besides victory or bankruptcy. When Scott made a visit to Norway to inspect the development of his sled engine, Amundsen evaded meeting up with him on even a bare chance of the phone. So, on the 7th of June 1910, Norwegian Independence Day, the Fram snuck out of Norway in the dead of night, under everyone's nose, and by the morning, he was out of sight for both the government and the creditors. Only Nansen, blissfully unaware of Amundsen's change of plan, watched her sail away into the darkness, and with that, his own dream of adventure. He reportedly told his son, 2 months later, that it was the bitterest moment of his life. The crew, also, most of whom were unaware of the change of plan, now settled into life on board. Amundsen once again had assembled another crash team of companions. Their naval officers, Nordstrom, Westwood, and Bjorken, all trained in oceanographic science, magnetic data collection, and Arctic navigation. Wisdom, an all-around handyman, and Scotland were extraordinaire. Olaf Jarland, a world champion skier and cinema both jumping and cross-country, Jarland was already a national hero when Amundsen asked him to join. To top it off, he was also a skilled carpenter and shoemaker, and he was thrilled to sign up, becoming a critical member of his older team. Then also Hansen and Hackett, both Germans, who were trained in the Arctic, sent on a number of expeditions already. Another notable mission was Lindstrom, a geophysicist from Zero, who was veteran of several Arctic expeditions with an active history. No easy thing when trying to prepare seamen every day, day in and day out. He observed with Amundsen in their quick passage and his attention. Demeanor earned him the love and respect of all the crew. Amundsen was later to write that Lindstrom, who was the man who kept the home fire burning while the others were all in the country, was the single most valuable asset of the entire expedition. A further notable addition was in December, Max Percy named ships by Amundsen and Frederick Johansson, who was a captain incredibly strong witness who had accompanied Nansen on his first brave North Pole dash and had proven his worth both as a skier and survivor. But after returning in triumph with Nansen, he fell into depression, drifting on hard times, and Nansen begged for him to be accepted on the mission. Tough and highly experienced, he might be a great asset, and the lieutenant turned his own life around. But Amundsen had reservations. He wanted nobody to suggest his unstable personal life might jeopardize his mission. Nansen, loyal to his old buddy, pleaded, Amundsen carried him. Altogether, there were 19 members of the expedition, all of whom, besides the captain and first mate, were completely oblivious to Amundsen's change of plans. But murmuring soon began about why they were kicking off their dolphins in Denmark, which had swept them halfway around the world when they could have just blocked up in Alaska. Assuming the hardest but yet hallmark of Amundsen's Northwest Passage voyage was now replaced by an unconfident air of suspicion with an uncomfortable range. Acutely aware of the move and instead of immediately heading another day away, when they reached Madeira for their second supply, Amundsen gathered the crew and dropped his bombshell. They were stunned. He gave everyone Robson a refund and returned home, but each one, in turn, agreed to stay on. They understood what was at stake and what the prize represented in their race. He now wrote to his mentor, Nansen, profusely apologising for his deception, begging him for his ongoing support back home, in hopes that triumph in Antarctica would rectify any offence the government might take at the scandal. He also sent a telegram to Scott, who received it when he himself, already well underway, had reached Melbourne, Australia. Beg leave to inform you that I am heading Antarctic. Amundsen. Bewildered, Scott telegraphed London. Sir Clemens Martin, clearly recovering his composure after Shackleton's recent interloper, unleashed a tirade of abuse of the Norwegian, referring to him as a rascal and a blackguard, and insisted that Amundsen be denied any landing near their own base of operations. Scott, already in full race mode, given his ongoing feud with Shackleton, shrugged it off as ridiculous, saying that abroad, bombs were clearly inferior to both ponies and motorised sleds, and blissfully carried on with his own preparations, confident of success. Vaguely, he was worried about the Norwegian squatter at their base. Amundsen had already decided, after long study, to set up on the Ross Ice Barrier, a huge permanent sheet of solid ice the size of France, several hundred metres thick, that extended from the Antarctic mass out into the ocean like a monumentary glacier. It was in a sheltered inlet called the Bay of Whales, on the opposite end to the site at McMurdo where the British had already set up their base, that Amundsen chose to make his base camp. The British had ignored it as a landing site, considering it and the entire ice shelf to be potentially unstable. But Amundsen thought otherwise, and to boot, it was a full degree of latitude, 60 nautical miles closer to the pole. Amundsen's race would be shorter, but the interior was completely unknown and potentially fraught with insurmountable obstacles. The Scott's route was longer, but 50% of it had already been traversed in 2 separate expeditions, so they knew what to expect. The race was on. Arnottson's ship, the Fram, was 126 feet long, 440 tons, powered by a revolution diesel motor with 19 souls aboard. While Terra Nova was 187 feet, 747 tons, powered by an oil-driven steam engine with 65 crew. This wasn't going to be just a race between explorers, it was a battle of philosophies. Scott's camp was described by one of his own crew as many random men stuck together to undertake a large ponderous campaign, while the Fram, with a limited and specially chosen crew, was later described as a Viking marauder going on their raid. 4 months after leaving Madeira, by mid-January, the Fram was finally anchored off the Great Ice Barrier, its 200 feet high walls gleaming in the sunshine like the battlements of a fortress. Finding a foothold and passage up was not easy, but eventually they scrambled their way up. Orders were given to construct a base camp 4 kilometers inland. This they did using prefabricated hut components that the 2 carpenters on board quickly reassembled and locked deep into the ice sheet within just 6 days. Their new home away from home was to be called Framheim after the ship. The howling, boisterous team of almost 100 dogs excitedly got to work, pulling tons of supplies and material across the ice in the first bit of action they had had after months of boredom at sea. Each crew member was assigned a number of dogs to care for, and as in Yellow Harbour before, it went a long way to staving off the boredom and stress of life on the ice, with their furry companions getting into frequent mischief and antics. Hunting parties were also sent out to procure seal meat that would feed the dogs and lessen the risk of scurvy among the men. By February, they were now ready to begin the first great test of their mission, the transportation of supplies into regularly spaced depots as deep into the terrain as possible, so that the attempt on the pole the following season wouldn't need to carry few supplies. It would also provide plenty of food and cooking fuel on the journey back. Armstrong was determined to avoid the near starvation that both Scott and Shackleton had experienced in their previous Discovery and Huron expeditions, so he meticulously planned the design and spacing of distance and orientation markers that could be easily stumbled across even under severe blizzard conditions. Just then, they sighted a ship in the bay, approaching the Fram. It was the Terra Nova. She had just deposited Scott with his shore party and was scouting a landing site for their secondary expedition to the vicinity. Shocked at the encounter, they had expected Amundsen to be on the other side of the continent in the Weddell Sea. They nevertheless cordially received each other for breakfast and lunch the following day, exchanging pleasantries with Amundsen showing the captain around Framheim, even offering to share the entire site with them if it was convenient to their mission. They declined courteously, of course, and hurriedly returned to Scott's camp at McMurdo to report on Amundsen's activity. It was now time to start laying out the depots of food and supplies along the path that the polar assault team had travelled. This would be accomplished by loading up the sleds and then skiing out on a number of consecutive runs, hopefully when supplies hit the sound of the cannon. The first run was made by 4 men, 3 sledges pulled by 18 dogs. As they made their way across the ice sheet, they didn't know what to expect, but by the end of the first day, they had skied almost 30 kilometres. It was their first test of dogs and equipment, and Amundsen noted in his journal how splendidly the dogs were performing and how he just couldn't understand why the British were so averse to using them. It was a dream run, and the next few days were no different, as man and beast settled into their daily rhythms. Amundsen forbidding any more than 30 kilometres of progress per day before setting up camp and resting. His long conversations with the Eskimo in Canada had taught him that exhaustion, sweating, and mental fatigue were the real killers of this environment. He needed his team to be full of vigour and clear-headed at all times. In just 4 days, they had reached 80 degrees south, setting up their depot and planting their intricate network of cans and markers. Then, turned around and empty sledges and raced back to Framheim. Within just 1 week, they had astonishingly covered 260 kilometres. Meanwhile, Scott had also begun his own depot run, but ran into trouble before it even began. One of his 3 heavy motor sledges, being unloaded onto an unstable ice platform beside the ship, fractured and sunk to the bottom of the bay. The other 2 were plagued with mechanical problems and were completely unusable. The 8 ponies fared little better, plodding along, their hooks frequently breaking through the ice, sinking them often to their bellies, and needing to be offloaded and extracted. The men continued onward, hauling everything by themselves, but the blizzard and slow progress induced Scott to dump their load 79.5 degrees south, a good 30 kilometres less than they had hoped. As they lay in their tents, completely exhausted, the 2 dog teams that had been brought along, at the recommendation of Nansen back in Norway, trotted up with their own sleds, a little wobbly as beginners often are, but they had started days behind and had now completely caught up to Scott's immobilised party and seemed not the least bit troubled by the blizzard. Officers in his team reported that Scott seemed alternately surprised and then annoyed at the efficiency of the dogs, and how even in untrained hands, they basically overtook every other team. Indeed, comparing Scott's round trip with the Norwegian party, his daily average distance travelled was less than half of Amundsen's, but the fatigue factor was orders of magnitude worse. Even the ponies were completely exhausted, one dying on the way, and several others falling to an ice sheet and drowning, such that of the 8 that departed, only 2 made it back alive. It was a bad omen. Amundsen, on the other hand, still had some time up his sleeve, and a week after he got back from the first depot run, pushed another sled team up the barrier, depositing another load at 81 degrees south. But this time, the weather had deteriorated. Blizzards, the same ones hammering Scott, made their progress slower, and the further they got, the lower the temperature dropped. Despite their suitability to the task, dogs are not, of course, impervious to freezing, and as the temperature hit minus 40 degrees Celsius, they began to noticeably struggle. Amundsen took a couple of teams of the strongest dogs and pushed on to 82 degrees, but frostbitten paws forced him to unload there, satisfied that they managed to set up another depot a degree yet further south, depositing seal meat that would be a valuable source of nutrition. Both teams, having returned back to camp, now settled into the uneventful winter. Amundsen and his team used the time to remodel their sledges to be lighter and more maneuverable. They adjusted their clothing, boot designs, and painstakingly altered their ski equipment to better suit the terrain they were encountering. Both teams made preparations of rations and otherwise engaged in organised activities and games that staved off boredom in the camp. The Norwegian and British leaders occasionally had to deal with the frayed tempers and frustrations of isolation, but Scott's camp seemed to be faring far worse. Its strict organisation along naval protocols had separate quarters for officers and men, while Amundsen kept a more egalitarian social system. A number of Scott's officers had begun openly questioning his decision and privately his indecisiveness. which was a dangerous problem in such an extreme environment. Amundsen had issues of his own, but predominantly with Johansen, the experienced though troubled friend of Nansen, who grumbled on about the rules and procedure. But more troubling was the gradual anxiety that began to affect Amundsen personally about Scott's 3 motor sledges. Himself a technophile, he had no way of knowing the truth, of course, but was worried that these sledges would give Scott an advantage in risking supplies up the glacier and going to victory, while his own dogs were at risk of frostbitten paws. He knew that the only salvation back home for his scandalous change of plans was to get there first. The unforgiving Norwegian public, not to mention creditors, would ruin him for anything less than a glorious triumph. His reputation hung by a thread, but his underlying sense of guilt over all the skullduggery began to cast serious doubts over his otherwise meticulous preparation. So, early in September, as the sun began to return to the sky, against his own better judgment, he decided to go for it and prepped his polar assault team for the attempt, against the advice of Johansen, who told him it was way too early in the season and risky. Uncharacteristically, Amundsen pushed on, and despite good progress, when they hit 80 degrees south, the temperature suddenly plummeted, and the dogs began to suffer once again, with several dying of frostbite. Realizing he had made a terrible mistake, Amundsen decided to turn back, but the party became separated as they raced back to Framheim. Johansen and his partner's dogs stalled, and they made it back to camp many hours after the rest, themselves somewhat frostbitten and furious at having been left so far behind without backup. Johansen rebuked his leader, not unreasonably it should be said, but under such critical circumstances, Amundsen could not afford any dissent or disrespect, so Johansen was penalised for insubordination and removed from the polar assault camp. A huge blow for the experienced veteran, the merits of which have been hotly debated ever since. Having narrowly avoided disaster because of his own lapse in judgment, Amundsen now regained his mental composure and waited patiently for the weather to suitably improve a month later. The 5-man team initially made steady progress, but heavy fog and blizzards caused them on a number of occasions to nearly plunge into bottomless crevasses that littered the ice sheet. This was the very real risk of travelling across unknown terrain. Finally reaching the base of the mountains from which the ice shelf extended, a month after starting out, and now beyond their final depot, they now had to snake their way over dangerous rock ledges, all the while steering sledges and herding the dogs along narrow and precarious ravines, uphill into the unknown. Days of anxious crisscrossing followed, and on the 21st of November, they were at 3,500 meters altitude. At the summit of the glacier, they committed themselves to follow, arriving without the loss of a single dog or sled. Meanwhile, Scott and his team of 16 men, ponies and prepared motorcade, had also begun their own staggered push south, but after barely 80 kilometres, the motorised sledges again failed and were finally abandoned, with men and animals now having to haul tons of supplies all the way across the barrier to the base of the mountain. The painfully slow, staggered progress was now already a month behind the Norwegians, with the steep climb still ahead of them. Amundsen's team now lightened their loads, and with heavy hearts, shot a number of their weaker dogs, which had been calculated to serve as food for the others, each man taking responsibility for the dispatch of his own animal. This had always been part of the plan, but they had by now become so attached to their furry companions that they all reported it was the hardest thing they had to endure on the whole expedition. The 5-man squad now set off with their remaining dogs, for the estimated 60 days of skiing across yet more frightening crevasses and ice fields, passing Shackleton's heroic previous record of over 88 degrees south. On the 14th of December, having battled blizzards, impenetrable fog and crackling ice fields underfoot, the party finally made it to the South Pole, planting the Norwegian flag and embracing joyfully, soaking up the significance of their unbelievable accomplishment. They pitched a tent and named their new abode Polheim, a fitting name for man's most distant southerly home. After a few days spent calibrating their position and taking some data, they left some equipment and a letter for Scott to deliver in the case of their death to King Haakon. Amundsen was desperate now to get news out to the world as soon as possible, but the return was nevertheless disciplined and orderly, never pushing his team more than 30 kilometers per day to preserve the fitness and energy of both man and dog. Lessons from Canada that were still burned deep into his mind. By the 4th of January, they were already making their way back down the glacier, while Scott, having himself only just passed Shackleton's record, was still deciding who was to accompany him to the pole and who would be returning back to the camp. He now made the fateful and inexplicable decision to increase his polar assault team from the original plan of 4 men to 5, which would gravely endanger the already strained ration allocations that were in place. On the 17th of January, plodding one painful, burning step after another, a look of dread suddenly bled across their faces as they came across Amundsen's tent with his letter and the dawning realization that they had got there over 1 month ago. With the usual British stiff upper lip, they consoled themselves at their momentous achievement, heroically completed on foot, but the price they would pay was already beginning to show. The men were completely exhausted. The trudging had frozen their inadequate boots, with several men developing significant frostbite. Moreover, it had been some time since they'd had a fresh meal, and the telltale depression and mental fogginess began to set in. Amundsen's team, back on the barrier, now upped the pace and was soon at their depot, with food aplenty and the remaining dogs in good form. The laborious groundwork of setting highly visible markers at regular intervals paid off, as they easily found their way to the next and the next one, even when blizzards whipped up spontaneously around them. By the 25th of January 1912, they were back at Framheim, both men and dogs having actually put on weight despite skiing and sledging almost 3,500 kilometers over the course of 99 days, something that had never been heard of in European Arctic exploration, where starvation and scurvy were the norm. His lessons learned from the Eskimo of maintaining a leisurely, energy-preserving pace had paid off, with his team now safely back at base and reunited with their colleagues, ecstatic at having achieved all of their objectives 10 days ahead of schedule. Amundsen's meticulous, intricate planning and subsequent gamble for glory had paid off. Surely he was now vindicated. They were the first to the South Pole. They hadn't interfered with the British expedition, and they had even sent several side trips to be the first to set foot on King Edward VII Land, as well as to conduct the first oceanographic survey of the South Atlantic, all the way from Africa to America. They were professionals, indeed a Viking strike force. The Fram, having returned from her own expedition, he quickly wound up and soon departed for Hobart, where no news had yet arrived of Scott's progress. They were warmly received by the local governor, and churches held services giving thanks for their safe arrival. Amundsen sent telegrams to his king, to Nansen, and to the media, and Norway soon erupted into national celebration. His reputation back home was safe, but the political establishment was worried that he might have damaged Norway's delicate relationship with Britain. It wasn't long, though, before the team received congratulations from abroad, with King George V and even Theodore Roosevelt sending their well wishes. Some elements in the UK, particularly Scott's backers, were publicly upset at what they expressed as the dirty trickery of the Norwegians. Shackleton, on the other hand, was well pleased. There was little chance that Scott would gloat over him, now that Amundsen had taken the pole from right under his nose. So much for the mic drop. The Fram eventually sailed on to Buenos Aires, where she was to be refitted at the expense of a wealthy Norwegian expat for the ongoing voyage to the north, as originally intended. Meanwhile, Amundsen would go on a whirlwind tour around the world, giving what were to him painful lectures to packed-out audiences wherever he went. It was while in the United States that Amundsen received the dreadful news of Scott and his party's fate. As feared, the supplies for a 5-man squad were inadequate. The lack of fresh meat brought on the ravages of scurvy, and the exhausted and now sick and delirious men had no energy left to haul their sledges to the main supply depot, which had been laying short of their needs. Their markers had also been poorly set, and in the increasingly foul weather, they became ever more disoriented, having spent 150 days in the freezing terrain. Confused final orders meant that the dog teams that could have delivered fresh supplies to them never materialised. So one by one, Scott's brave companions succumbed to their deaths, stoically writing their journals to the bitter end, with Scott, the last to die, even addressing party words to the British public, snatching what has been described by some historians as a martyr's victory over the George defeat. The British public went into mourning, and even the Norman reserve Amundsen was stunned by the senseless loss of such brave men. Despite some useful scientific data, the monumental disaster highlighted a failure of British doctrine, logistics, and understanding of the terrain, made all the more jarring by contrast with the critical efficiency and success of the tiny Norwegian expedition. It was an embarrassment that could only be expunged by transforming it into a story of heroism for heroism's sake. The tragedy was soon spun into a myth of the doomed hero, who did things the hard way, the noble way, whose endurance and ultimate sacrifice was attributed to external factors such as the weather, rather than internal factors such as philosophy or preparation. Scott's legacy became sacrosanct as the First World War soon broke out, and young men across the British Empire were urged to emulate his heroic example as they were being mowed down in their tens of thousands in senseless battles from Flanders to Gallipoli. By this time, Amundsen's anticipated final expeditionary phase in the north had been shelved by the onset of war, and he secretly looked for a way out. But his old mentor Nansen held him to account. It was a matter of honour that he try and complete the original mission. The Fram was by now all but useless after years of neglect in Buenos Aires, but Amundsen's finances for once took a turn for the better. As the war came to an end, Norway's shipping industry, in which he had managed to invest the last of his personal funds, boomed, such that he was once again in the black. He used these funds to build a new, more advanced polar explorer he called the Maud, after Norway's English-born queen. The Maud would fulfill his promise and drift with the ice pack for 7 whole years, though it too, like Nansen's attempt so long ago, would not end up drifting across the North Pole. At this time, Amundsen also became obsessed with the latest technology of the day, airplanes, even earning his pilot's license, mortgaging the last of his assets into an aircraft he hoped would be the first to fly across the Arctic. In 1923, With Maud's cruise coming to an end, Amundsen, having honoured his promises, escorted the ship for repairs and left the completion of the expedition to subordinates, while he returned to Norway to face fresh financial demands of new creditors who had backed his aircraft research. He had planned to fly his plane over the Arctic Circle in yet another first, but the plane crashed during trials and he was now back to square one. The public were not impressed. The Norwegian newspapers even accused him of a publicity stunt, and then he started to view him as a has-been who didn't know when to quit. Got nervous and bailed out of their sponsorship. Norwegians are a tough lot. They expect a lot from their hero. His private life was also in chaos. He had never married and had only maintained peripheral relationships that always seemed to come to nothing. He nevertheless adopted two Eskimo children, perhaps out of a long-standing emotional debt to the people who had taught him so much. But when the creditors finally forced him into bankruptcy, he had no choice but to give up the children as well. Completely dejected, he had lost everything. He was one of those individuals for whom money, for its own sake, was of no importance. The only thing that mattered was his obsessive pursuit of excellence. And once again, as if by miracle, at this lowest ebb of poverty and despair, a wealthy American businessman finally came to the rescue. Lincoln Ellsworth was the son of a multi-millionaire who worshipped the ground Amundsen walked on. He had long dreamed of undertaking his own Arctic expedition and now approached Amundsen prepared to fund the project in its entirety, as long as he could be a part of it. Amundsen agreed, and in 1925 they flew two Dornier seaplanes to almost 88 degrees north, the furthest any plane had yet travelled by far, when one of them suddenly malfunctioned and was forced to land in the desolate polar wilderness. The other plane landed safely some distance away, and when it was discovered that the fault was unrepairable, the entire crew worked for almost an entire month on severely restricted rations to clear 600 tons of ice for a makeshift airfield. Packing into the remaining aircraft, they managed to skim their way back to civilization by the seat of their pants, reappearing in spectacular fashion when everyone had long given them up for dead. Amundsen was back, and now at the age of 53, he had an even bigger plan. Ellsworth had agreed to fund the construction of an airship, which they planned to take over from the pole. The Norwegian had proven that an aircraft could do it, and while they were busy putting the finer touches on their airship in their Italian workshop, Commander Richard E. Byrd, who would go on to become a celebrated American admiral, himself flew over the pole. Amundsen felt vindicated and in some sense relieved that he hadn't usurped yet another pole from an empire that demanded its share of glory. He had himself championed the skier bobsled expedition, and now he had ushered in a completely new era of polar aircraft expeditions. In May 1926, Amundsen and his Italian aircrew eventually flew their own Zeppelin over the pole, he being the first man in history to have reached both the North and South Poles. The people back in Norway went berserk, if you'll excuse the phrase. He was now an unassailable national hero, greater than he ever was before. Clearly, it was time to go out on ice. So he announced his retirement from exploration and settled into the boredom of travelling lectures, speeches and dinners, and writing his memoirs, all of which he completely disliked. Debts began to mount again, and his health began to slowly fail. He aged rapidly as the world now passed him by. Never the warmest or gentlest of souls, he had few remaining friends and struggled to reconcile himself with the life of the mundane. Indeed, the British had by now completely sidelined his achievements, and even their school textbooks were crediting Scott as the discoverer of the pole instead of him. Amundsen became increasingly bitter, and his latest book was dark, nasty, and basically a literary failure. His mentor Nansen, on the other hand, would go on to become the elder statesman of Norwegian society, a much-loved humanitarian and spokesman for international refugees following the horrors and displacement of World War. It's funny how two men of similar passions and personalities would diverge so much in the way they accepted their own mortality. For Amundsen, a couple of lonely years now went by. Then news reached him in 1928 that the Italian captain of the airship he had flown with had disappeared over the Arctic on another voyage north. Captain Nobile and he had fallen out badly during their own polar flight. You see, despite his love of technology, Amundsen, long used to being in charge, was no longer the obvious, undisputed mission leader and unquestionable technical master, and his Italian companion put him firmly and uncomfortably in his place. Despite his bitterness at their row, he immediately volunteered with the French rescue team that was just one of many scouring the Arctic for the crash site. From Tromsø, they finally received a radio message from the downed captain with their location marooned on an ice floe. So the rescue team leapt into action, flying low and fast to get there first, of course. As they flew out of sight of the base, suddenly the radio went dead. Amundsen and his crew had vanished.
A frantic search was now mounted for them too, but all that was ever recovered was one of the floats in the gas tank. Amundsen had gone the way of his Viking ancestors and back to the only home he ever knew. So, what can we say about Amundsen and his ongoing legacy? His remaining friends described him as honourable and straightforward. He had himself once joked that he was a hard man to like. Contemporaries described him as the Napoleon of the Arctic. So dominant was his impact on future polar exploration. He had a gift for making the difficult seem easy, in a world where the converse, making the easy things seem difficult, was the formula for becoming a hero. Yet, despite his relentless pursuit of excellence, he could never even balance his own checkbook. Amundsen's obsessive attention to detail and minute perfectionism were hard to romanticize. His books were never bestsellers. But where previous Arctic explorers had led their men to madness, starvation, and death, he brought his team home, alive, victorious, and fatter than they left. He showed that man could value both modern technology and ancient wisdom, that the hubris of civilization was to assume it could overcome the power of nature rather than have the humility to adapt and operate in harmony with it. He was a man straddling two epochs, but also a restless soul who was never truly at peace with himself. In the final analysis, perhaps his life and achievements can best be summed up in the old adage that fortune favours the prepared mind. Or, maybe even more relevant for us today, that nature always has the last word. Most everyone loves the Irish. Their sense of humour, legendary friendliness, and cheerful music is celebrated in Irish-themed pubs and St. Patrick's Day celebrations the world over. Shamrocks, leprechauns, and all things green have made their way into the hearts and cultures of many countries. And though the older among us remember the troubles that engulfed Northern Ireland for much of the 20th century, few people know about the broader history of Ireland and its long and tragic relationship with England. The uprisings and repression, the famines and exodus, or the political persecution that condemned activists to rot halfway around the world as convicts in the brutal penal colonies of Australia. In this video, we'll take a brief look at Irish history, its complex historical relationship with Britain, and as an interesting aside, a little known, though extraordinarily daring breakout of Fenian political prisoners from one of colonial Australia's toughest convict prisons. Join us as we dive into the history of the Irish problem, Fenian rebels, and the Catalpa rescue. Documentary channel, not just the who, While the history of Ireland can be said to go back thousands of years, beyond the Bronze Age and into the distant Paleolithic, our story begins in 4th century Hibernia, a mysterious land beyond the edge of Roman Britain. Like the Picts in what would become modern Scotland, the natives of Ireland were a mysterious and ancient race of warlike Celtic people who lived in tribal communities, organised into family clans and ruled by chieftains who, advised by their druid priests, vied for territory and power, much like everyone else at the time, alternately raiding and trading along the Roman-held coastline of Britain and beyond. By this time, Rome's power was beginning to contract, and this isolated backwater at the edge of the known world seemed not to be worth the trouble of invading. Despite this, Rome was nevertheless still exerting some cultural influence through its trade networks, and with it, an influx of adherents of the growing cult of Christianity. Some sources suggest that these earliest Christians may have come across to Ireland as slaves, carried off by Irish raiders who frequently attacked the vulnerable western fringes of the empire. By 432 AD, tradition has it that St. Patrick arrived to begin his preaching and missionary work there. Now, no story about the Irish would be complete without touching upon its greatest celebrity. So, if you're new to my channel, strap yourself in as we go down this first of my usual number of rabbit holes. The story goes that Patrick, the son of a Roman official in what is today Western England, was abducted by Irish pirates and spent 6 years as a slave, tending animals there. It appears that while in bondage, he was exposed to Christian teachings among the small group that was already established there, and in his own later writings, he tells us that at that time he began to receive visions of saints that guided his eventual escape back home. Shortly after, he had yet another vision in which his Irish captors were begging him to return as a holy man to walk among them. As he grew to maturity, having himself recently been ordained as a priest, this last vision played upon him repeatedly, such that he felt compelled to travel back again. But in his new mission, he faced the hostility of both local pagans and established Christians alike. He nevertheless persisted, enduring beatings, imprisonment, and even a trial by his fellow believers, who accused him of impropriety and being, shall we say, a ladies' man. But despite these setbacks, his fame as a teacher spread far and wide, with nobles converting to the faith and building churches and monasteries around the country under his guidance. One legend concerning St. Patrick is that he used the shamrock with its 3 leaves to teach about the nature of the Holy Trinity, which in time would forever cement the symbolic identity of the clover, church, and the green of Ireland under his name. Another legend, or set of legends, that only emerged centuries after his death, has the pious saint fasting and meditating on a mountain for 40 days, as you do, when he was set upon by venomous snakes in one version and black demon birds in another. In both versions, he chases them off into the sea, banishing them from Ireland forever. Unfortunately, it appears that the story was pilfered from the hagiography of another, later Irish saint, Columba, who actually preached the gospel in Scotland, and, incidentally, was the bloke responsible for banishing the Loch Ness Monster into the lake that is now its celebrated home and tourist attraction. Now, As if that wasn't bad enough, paleontologist party poopers have also burst the proverbial bubble by confirming that there have been no significant reptiles in the Irish fossil record since at least the last ice age, which means, of course, that either the church has been pulling the wool over our eyes, or otherwise St. Pat had the geological mojo to banish fossils as well as live snakes. Did I mention they make good whiskey in Ireland? Never mind. Apart from the purely miraculous, Patrick and possibly his predecessor Palladius were thought to be responsible for more mundane blessings, such as introducing the Roman alphabet and for codifying many of the laws that had hitherto been passed down only by oral tradition. Their work went a long way to establishing some of the earliest and most active monasteries in Western Europe, from which a range of artistic and literary masterpieces still survive, and from which, ironically, Christian missionaries now travelled the other way, back to the continent during the early Middle Ages, when Roman society had all but collapsed under the dominion of marauding nomadic invaders. When he died in 461 at the age of 76, he was bishop and primate of a substantial Christian community, and by the 7th century, his stature had grown to such an extent that he was venerated as the patron saint of all Ireland. And unlike most other saints, he was the patron of not much else, except maybe snake bites. As mentioned, he is often symbolically shown clutching a sprig of shamrock, and emblematically, often represented via a red saltire. An example being its integration into the Union Jack flag, following the Acts of Union in 1800. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. So Britain actually gave Ireland its greatest national hero, and Ireland, for its part, gave back a whole lot of missionaries in return, when Rome herself was overrun by barbarians. So far, so good. But with the instability of the post-Roman world, new power brokers entered the scene, and the isolated utopian island at the western edge of the known world faced a threat altogether greater than the Romans, the Vikings. By the late 8th century, Viking raiders from Norway plundered and pillaged their way around the Irish coastline, but despite the mayhem, they never managed to capture large portions of the country, being satisfied with establishing the small city-state of Dublin, which eventually became a major trading hub. Several generations of celebrated heroes within the various Irish kingdoms eventually expelled the invaders, and though these kings continued to vie for supremacy among themselves, the island nevertheless prospered with expanding trade and fresh political links to the European mainland. The petty squabbles and land grabs that characterized the nobility throughout feudal Europe eventually led to petitions by embattled warlords for aid from new trade partners and friends abroad. Marriage alliances were made, and when King Dermot MacMurrough, King of Leinster, regained his lost kingdom with the help of his Norman son-in-law, Richard Strongbow de Clare, he happily declared him his sole heir. Now, this made Norman English King Henry II, an empire builder extraordinaire, somewhat concerned that a minnow like Strongbow might have the audacity to declare himself a rival Norman king. So, he did the only reasonable thing one could do in those days: invade and take the whole place for yourself, neighbours included. Which he promptly did in 1171 with the blessing of the Pope, Adrian IV, an Englishman I might add, who wanted to bring the Irish Church under his complete control. Mind you, Henry was still carrying the stigma of bumping off Archbishop Thomas Becket, so if handing over the entire Church of Ireland was going to buy him some credit with the new pontiff, all the better. Thus, Henry became the first English king to set foot in Ireland, and with his own Norman troops, he now took much of the rest of the island while they were at it, the king subsequently naming his younger son John as Lord of Hibernia. Poor old Henry, unfortunately, ended up having what you might call some significant family problems. So, when John, the archetypal bad guy who gave Robin Hood so much grief, unexpectedly became King of England in 1199, the Lordship of Ireland now fell directly under the English crown. And that's where all the trouble began. And I don't mean just for Ireland. This bloke was such a rascal that his own barons eventually bailed him up at knife point to sign a document limiting the monarch's absolute powers. The precedent that this document, the Magna Carta, set would unleash a process of democratization that would change the face of Europe forever, though it would certainly have its fair share of selectivity, reversals, and interruptions along the way. But for the Irish at least, it was going to be a long, dark struggle back to the light of self-determination. Over the next couple of centuries, English kings tried to consolidate their grip on Ireland by alternating between bribing and battling the native Irish lords in the countryside. But they were also particularly keen to erode the influence of assimilated Norman lords, who, with their Celtic extended families, still posed a threat to the control of London. These integrated Normans were themselves drawn at times to assimilate with the Irish counties that were still independent, and at others to maintain their own distinct organisation, such that the country was engulfed for some time in continual strife and disorder. By the end of the 14th century, local Gaelic lords had nevertheless managed to become a significant threat to both these established Normans and their cousins from England, especially after the Black Death arrived in 1348. Most of the Anglo-Norman population at the time lived in densely populated urban centres and were quickly wiped out by the plague, while the Irish were more generally dispersed throughout the countryside and escaped the worst of it. By the end of the 15th century, with England completely distracted by the Wars of the Roses, Irish lords and their integrated Norman allies had regained the entire island, with the exception of the region around Dublin, known as the Pale, outside of which the English had basically lost all control, and from which the phrase "beyond the Pale" is derived. A century later, and the Tudor King of England, Henry VIII, concerned about a rebel Yorkist nest in his diminutive holdings at Dublin, coupled with the threat of growing power within the Irish Fitzgerald dynasty, decided to reassert English control, ostensibly to prevent a potential invasion from his rear. A series of brutal and bloody wars followed, and Irish fortunes waxed and waned, more or less ending with the 9 Years' War led by Red Hugh O'Donnell and his father-in-law, Hugh O'Neill, who managed to unite the Gaelic clans under an Irish confederation. They won a number of brilliant early victories, but they were eventually forced to change tactics to bail out their besieged Spanish allies, and were gradually worn down by the English strategy of scorched earth conquest and ethnic cleansing of the local Catholic population. Tactics that would be reinforced by colonising vacated regions with Protestant English and Scottish immigrants. This project cemented English control throughout the realm and asserted the English language, customs, and, significantly, the Protestant religion as the law of the land. The destruction of farmland in the total war doctrine of the English led to a widespread famine that killed upwards of 100,000 civilians, forcing the capitulation of their leaders and the annexation of Ireland in 1603. It should be said that even among the long-established English loyalists in and around the Pale, who historians have labelled the Old English, there was quite a lot of dissent, because they were themselves Catholics, just like the Irish, and were hopeful of maintaining both their shared religion as well as their privileged relationship to the crown. But in Protestant Tudor and later on Jacobean England, despite assurances, This was never going to fly, and the new English, that is to say Protestant settlers, now pouring into the devastated north, quickly gained privileges, status and power that completely supplanted their established allies around Dublin, pushing them into the bosom of their Gaelic neighbours. Despite still controlling the bulk of estates throughout Ireland, Catholic lords were now neutralised from participating in their own parliament by new laws that favoured Anglican immigrants, and they were additionally required to pay hefty penalties and taxes for not attending Anglican church services, all the while abiding the ongoing confiscation of their lands to make way for expanded settlements granted to foreign colonists. Eventually, this blatant discrimination blew up into a number of new rebellions, with retribution and atrocities perpetrated by Christians of all persuasions. But when England itself collapsed into civil war, a new confederation of Irish Catholics of all ethnic backgrounds, led by yet another couple of O'Neills, at one time even sided with the English King Charles I against his own parliamentarians, in return for guarantees of equality and religious liberty that Charles cautiously granted and then quickly rescinded a number of times, depending on his fluctuating circumstances. Things, as we know, eventually went poorly for Charles and his royalists, and the Irish Confederates too began to split into opposing factions that fatally weakened their position. By 1649, Charles had lost his head, and Oliver Cromwell decided to invade Ireland to mop up whatever royalist forces remained and to solve once and for all the Catholic problem. Now, if you think that the devastation wrought by the paranoid womanizing Henry, his tough-as-guts daughter Elizabeth, or the, believe it or not, free-spending Scotsman James I was bad enough, this was nothing compared to what the religious maniac Oliver Cromwell had in store for them. His new model army was cohesive and well-equipped, with the full backing of the English Parliament. In just 3 years, they had managed to pillage and murder their way across the entire country, burning everything in their wake, which provoked such a famine that by the end of the conflict, hundreds of thousands of people had perished of starvation and disease, a full third of the entire population of Ireland, most of whom were unarmed peasants and had barely recovered from the plague of preceding centuries. A wave of dispossession laws were now enacted in favour of fresh Anglican settlers, who were awarded estates and titles, while the now landless Catholics were reduced to marginal reservations or shipped out as indentured servants to far-flung American colonies, effectively to be used as slave labour. You see, by this time, there was a general tendency within England's ruling class not only to demonise Catholics in general, but to dehumanize the Irish in particular, portraying them as primitives and apes. It was yet another painfully familiar episode in Irish history that would go on to sting its collective memory. Their failure to liberate the homeland, once again the result of disunity and infighting, a pattern that would characterise the Irish story for centuries to come, in which generation after generation would rise up in rebellion, only to flounder through ineptitude, disunity, and now increasingly espionage and subterfuge by British agents. But all this disquietude was nevertheless exacting a toll on the British Treasury too. So when in 1691 yet another uprising occurred that supported the rebel Jacobite cause, Westminster finally offered the Irish official religious tolerance and a right to keep their property, because the English currently had bigger problems brewing in France and the Low Countries. The exhausted Catholics saw this as a real victory, but they were quickly shown to be suckers, because within the next couple of years, the Irish Parliament, comprised essentially of minority Anglican MPs doing the bidding of London, passed an astonishing series of laws that were even more draconian than any that had ever preceded them. According to Fitzsimons, Catholics were now prohibited from all professions except the medical, which doesn't say much about their faith in doctors. They were barred from public service or official positions. Children could only be educated by Protestant teachers, and moreover, this couldn't be circumvented by sending your children offshore, which was also illegal. Catholics were forbidden from participating in trade or commerce in any corporate town. They were disqualified from holding leases of land for longer than 31 years. To add insult to injury, they were forbidden to inherit land from Protestant relatives. Nor could they legally possess a horse with a value of over £5, and could literally be unseated by a Protestant and forced to accept £5 for a horse, even if it was worth 10 times more. Catholics who converted to the Protestant Church could legally sue their parents for ongoing maintenance and would instantly become the owners of their parents' property, reducing them to tenants for life under them. Catholic priests were now forbidden to celebrate Mass under severe risk of penalty, but if they recanted to become Protestant, they would be given a stipend for life. And to top it all off, Catholics were now officially banned from sitting in Parliament, which was basically just a mouthpiece for London anyway. Now, it wasn't just the Catholics that were under the hammer and feeling like outcasts in their own land. By now, hundreds of thousands of Scottish Presbyterians and other minority religious dissenters also came under censure by the Anglican establishment, despite their nominal Protestantism, because their Calvinist doctrine was out of step with the Orthodox one. Though they could still sit in Parliament and enjoyed some freedoms denied to Catholics, they were still subject to the onerous penalties and taxes levied on anyone not of the Anglican Church proper. Now, if there's one thing a Scotsman hates, it's being parted from his money. So this had the effect of not only driving many of them into closer relationships with their Catholic neighbours, but also prompted the emigration of approximately 200,000 of them to America by 1775. The pertinent domestic outcome for those left behind was that the delineation of national identity in Ireland began to shift significantly away from a purely religious one toward one of a broader Irish cultural commonality. Ironically, all the attempts at forced Anglicisation of the Irish appeared to be backfiring, as many new Protestant immigrants instead began themselves to adopt an Irish national consciousness, much as the Norman Old English settlers that preceded them had done in the Middle Ages. By 1776, the American War of Independence was in full swing, and young men all across Ireland were inspired by stories of liberty and resistance to tyranny filtering in from across the Atlantic. It was actually Presbyterian Scots-Irish Protestants, and even the occasional Anglican, such as revolutionary leader Wolfe Tone, who formed a new association in Belfast called the United Irishmen, whose platform was based on the American Republic that pushed for reforms on principles of civil, political, and religious liberty for all Irishmen. By 1789, not only had the United States been victorious in their War of Liberation, but revolution had also broken out in France. The mood of the United Irishmen now shifted from one of internal reform to outright Republican agitation. A number of parliamentarians in England had already voiced their support for social change, and a bill had even been passed in both the London and Dublin houses guaranteeing religious tolerance with some access to higher education. But these reforms were largely ignored by the ruling minority, and things were slow to change on the ground. In 1794, Tone, heavily influenced by Georges Danton, Thomas Paine, and others in the French Assembly, declared his goals: to subvert the tyranny of our execrable government, to break the connection with England, the never-failing source of our political evils, and to assert the independence of my country, to unite the whole people of Ireland, to abolish the memory of all past dissensions, and to substitute the common name of Irishman in place of the denomination of Protestant, Catholic, and Dissenter. It was a dream-like vision, with the whole world seemingly moving in the direction of liberty around them. But, yet again, dissension within the Irish community soon saw splinter groups of regional Catholics and Protestants undermining and openly working against each other. Of course, the British were not sleeping while this was going on, and though they were preoccupied with external events, they were active in helping the movement self-destruct through subterfuge. By 1795, ringleaders within the United Irishmen were being arrested and tried for treason, while others, including Tone, fled to the US or France, hoping for support to instigate a revolution. The French obliged in 1796 with 15,000 troops and plenty of weapons sent across by ship, but storms and rough seas made landing impossible, so the fleet returned to France and the Irish were once again on their own. To make matters worse, in 1798, Napoleon had just sacked Rome, and reports were filtering in of his humiliation of the Pope and the entire Church, which saw Catholic support for the United Irishmen dramatically wither, faced with the prospect of a godless French regime replacing the English, as though it could be any worse. The poor old Irish were going round in circles, and when the rebellion finally exploded, informants had ensured that the British were ready and waiting, arresting many of the organisers within days, such that the rebels were left significantly disorganised and lacking cohesive leadership. Insurrection nevertheless flared up all across the country, with peasants streaming to join the fray, armed only with pikes and farm tools. Guerrilla warfare was fought in towns and villages the length and breadth of Ireland. The revolution came to a head at the Battle of Vinegar Hill, and though the Irish farmers were soundly beaten by seasoned British artillery and line infantry, Lord Castlereagh, Chief Secretary of Ireland and an active combatant during the campaign, commented on the valour of his enemy, despite their being severely outgunned. I could never have believed that untrained peasants could have fought so well. The French eventually managed to land a few thousand men, but they lacked support and adequate reinforcement, so were eventually defeated, and the whole rebellion collapsed by the end of the year. Some English parliamentarians, meanwhile, frustrated by the ongoing turmoil in Ireland and a real concern about a potential French base so close to home, now pushed for an act of union that would place Irish affairs strictly under the control of London and bypass lawmakers in Dublin. It didn't take long, and in 1800, the Irish Parliament, basically run by a hardline Anglican oligarchy, abolished itself in the Acts of Union that formalised the creation of the United Kingdom. Part of the outcome of this union was that laws that affected Ireland were now made directly out of London, where they had limited MPs to represent them, and if you recall, these MPs were not exactly culturally representative of the majority of its constituent population. Fresh Anglo-centric laws now prohibited any trade competition from Ireland that would disadvantage English markets. Dispossessed Irish tenant farmers were forced to sell their produce at low fixed rates, so trade and profits basically flowed one way, and the farmers found themselves in perpetual debt, with many being violently evicted and left destitute. Ireland was soon reduced to the equivalent of a colonial resource, fit only for exploitation. Mass starvation, a recurring theme by now, followed soon after, while for those who survived by their wits, prison and transportation for life to far-flung penal colonies was implemented as a method of both eliminating the poor and harnessing a source of quasi-slave labour. Others felt they had no choice but to take the king's shilling and joined the British Army purely to escape poverty and persecution. They were soon shipped off to foreign lands to fight other oppressed people in battles of colonial expansion. Unsurprisingly, even in places as far away as Sydney, Irish convicts who were for all intents and purposes political prisoners condemned to a life in servitude would occasionally rise up in revolt, such as in the Battle of Castle Hill, while those serving in the army also periodically mutinied, sometimes en masse, as happened in Newfoundland in 1800, or even in the Royal Navy in 1797. By the 1840s, a succession of unusually severe rainy seasons saw the appearance of a fungal blight that caused the rotting of potato crops, the staple food of peasants, all over Ireland. Already living well beneath the poverty line, some estimates have suggested that over 1 million people perished in the resulting famine, causing another 2 million to emigrate to the United States, to Australia, or anywhere else they could escape to. Though the government strenuously denied it, eyewitness reports abounded of thousands of tons of crops being shipped to English markets every single day by opportunistic estate owners cashing in on a sudden trebling of prices while the population starved on the docks. Appeals and protests were quelled by troops, while influential English newspapers, fully aware of the scale of the disaster, passed off the famine in Ireland either as divine punishment for their own wickedness or otherwise as not our problem. The media typically portrayed the Irish as drunken, unruly and ape-like, in contrast to other Britons, whose noble duty it was to rule and civilise them. Charles Trevelyan, head of the UK Treasury and chief of official government relief operations, was reported to have said that the famine is simply a mechanism for reducing surplus population. His very public hatred of the Irish made him an astonishing choice to head Westminster's humanitarian program, which he stalled and delayed on a continuing basis. Even more incredible is that he received a knighthood for his trouble, but in Ireland today, he is viewed as a villain second only to Oliver Cromwell. While some debate still persists as to the extent of government and media culpability in the tragedy, most historians squarely view it as an intentionally genocidal British political agenda of ridding themselves of the Irish problem. All this at a time the British were priding themselves on their recent abolition of the Atlantic slave trade and their role as enlightened liberators of an evil Napoleonic Europe. One reason for this peculiar disparity is the suggestion by some historians that the ruling class in Britain at the time was heavily influenced by the writings of Thomas Malthus, a political economist and demographer. Malthus observed that as food production improved, the health and well-being of people also improved. However, he insisted that this well-being was only temporary because the resulting population boom would soon outstrip food production and lead to a famine, which would kill off the population back down to a manageable level. His theory rested on the notion that population growth is exponential, while food production is linear. So, as these lines diverged, the result would be inevitable instability, famine, and societal collapse. Something he viewed as entirely normal, natural, and even divinely ordained as appropriate punishment from God for man's wickedness and overconfidence. This theory led him to condemn any attempts at government intervention during food crises as being not only contrary to God's laws, but also an interference with the natural order of things. Trevelyan was an ardent student of Malthus, so his policy during the famine is therefore no surprise. Likewise, both Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace also studied his works extensively and were significantly influenced by them. Malthus wrote his seminal treatise in opposition to the growing positivity movements arising out of the French Enlightenment. All this nauseating continental optimism was offensive to him, and his essentially morbid treatise found wide support among the insular landed gentry, who increasingly applied the emerging doctrine of what would come to be known as survival of the fittest to their own estates and businesses. The fact that Malthus failed to predict the Industrial Revolution or factor in the multiplier effect of new technology on food production, as well as the reduced birth rate that accompanies urbanization, has eventually seen his theory become discredited, but its prejudicial application against the destitute and hungry caused much preventable suffering throughout the United Kingdom, not just Ireland. Unsurprisingly, the backlash wasn't long in coming, with the emergence of political activism among the poor in the form of trade unionism. Karl Marx was lapping up the discontent and, with his mate Engels, travelled around England liaising with Chartist protesters who were calling for major political reforms to benefit the working class. Much of his later socialist theories grew out of his experiences in London, where he took a stick to Malthus, blaming poverty not on overpopulation and limited resources, but instead on class injustice and exploitation. Socialism was born, and the English were now copping serious blowback as public opinion shifted sympathies significantly towards the Irish. To highlight the absurdity of the ruling elite's attitudes to the catastrophe unfolding in Ireland, one incident in particular stands out. The Ottoman Sultan, Abdul-Mejid I, a firmly pro-European progressive Muslim ally of Queen Victoria, was so moved by reports of the famine that he transferred £10,000 in cash as humanitarian aid. But British diplomats in Istanbul warned him that since Queen Victoria had herself only donated £2,000, it would be seen as a diplomatic insult. So they advised him to reduce his aid to only £1,000 in order to avoid a scandal. He nevertheless clandestinely sent several ships laden with food and supplies, which apparently had to run the gauntlet, passing major Irish ports to offload them in Drogheda, whose grateful citizens commemorate his act of charity to this very day, even twinning their football club and its colours to a Turkish one. Not surprisingly, those few emaciated Irish that were too weak or destitute to leave, and frustrated at yet a further reduction in Catholic voting rights despite their nominal emancipation, began to agitate for a repeal of the union with Britain altogether, and reignited the previous generation's dreams of home rule as an independent republic. New associations were formed throughout the country, such as the Young Ireland movement. Pamphlets were printed, and orators such as James Finton Lalor and James Stephens began calling for armed insurrection, at a time when the whole of Europe seemed to be exploding into open rebellion against autocratic rule. From Paris to Vienna, Copenhagen to Bucharest, from Budapest to Amsterdam, a springtime of nationalist revival, liberal ideas, and revolutionary demands for democratic reform was sweeping the continent and threatening to topple monarchies like nothing ever seen before. Irish nationalists joined the fray, but like much of the rest of Europe, their poorly coordinated and poorly led insurrection collapsed almost as soon as it began. Emaciated peasants being no match for professional soldiers, armed with artillery and state-of-the-art musketry. Britain quickly passed new sedition laws, banning freedom of speech and criticism of the government of any kind, whether in print or by mouth. Dissidents were rounded up and typically received a death sentence, or worse, the now familiar transportation for life to penal colonies where hard labour and a miserable death awaited them. Some agitators, such as William Smith O'Brien, nevertheless managed to escape their hellhole in Van Diemen's Land and legged it to Europe or America, where, along with enigmatic figures such as John O'Mahony and Michael Doheny, would go on to form Irish fraternal organisations, complete with newspapers, literature clubs and charities. The largest of these, notable for its openly militant agenda, was the Fenian Brotherhood in the United States, named after a mythical clan of poet warriors from ancient Irish history. Stevens, now a persona non grata, managed to abscond to Paris, where he was absorbed into French intellectual and literary circles, and exposed to egalitarian fraternal societies such as the Freemasons. Here he began to formulate the idea that if Ireland was ever to attain its freedom, its liberators needed to infiltrate the British system by emulating the structure and mystique of these secret societies, which had apparently played significant roles in the liberation of the United States, France, and practically most of Latin America from oppression. He quietly returned to Ireland 6 years later and travelled the countryside incognito, preaching to small groups of gathered patriots, eventually forming what came to be known as the Irish Republican Brotherhood, and setting up a system of independently operating circles, each with limited knowledge of their superior chain of command, in order to safeguard operational secrecy. By 1860, Dublin already had 16 circles of 820 men each, an underground newspaper with circulation in the thousands, and a solid relationship with the American Fenian Brotherhood, which made plans to ship arms, cash, and men back to the fatherland for the mother of all rebellions as soon as Stevens gave the word. But then the American Civil War broke out, and the Irish, loyal to their new home states, joined both the Union and Confederate armies in their tens of thousands. Typically, they formed Irish regiments on both sides that were, at times, pitted one against the other in horrific battles such as Fredericksburg, with some estimating casualties among Irish combatants to have been in the tens of thousands. The Irish also contributed no less than 18 generals to the leadership ranks of both armies. These refugees from British tyranny, barely settled in their new homeland, were now fighting, brother against brother in America, instead of liberating their homeland from the English. Stephen's dream of a general uprising would have to be shelved till the war was over. Meanwhile, the English were hardly sitting idly by, and their espionage network was soon aware of the Brotherhood, though not of the identity of its key leaders, nor the size of its actual membership. For now, the circles were holding. One of the key objectives of the Brotherhood was to recruit Irish soldiers currently serving in the British Army. You see, the British colonial expansion into India, Africa, and elsewhere necessitated a steady supply of fresh troops to continue the momentum. So the government relaxed the ban on Catholic enlistments, and many young Irishmen, who were otherwise starving or unemployed, joined out of sheer desperation. Stevens believed that if these men could be convinced of the righteousness of the Irish cause, they would defect at the appropriate moment, and he would not only have an instant army of veteran patriots, professionally trained courtesy of Her Majesty Queen Victoria, but the English themselves would lose a large chunk of their army in the field, causing panic and disorder. It was from these ranks that a number of significant leaders were recruited. For the purposes of our story, a couple of key players are worth bringing up for special mention. John Devoy, a schoolboy at the time of the Great Famine, He watched his older brother die an agonizing death of starvation, while he himself was physically abused by his Protestant schoolteacher. Vowing revenge, as soon as he was 18, he left Ireland to join the French Foreign Legion, hoping to learn the trade of soldiery from some of the toughest in the business, eventually returning to Ireland and becoming one of Stephen's key officers. There were also Dennis Duggan, John Flood, and Jeremiah O'Donovan Rosser, all of whom became key members of Stephen's inner circle. There were now thousands of soldiers throughout the empire who had taken a secret oath to join the Brotherhood. The more active recruiters among them in Dublin were John Boyle O'Reilly, a talented young journalist and writer who had joined the 10th Hussars in Dublin. His family had connections to a number of previous failed uprisings, and many of his classmates had died of starvation during the famine, so he was certainly highly motivated. Sergeant Thomas Darragh, a decorated veteran of campaigns in South Africa and the Chinese Opium Wars, and Michael Harrington, a decorated veteran of the 61st Regiment of Foot. From the same regiment, there was also Bob Cranston, while in the feared 5th Dragoon Guards, there was James Wilson, a decorated veteran from the Indian Mutiny. He was soon joined by his good mate, Hogan, also of the Dragoons. And finally there was Tom Hassett of the 24th Regiment of Foot, said to have personally recruited over 270 members of his own regiment to swear the oath of brotherhood. By 1865, the American Civil War had come to an end, and Stephens tentatively set later that year for what would become known as the Fenian Rising. But then, just as they were getting ready, a key piece of correspondence fell into the hands of the British Special Task Force that was set up to tackle the Brotherhood. And before the Rising could even get off the ground, informants sprung a trap that netted much of the Dublin leadership, including Stephens. Under 24-hour guard, he was nevertheless soon smuggled out of a Dublin prison in a slick and brazen rescue orchestrated by his Lieutenant Devoy, led by prison insider John Breslin. Remember that name because we'll get back to him later. Stephens' almost ghost-like escape and subsequent exile to France rallied his supporters, and plans were made for a fresh uprising the following year. But by now, the British intelligence machine was in full swing, and the entire army was subjected to a purge, with a series of courts-martial that flushed out the aforementioned soldiers, along with many thousands more. This time, Devoy and many of the remaining leadership were also rounded up, again betrayed by informants, so when the long-awaited rising finally took place in February of 1867, a combination of reduced leadership, foul weather, poor coordination, and failed objectives saw the rapid collapse of the greatly anticipated liberation. Shiploads of American war veterans, armed to the teeth and itching to join in, were quickly rounded up in Irish ports and either imprisoned or expelled to avoid a diplomatic incident. Thousands of civilians, embroiled in the fiasco, were also hastily sentenced to long years of penal servitude in Australia's colonies, while deserting soldiers were subjected to especially harsh judgment, typically a death sentence for treason. When executions began in earnest, the public outcry became so vocal that the British government feared an even bigger revolt, so most of the convicted soldiers had their sentences commuted to life in prison and were sent to the notoriously horrible jails in Van Diemen's Land, or the new Supermax prison recently built in Western Australia. The small colonial outpost of Fremantle on Australia's extreme west coast was one of Britain's most isolated settlements. The British had long established colonies along the east coast of Australia, or New Holland as it was once known, which were already reasonably well connected and had grown substantially thanks to a large convict labour force and a policy of land grants once they had served their sentences and been released. But the entire west coast of modern Australia was bereft of any kind of European presence, and London was concerned that the French, who had for some time been exploring the vicinity, might decide to plant their own flag and claim the entire west of the continent for themselves. Sacre bleu. So in 1829, the British hastily established Fremantle, ostensibly a military outpost at the mouth of the Swan River, with a shipload of settlers, who had been sold on the idea that they were coming to the promised land. What they found instead was a shallow sandy bay, pretty enough as these things go, but otherwise situated on a barren open plain with no shelter, poor soil, brackish water supply, few trees of any building value, and no pasture to speak of. To top it off, they were subjected, day in and day out, to a climate of relentless and oppressive heat, the sun beating down relentlessly, killing whatever meagre crops they planted. The only viable industry to spring up was whaling, but the lack of facilities saw the population nevertheless dwindle to dangerously critical levels over the next decade. Those few settlers who remained were nevertheless proud that they were pretty much the only colony in the empire that was free of convicts. But all the agitation going on in Ireland meant that the government soon decided the only way to stabilise the settlement and get rid of Irish undesirables at the same time was to dump them in Fremantle, where they could be used to build infrastructure such as roads, buildings and a harbour, and of course a proper prison to house themselves and the other degenerates in. By 1850, the first shipload of convicts arrived, to the great resentment and dismay of the residents. But they were soon put to work quarrying limestone and building themselves a prison that was situated at the top of a hill and overlooked the town like a foreboding monolith, and which would come to dominate the entire landscape for decades to come. It was to this infernal prison that 62 Fenian political prisoners were sent, including 16 soldiers, among whom were the 7 I mentioned earlier. Unlike those prisoners being transported for theft or other petty crimes, most of the Fenians were literate, with individuals like O'Reilly and Flood having significant backgrounds in publishing and even poetry and music. These two stood out in particular, and so impressed was the captain of the Hougoumont, the prison ship assigned to transport them, that he allowed them to publish a ship's newspaper, The Wild Goose, which contained satire, poetry, and entertainment enjoyed by both prisoners and crew alike. You see, by this time, the working class throughout Britain were beginning to seriously distrust the media facade, and despite the suppression of free speech, the tragic nature of the starvation in Ireland, coupled with the eagerness of the British gentry to imprison even their own people, began to cause an even greater shift in public opinion, not to mention sympathy for Fenian prisoners by the working poor all throughout Britain, who were themselves starting to feel the pinch of industrialisation that swelled its cities with increasing numbers of the homeless and destitute. When the ship finally arrived in January of 1868, after almost 3 months of a squalid, crowded voyage at sea, there were no illusions about how these rebels were to be treated. The Comptroller General saw to it that they were clapped in irons without delay, and they were to be worked to the bone on rations of only bread and tea, with little social interaction and a monotonous daily assignment of building roads in the searing heat and choking dust, which made many eventually go blind or mad. Escape was futile, they were told, because even if they were able to scale the walls and abscond, to one side lay hundreds of miles of blistering desert that would kill them within days, while on the other, impenetrable scrub with no end in sight. If they were lucky, they would die a swift death by heat stroke, or better still, venomous snakebite, of which, contrary to St. Patrick's Emerald Isle, there was no shortage here. In any case, the prison had employed skilled Aboriginal trackers who could find the proverbial needle in a haystack, and you would soon find yourself back in prison and strapped to the triangle to face that most horrible of punishments, a lashing by the cat of nine tails. Solitary confinement and restricted rations were considered a minor reprimand compared to what awaited you if you dared ever to make a run for it. To the west were thousands of miles of open ocean, with even the most insignificant visiting ship thoroughly searched by the water police, so there was literally nowhere to go and no one to help you. Second only to the nightmare that was Port Arthur in Van Diemen's Land, Fremantle was the devil's own backyard. Just when our prisoners thought things couldn't get any worse, literally 2 months after they arrived, on the 12th of March, one of the Brotherhood's cells operating in Sydney had planned an assassination attempt on the Duke of Edinburgh, Queen Victoria's son, Prince Alfred. A lone assailant nearly succeeded and shot him in the back, shouting, "God save Ireland!" The prince was quickly whisked away, and the assassin almost torn to shreds by the crowd. But the outcome, for a time, was that Irish settlers throughout the colonies came under severe scrutiny, and prison wardens everywhere sadistically took out their vengeance on Fenian convicts. A number of inmates had nevertheless tried to keep their spirits up through song or by reciting poetry, and O'Reilly even managed to obtain paper and ink from a visiting chaplain called Father Patrick McCabe, recording his despair and loneliness in poems that were smuggled out of prison and have been preserved as a precious record of penal incarceration for posterity. As they settled into their awful life of convict hardship, O'Reilly's literate qualities and bearing eventually endeared him to fellow prisoners and some wardens alike. It was common practice to farm out compliant inmates to assist settlers wherever necessary, and O'Reilly soon found himself off the tools, free of shackles, and performing administrative duties for local dignitaries, delivering messages, picking up supplies, doing accounts, and even supervising the work of other convicts. In the course of his travelling back and forth on the road, he regularly came across Aboriginals, who at first ran away into the bush, but eventually, as he became a familiar sight to them, must have sensed he was unlike the other white men, so several befriended him, even teaching him about where to find water and what native plants were good to eat. Interesting stuff. Might come in handy, he thought to himself. But his world suddenly came crashing down when he received a letter edged in black, the sure indicator of a death report. He opened it to read of the death of his mother an entire year ago. Wrought by grief and despair, he slashed his wrists and was only saved when a random settler stumbled across his unconscious body in a nick of time. As he lay in the infirmary, he swore an oath that he would either escape or die trying. Presently, he received a visit by the chaplain, one of the few who treated the convict with any decency and kindness. A roving preacher without a parish, Father McCabe was the only source of comfort for these condemned men, for whom hope was all but lost, and they were simply awaiting their time to die. O'Reilly confessed his resolution to escape, and the good father told him to calm down and leave the matter in his hands. Sure enough, early in 1869, with O'Reilly now recovered and back to his usual duties, the chaplain arranged for him to sneak off into the night and, with the help of a sympathetic settler, row out to a whaling ship that was paid to intercept them offshore. But when they rowed out to meet it, the captain reneged on their deal and sailed away. O'Reilly was now forced to survive in the bush for several weeks, thanks to the skills he had learned from his Aboriginal friends, who seemed to have spread the message among their own trackers to play it stupid. Eventually, a new whaling ship was engaged to rescue him, and the party, including another convict who had blackmailed the chaplain to take him along, rowed out to the American whaler Gazelle, and they sailed off into the sunset, free men at last. The prison was in uproar, and outposts throughout the empire were alerted to be on the lookout for the only ship that might have been responsible. After a couple of close calls and near disasters, the liberated poet was delivered to Philadelphia, where he became an instant celebrity in the emigre Irish community. Meanwhile, petitions all over Ireland, supported by a growing number of people throughout the rest of the UK, had called for leniency for political prisoners arrested during the uprising. So, on two separate occasions, one later that year and another in 1871, a widespread pardon was declared, with most civilian Fenians being given a ticket of leave, a form of parole that allowed them to leave prison, but only under strict conditions. Most of the Irish in Fremantle and elsewhere soon found themselves on the other side of the gate, but were exiled and unable to return home, so they stayed on as settlers wherever they found themselves. But for those Fenians who had been soldiers and had deserted in the cause of Ireland, no clemency would be shown to them. So the last of these Irish Fenians languished in jail among the thieves and murderers still doing time. The Fenians in America, disappointed in the failed uprising, were far from quitting, however, and with O'Reilly, their latest hero, having escaped the clutches of the enemy and now touring the country, lecturing on the evils of the British penal system, a renewed spirit of patriotic fervour began to brew in cities across the United States. But the Fenian Brotherhood had internal problems of its own, with a number of factions pulling in different directions. Some in the leadership came up with the wacky plan to create an army of Civil War veterans and march them into Canada. Their goal was to conquer it and then trade Canada in for a free Ireland. Seems fair. What could possibly go wrong? President Ulysses S. Grant, not unsympathetic to the Irish, given the complicit British support for the Confederates during their own Civil War, tried to play it down, and his government initially turned a blind eye. But when a motley crew of several thousand fully armed militiamen actually formed up in columns, wearing a variety of blue, grey, and even green uniforms, crossing what they mistakenly thought was the Canadian border in hostile array, Grant sent his own officers to arrest their commanders and disband their expeditionary force before they caused the US a diplomatic nightmare. In a number of previous skirmishes, the British put up quite a vigorous resistance anyway, and the plucky Irishmen, having so recently been forced to shed each other's blood, but now marching shoulder to shoulder, Confederate and Union veterans together as one, were just inches away from the glorious battle they were so desperately craving. Unfortunately for Ireland, they were soon dragged off and dispersed by regular American troops who found the whole episode more than just a little amusing. President Grant gave a sigh of relief, and the US government tried to pretend nothing had ever happened. The Canadians, however, thought otherwise, and these incursions served to hasten the federation of their provinces into a new nation of their own. Meanwhile, there were now just 8 military Fenians left in Fremantle, several having died and another couple having been released into the community due to terminal illness. As the years dragged on, it appeared to the remaining ones that they had been forgotten. One of them, Wilson, begged the chaplain to smuggle a letter out for him which was addressed to John Devoy, recently himself released and exiled to America, now a prominent newspaper owner in Boston. Devoy had also employed their ex-inmate O'Reilly as an editor and columnist. The two read Wilson's despairing letter, which begged for them to petition on their behalf, in desperate tones that implied that although they were reconciled to give their lives for Ireland, they felt they could not endure their incarceration much longer in what he described as a living tomb. The Fenian Brotherhood, still subject to an internal schism and significant scrutiny after its Canadian debacle, was gradually overshadowed by a new revolutionary organisation, the Clan na Gael, which enjoyed broad support from factions back in Ireland as well as from abroad. At a general meeting, Devoy read aloud Wilson's despairing letter, and appalled members resolved to take action to free their condemned countrymen. Now, I say countrymen, despite these American Irish having fought and risked their lives in the recent Civil War, with a dedication one might not expect from a purely temporary resident. Indeed, there was a wide perception throughout much of the United States at the time that the Irish were not permanent settlers, given their ferocious Gaelic patriotism, and that as soon as Ireland was free of British rule, they would return en masse to their ancestral homeland. But as happens to so many refugees the world over, dreams of returning home in triumph were mostly just that, dreams. Anyway, a concerted effort was now made across the country to raise funds for a rescue operation, as the contents of Wilson's and later other smuggled letters were used to drum up support. Much debate was had as how it could be done, and they eventually concluded that O'Reilly's escape proved to be the most attractive model, assuming they could break out all the remaining men at the same time. Nothing less would be acceptable. It was also clear that they needed to be in charge of their own ship, rather than risk bribing a random captain. So while the fundraising effort was going on from city to city, Devoy and several of the leaders made their way down to New Bedford at the advice of O'Reilly, who directed them to meet up with one of the officers of the ship that had rescued him, and who was now captain of the night police in the bustling American whaling hub. Delighted to help, he suggested the most experienced and suitable man for the job would be George S. Anthony. Anthony, a seasoned and well-respected whaler, had recently married and started a family, giving up the dangerous though lucrative career at the request of his young wife. He was now employed at a local workshop and was clearly miserable. The police captain suggested they first speak to his father-in-law, a good friend and local whaling agent by the name of Richardson, who might also be able to help them purchase a ship. It turns out that both Anthony and his father-in-law were Quakers, deeply religious and highly principled egalitarian pacifists. I know, these guys keep coming up in my videos for some reason. I promise it's not an agenda. When Devoy related to them the story of the Fenians' struggle for freedom, their incarceration and brutality at the hands of the British, the two men, despite not having a drop of Irish or Catholic blood in them, agreed to help. A patriotic Irish businessman now put up his own house as collateral, and they managed to raise enough cash to purchase a 3-masted bar called the Catalpa, which they registered as a whaling ship under Richardson's agency. To avoid suspicion, Captain Anthony was to conduct a legitimate whaling operation and then make his way to Fremantle at the appointed time. Meanwhile, on shore, there would be a second team working to infiltrate the prison and arrange for an escape, avoiding bloodshed if at all possible. The escapees would then rendezvous with the Catalpa and make their escape. Preparations began in earnest, and money poured in from around the United States as Irishmen galvanized their resolve to pull off the daring rescue. Devoy now had to assemble his breakout team, but who would be the best man for the job? To him, the answer was obvious. The same man who, in a cool and efficient manner, had orchestrated the daring rescue of Stevens from the high-security jail in Dublin in 1865. The unassuming Breslin, living a quiet, modest life in an apartment in New York, had avoided the limelight since escaping from England after the failed uprising. Devoy approached him to lead the mission, and despite being on the British Most Wanted list, Breslin agreed to travel undercover and attempt to take the entire Fremantle establishment, waltzing Matilda. Assuming the alias James Collins, and with suitable letters of introduction by sympathetic businessmen in the States, he was to play the role of a nouveau riche American businessman, sniffing around Western Australia for good investment opportunities, such as the wool trade, gold mining, or burgeoning timber industries that were taking off in the colony at the time. Another agent was assigned to assist him, but he would go to Perth working as a tradesman and attempt to mobilise support among the significant Irish community that was now present there. In April of 1875, the Catalpa shoved off. Captain Anthony had kept his plans secret from the crew, but eventually he confided in his first mate, Samuel Smith, on whose loyalty he would have to rely heavily to pull off the rescue. Smith gave his word, and the ship plied its way through the Atlantic, hunting whales and docking to resupply in the Azores. But the haul was modest, and most of the crew, disappointed, deserted the ship, necessitating the hiring of new, untested crew members in the port. Nervous at this unexpected desertion, the captain now headed for Tenerife, but discovered some of his navigation equipment was faulty, and he was forced to navigate old school by the stars just to get there. Nevertheless, by February, they had rounded the Cape of Africa, endured violent storms, hunted for whales along the way, and steadily sailed east, taking advantage of the roaring 40s. Meanwhile, Mr. Collins and his companion had steamed into Sydney, where they quickly got into contact with local members of the Brotherhood, who, it turns out, were planning a rescue mission of their own, had raised funds, and even inserted an agent of their own into Fremantle. But they were happy to now join forces with the Americans, and gave them whatever cash they had. Collins and co. continued on to Fremantle, where he rented a suite in the fanciest hotel in town, and subtly let it be known that he was here to do business. This quickly flushed out all of the local dignitaries, eager for foreign investment, and they were soon schmoozing him at soirees, such that he found himself wined and dined even at the governor's mansion, the police chief's headquarters, and even got a full, in-depth private tour of the prison by none other than the commandant himself. Fremantle high society was falling over itself to win him over, never suspecting that the rich American was actually here to facilitate a prison breakout. Unfortunately, Father McCabe's cover was blown once the letters he had smuggled out to America had become widely known. So he had to be extricated by the local bishop, who quietly smuggled him out to the US, where he finally got his own little parish in Minnesota, living an unassuming life among Irish settlers. Collins nevertheless managed to smuggle a note into the Fenians with the help of a maid at the hotel he was staying in, with whom he had, shall we say, become intimately acquainted. Finally, it was on. The men could hardly contain themselves. After nigh on a decade, they were finally getting busted out of this hellhole. But their instructions, for now, were to sit tight and play cool, so as not to arouse suspicion or alert the other prisoners who might grass on them. Now, if we've learned anything about the British so far in this story, it's that their espionage system was second to none. Obviously, with all the saber-rattling going on amongst the Americans, it wasn't long before London became aware of a breakout in the making. So telegrams were sent to the Governor of Western Australia, who duly passed on the warning to the prison chief and to the water police. Ever since O'Reilly's escape, security had been ramped up considerably. The water police had extra funding and even a patrol boat, so they didn't believe there was any credible threat they couldn't handle, and were lulled into a false sense of security. When Captain Anthony finally anchored off Bunbury Harbour in March of 1876, locals were still talking about O'Reilly's escape over 6 years ago, and how they thought any further attempts were now impossible. The intrepid captain, gathering whatever intelligence he could through casual conversation, in later years would remark that it was going to be hard work to crawl into the lion's mouth and turn around and crawl back out again without exciting the suspicion of the lion. Meanwhile, Collins, still living the high life in Fremantle, was busy behind the scenes organising the horses, carriages and diversions that would need to go off like clockwork for the operation to succeed. The lads in jail, typically well behaved and viewed by their wardens after a decade of incarceration as completely broken and compliant, had meanwhile managed to get themselves onto lightly supervised work details that placed them into convenient escape routes. 2 of them painting the governor's house, 2 offloading by the docks, and another 2 digging up the warden's vegetable patch behind the prison. They even managed to smuggle some keys and forge a work release letter that would be used to reassign the 2 on the docks to assist the painters. Everything was set. Anthony and Collins had by now managed to even meet up on a deserted beach, which was chosen as their rendezvous, and regularly telegrammed each other without arousing anyone's suspicion. And then a British warship pulled into Fremantle Harbour. Damn! There was no way the Catalpa could outrun her before being blasted out of the ocean. They would have to delay the jailbreak till after she departed. To top it off, Collins now also got wind of a couple of suspicious characters asking unusual questions about the Fenian prisoners. But after monitoring them carefully and then confronting them, it turned out they were also agents from the Brotherhood, sent out completely separately from Dublin on their own mission to bust them out. They, like the Australians, also threw in their lot with Collins and got busy organising safe houses and studying the telegraph network, which was to be severed during the escape. Easter Sunday, 1876, and the HMS Conflict finally pulled out of Fremantle to make its way south to Adelaide. Collins and Anthony scrambled to message one another, setting the breakout for tomorrow, Easter Monday, a public holiday. As the luck of the Irish finally kicked in, the entire town would be away for much of the celebrated annual sailing regatta of Perth versus Fremantle, leaving few people about and even fewer police to get in their way. Captain Anthony decided to row to the beach during the night with a couple of men, none of whom yet knew what was going on, and leaving First Mate Smith in charge of the Catalpa. Collins gave the word. Telegraph wires were cut, and the convicts melted away from their work details, with few eyes available to question their movements. Horse-drawn traps picked them up. Muskets and pistols were distributed to the patriots, and they were soon away, riding at full speed south to the beach rendezvous. By the time anyone noticed the men were missing, they were already close to their objective. Nevertheless, as the alarm went up, pandemonium reigned at the carnival, and every officer scrambled into action, but reached the beach just out of range, though not out of earshot, so a boisterous exchange of insults ensued, the jubilant fugitives mocking their hapless pursuers in ways only Irishmen can, while Captain Anthony's men rode madly through the surf toward the Catalpa, still confused at what had just happened. The water police too swung into action and requisitioned a local transport ferry to intercept them. A smaller police patrol boat also set off to assist, but they were much slower. The ferry soon located the Catalpa offshore, and as they approached, they asked Smith where his captain was and whether they'd seen any fugitives. Clearly grinning, the first mate reported that the captain had gone into town to repair an anchor, and no, they hadn't seen any fugitives. True enough for now. The Catalpa was situated in international waters, 15 miles offshore, so when the police asked to board the vessel to see for themselves, they were politely refused. Low on coal and with no other recourse, the ferry had no choice but to return to Fremantle to refuel and arm itself with troops and a cannon. The insolent Yankee whaler would yet submit or pay dearly. Captain Anthony's men had to row all night long through reefs and violent surf, but by the morning they could clearly see the Catalpa in the distance. Exhausted, they kept rowing desperately, and Smith in turn eventually spotted them. But there was little the Catalpa could do without entering British waters and putting themselves at risk of seizure. By mid-morning, the ferry was on its way again, with the police boat also closing in. Rowing furiously, the exhausted crew finally came alongside and were pulled aboard just as the police boat came by. The ferry too closed in on them once more, and this time they weren't taking no for an answer. Demanding to board the vessel and for the captain to surrender the fugitives, they even fired a shot across the bow with their 12-pounder. Soldiers lined up on deck ready to fire upon him. Unperturbed, Captain Anthony hoisted the stars and stripes, warning that if they dared to board or shoot upon his vessel, it would constitute a declaration of war upon that flag. The Irishmen, though emaciated and exhausted, clenched their muskets and readied to fight to the death rather than surrender. But the captain held his nerve, and though the ferry tried to shepherd them into British waters, he outmaneuvered them, and soon they were away, free at last on the high seas. When she pulled into New York Harbor in August of 1876, the Fenians were met by tens of thousands of cheering people who came out to greet them and the heroic captain who had rescued them. Celebrations, speeches, and tours around the country continued for months after, as Irishmen celebrated this minor but significant moral victory over the British. When the dust eventually settled, Captain Anthony went home to his little family and would live out the rest of his life in New Bedford, quietly as a respected member of his community. Collins, or should we say Breslin, also not one to seek the limelight, worked for Devoy at his newspaper and went on to help design the first attack submarine, hoping the model could be used someday by his own countrymen to sink British warships. The 6 Fenian escapees also eventually went on to live quiet lives in their new country of refuge, being helped along by the support of their welcoming brethren, while the rest of the undercover rescue team in Fremantle melted away without incident, as Fremantle itself descended into a frenzy of inquiries and recriminations. The jail itself would continue to house hardened criminals well into the next century, maintaining its reputation for brutality and being the last prison in Australia to administer executions till the practice ended in 1984. The prison was eventually decommissioned, and today it operates as a tourist attraction and haunting reminder of Australia's brutal convict heritage. Several other incredible and daring escapes also occurred in the prison some years later, but that's a story for another time. Back home in Ireland, meanwhile, there was still no liberty, and for all the jubilation at the rescue, the revolutionary organizations that sponsored it continued in their frustration at not making any real progress. So, O'Donovan Rossa in the US began to promote a terrorist campaign to bring the war to England by bombing British infrastructure, police and military targets throughout London, which went on throughout the 1880s. This only had the effect of eroding the support of ordinary Britons, who were, at the time, probably more sympathetic than they had ever been on the question of the Irish. It also drove many Protestants, who had historically been at the centre of much of their previous revolutionary activity, away from the cause for independence, which once again began to polarise the conflict into a sectarian rather than national one. As a new century dawned and the spectre of World War I descended upon Europe, several Irish organisations, including a women's brigade, came together to take advantage of British preoccupation on the continent to instigate the Easter Uprising of 1916, led by schoolteacher Patrick Pearse. It was a risky move and threatened to continue undermining an already fragile public opinion throughout the UK. But when the British sent in thousands of troops to crush the rebellion, word soon got out of their indiscriminate shelling and massacre of civilians, who, for the most part, were completely surprised by the uprising and, ironically, quite hostile to their own rebels. But the flurry of executions that followed, coupled with the imposition of martial law, brought home to many just how vulnerable they were to decisions made in London. So there was a very public backlash against the government in the rebels' favour. By 1917, a new Republican political organisation entered the scene, Sinn Féin, which opposed moves in London for conscription to the war in Europe. Based on this broader platform, which had strong support from voters, its candidates in the 1918 election won by a landslide, including traditionally Protestant seats in the north, and by 1919, the party had formed a breakaway government proclaiming an independent Irish Republic. They quickly formed the backbone of an Irish Republican Army, or IRA, which proceeded to attack British outposts and personnel throughout Ireland. The British were themselves vulnerable after the exertions of World War I, so they recruited irregular volunteers and imported paramilitaries that operated with little oversight or restraint, and for whose indiscriminate terror campaign even the king was aghast, eventually insisting on their withdrawal. By 1920, the pro-Republican Party had won most of the island's county elections, and British political authority in Ireland all but collapsed as the conflict spilled over into civilian reprisals and general chaos. By 1921, it was clear to the British that they would have to concede some kind of Irish autonomy. So, under a general truce, it was first partitioned into southern and northern sectors to be transitioned as free states within the British Commonwealth, each state having the right to opt out and rejoin at any time, which the North, now largely Protestant and firmly politically loyal to the British mainland, promptly did. In the South, disagreement over the nature of the proposed Anglo-Irish Treaty, negotiated by leaders such as Michael Collins, continued to stall. The devil, as usual, is always in the details, with then president of the secessionist government, Eamon de Valera, being torn between the two factions, eventually siding with the IRA. The resulting civil war in 1923 saw a victory for the pro-treaty faction, who benefited from the support of the British government, as Irishmen now once again fought Irishmen in street-to-street fighting. When the carnage finally came to an end, new parties were formed from the splintering of old ones, but by 1932, successive elected governments nevertheless managed to alter or pretty much dismantle objectionable aspects of the treaty that were such a huge part of the Civil War to begin with. Within just 5 years, a new constitution was passed and a president formally installed, with Britain finally coming to terms with the millennium-long aspirations of their neighbours. The new nation, exhausted by conflict, exercised its neutrality during World War II, and by 1948, as the British government began to oversee the greatest decolonisation process in history, Ireland formally left the Commonwealth and adopted a republican system of government. The dream had finally been realised, but at the cost of generations of countless dead and traumatised people, with deep cultural scars and ongoing issues, especially in the north, where violence between Protestant and Catholic militia groups would continue to deteriorate well into the late 20th century, especially in Belfast. The British government has at least gone some way to recognising the sins of the past when UK Prime Minister Tony Blair issued what amounted to more or less a formal apology during commemorations of the famine in 1997. So what can we say about the legacy of the relentless Irish pursuit of liberty and the sacrifices they made in obtaining it? The heartbreaking tragedy lived by the Irish people gives us pause to reflect on the nature of liberty and that most profound human instinct to cherish it above almost any other principle. At a time when much of the world is consumed by debates on free speech, freedom of choice, government overreach and cliched slogans for and against compliance of various kinds, studying the history of Ireland can be an inspiring insight into the strength of the human spirit and the tenacity to keep our dreams alive, but also a depressing reminder of man's capacity for inhumanity to his fellows, and just how vulnerable we all really are. The complexities of national identity, competing values, personal faith, and even just the right to survive and live in peace has led to countless variations on the Irish problem in so many other cultures throughout the world, indeed throughout history. Are we doomed to keep playing out the same folly forever? So long as there are tyrants, it's clear there will be patriots who rise to face them, and grieving mothers, in turn, to mourn them. In the words of Australia's own most famous and infamous Irishman Ned Kelly, such is life. If you enjoy this content, please take a moment to support my work by making a small donation through the links on the podcast website, or better still, by signing up as a Patreon supporter, where you can communicate with me directly, engage with the Heroes and Legends community, and get better insights and even involvement in my work and future videos. A video montage of this podcast also appears on our YouTube Heroes and Legends documentary channel. Please feel free to visit, like and share, and as always, thanks for listening. When people are asked about what it takes to be a hero, their responses usually include phrases such as making a personal sacrifice, triumph over adversity, or some other extraordinary contribution to society or mankind. Occasionally, in that light, we may also view some animals as heroes, typically large domesticated mammals such as horses, who have endured both the burden of yoke and saddle in man's urge to dominate the landscape. Or how about dogs, man's best friend, whose steadfast loyalty has protected homes, saved many a life, and provided comfort in dark times? Few would argue against calling such furry companions heroes. But the hero I'm going to propose to you today may surprise you. What would you say if I told you that one of the great heroes of Western history was a fish? More specifically, the cod, Now, before you switch off, just hear me out. Fair enough, few of us would consider a stupid, cold-blooded fish to be anything even close to worthy of such a mantle. But what if I told you that this fish made the discovery of America possible, fed countless millions of starving Europeans during the famines of the Middle Ages, and even motivated modern technological advancements we take for granted, such as refrigeration? Relentless fishing for cod has financed economic booms, political revolutions, and social change on both sides of the Atlantic, and has itself been the subject of numerous wars well into the 20th century, almost fracturing the European Union and forcing a redrawing of national borders in ways no other animal has. None of our four-legged friends even come close to the significance of the Atlantic cod in shaping the politics of the modern world as we know it. The irony is that, for all its significance, man's limitless greed has today brought the humble Atlantic cod, consistently believed to be an inexhaustible resource, to the very brink of extinction. If you're even just a little bit curious as to how a fish could possibly have played such an important part in our history, then join us as we dive into the murky depths of the history of the cod, the piscatorial hero of Western civilization.
Heroes and Legends documentary channel. Not just the who, the what, and the where, but also the why.
Our story begins in the dim past of ancient Europe. In Euskal Herria, the ancient territory of the Basque people, that is nestled in the border region of modern France and Spain, from the western Pyrenees Mountains down to the Bay of Biscay. The Euskaldunak, as they call themselves, are an ancient race of people that some have suggested were actually descended from the Paleolithic Cro-Magnon ancestors who migrated into southwestern Europe 50,000 years ago, maintaining a distinct local presence despite the waves of migration that followed in later millennia. The reason for this Cro-Magnon origin theory is the significant distinctive genetic markers and peculiar blood type characteristics found among Basque people. They have the highest type O proportion of any human population, as well as the highest rhesus negative factor of any racial group, shared to a lesser degree with the Berbers of the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, people of the Canary Islands, as well as the Celtic domains of the British Isles, places that are known from the archaeological record to have been sites occupied by Cro-Magnon man for long periods. There are other theories about the origins of these peculiar blood type characteristics, but I'm not going to go there, sorry. Whether through ancient origins or just sheer isolation, these genetic anomalies are accompanied by an equally peculiar language, Euskadi, that predates the arrival of the Indo-European family of languages with a complex grammar and syntax that is unique among world languages and one of the few surviving ancient tongues of Europe. So this group of people lived continuously for many thousands of years, distinct from, though in regular contact with, the other significant cultures that came and went, both in the Celtic north and the Iberian south, no doubt developing a solid river and oceanic trade network. There was consistent habitation in mountain strongholds and cave systems, as well as along the Ebro River Valley, in which we see evidence of a sophisticated artistic industry. Along the coast, we also find significant archaeological evidence of a prosperous fishing industry throughout the Bay of Biscay, and the Basques were also among the most enthusiastic of the megalithic building cultures. Later, they also developed a copper industry and a transit hub that served as a halfway point between the Portuguese Iberian cultures of the south and the Celtic lands of the Languedoc. With the collapse of the Bronze Age around 700 BC and the subsequent emergence of the Iron Age, the Basques became more heavily influenced by their Iberian and Celtic neighbours, who, along with the Romans in the 2nd century BC, attempted repeatedly to conquer them. This resulted in a retreat into fortified mountain settlements that managed to avoid both being conquered or assimilated. Nevertheless, Roman development of coastal towns in the region they called Vasconia saw an expanse of the fishing industry, complete with processing factories, called caetariae, that serviced the needs of the broader empire, obsessed as they were with the umami fish sauce they called garum. In the post-Roman period, the region regained its independence and put up an ongoing resistance to the Visigoths, Moors and other marauders, till they were eventually compelled by Charlemagne's Franks to develop their own feudal kingdoms, similar in structure to neighbouring ones, including Pamplona and later on Navarre. The long history of Basque Atlantic fishing has a written record extending way back to at least the 7th century, where an abbey received a bill for 40 barrels of whale oil from the Basque city of Bayonne. It seems that by this time, the Basques were already famous seamen and whalers, selling oil for lighting all over Europe and establishing factories in towns along the entire Biscay coast. Venturing deep into the Atlantic and to the far northern Arctic regions, following shoals of fish and migrating whales, much evidence points to their pioneering shipbuilding industry that took them far from the safety of the Iberian continental shelf. Now, by the 9th century, Viking marauders had plundered their way up and down the western edge of Europe and managed to conquer strategic fortified cities in the Basque region, such as Lapurdum or modern Bayonne. When the Basques managed to expel them a century later, they had nevertheless benefited from their naval expertise and knowledge of Arctic navigation that their Norse conquerors had disseminated over the course of several generations. They even redesigned their own whaleboats along Viking lines, which they called a chalpa, the design of which became the template for whaling dories right into the 19th century. They were also introduced to the gastronomic delights of their peculiar Viking dried stockfish called skrei, a migrating fish known to us today as Atlantic cod, which would spawn off the northern coast of Norway before returning to colder waters of the Barents Sea. For thousands of years, the Norsemen would fish for these plentiful beauties and dry them in the cold Arctic air till they were as stiff as a plank and could be eaten like jerky, or rehydrated in any number of stews and dishes that wasted very little. Tongues, eyeballs, livers, roe, and even skins, swim bladders and intestines being considered delicacies in Viking society. While herring was a regularly available source of staple food, Viking fishermen increasingly began to favour the cod and travelled long distances following its migratory patterns. You see, shoals of herring were all very well, but were incredibly labour-intensive, and their oily meat was hard to dry out for long voyages. A single cod, on the other hand, could grow to over 6 feet tall. They were easy to catch and dried readily into lightweight cargo, providing a massive return on investment. So they followed them, all the way to America. The story goes that legendary Viking adventurer Erik Thorvaldsson, known as Erik the Red, grew up in Iceland because his dad, Thorvald, having murdered a neighbour during a dispute, was banished there as punishment. It seems that Erik was a chip off the old block, because when he was himself later involved in a similar dispute with neighbours, he dispatched them with the usual Viking aplomb, and took out their kinsmen for good measure too. Banished from sunny Iceland for the heavy sentence of 3 years, he and his merry men set out to investigate for themselves a new land that apparently lay to the west, which had been reported by a fisherman who'd been blown off course by a storm in 876 AD. Sure enough, they soon ran into a desolate, glacier and iceberg-strewn rocky landscape. But there were plenty of seals and whales around, and the cod seemed to be just as plentiful as they were back home. Eric the murderer suddenly had an epiphany and promptly restyled himself Eric the property developer. Using his time in exile to scope out its potential, when he finally returned to Iceland, he spruiked this incredibly rich and promising new land of milk and honey to potential settlers who were having a hard time surviving a recent famine in Iceland. According to Eric, they should just drop everything and follow him over to this new, insanely fertile country he simply named Greenland, despite the fact that there was not a blade of grass to be seen anywhere. He must have been quite the hustler, because by the time they got there, half of the 25 colonist ships that accompanied him had been sunk in treacherous Atlantic storms, and the remainder, too traumatized to make the return voyage, set out exploiting the marine life, which at least meant they wouldn't go hungry. In fact, with the plentiful food supply, they managed to establish permanent settlements, and Eric became quite the tycoon, as the thriving settlements lived off the cod and processed whale, walrus tusk ivory, and seal skins for the burgeoning European market. It wasn't long before other wind-blown fishermen reported land even further to the west on which they saw trees for the first time. So Eric's son Leif, keen to expand the family business into the lumber industry, set out on his own expedition, and within a couple of days made landfall in what is today Baffin Island in Canada. He reported enormous flat rocks near the shoreline, but no arable soil whatsoever, naming the area Helluland, from the Norse word for flat rock. Archaeologists have reported that a long-standing Viking base was soon established on the spot, complete with huts and workshops. Though fishing was plentiful, there was no woodland to exploit, so Leif headed further south, eventually coming to a forested area he named Markland, from the Norse word for woodland, today near Cape Porcupine on the Labrador coast. Here they harvested some timber and headed yet further south, coming ashore at a mild and temperate location with plentiful wild grapes, earning it the elegant name of Vinland, today presumed to be on the northern tip of Newfoundland. Leif returned to Greenland, laden with lumber, fish, and grapes, and lays claim to being the first European to set foot in America. His compatriots would go on to send another 5 colonial expeditions to set up villages and exploit its natural resources, over 500 years before Columbus. Don't worry, I'll get to him in a minute. Anyway, by the 1050s, stories were filtering into Europe via Danish sources of a mysterious new land in the west, rich in timber, as well as animal resources in which the Vikings had made settlements. It's pertinent to note that none of this westward Viking expansion would have been possible without the dried cod stocks the Vikings carried aboard their open-decked longboats. Light, easy to stow, slow to spoil, and highly nutritious, it made long sea voyages in open boats possible, and could be processed much more easily than whale or seal meat, which required not only space, but wood for smoking to preserve the flesh. Unfortunately for our poor, peace-loving Viking settlers, they soon got a serious dose of karma when local indigenous Beothuk tribes took a liking to their metal tools, domesticated animals, and Scandinavian wives, and out-Vikinged the Vikings, pillaging their settlements, causing the complete collapse of their colonial project and a hasty withdrawal back to Greenland. Rack one up for the Indians. The Atlantic cod, Catus morua, is a very unusual fish. It has some of the lowest fat and highest protein ratios of any fish, making it easy to dehydrate and dense in nutritional value, which also helps prevent spoiling and makes it a perfect candidate for jerky. In nature, it is incredibly long-lived, over 30 years, and breeds prolifically. A mature female over 15 years old will release over 9 million eggs in a spawn, and furthermore, the species is very hardy and resistant to disease. As an omnivore, the cod is highly voracious and will eat virtually anything it can hoover up as it swims lazily near the sea floor with its huge mouth agape. Fully grown adults in the cold waters of the Arctic Ocean have few natural predators until they come in close to shore. Cod has the whitest and flakiest flesh of any fish. Its muscular system is comprised mostly of fast twitch muscles that are capable of explosive speed but poor stamina. This makes cod a lazy swimmer, meandering gently through the seabed currents, only making sudden moves when gobbling up prey. This muscular characteristic also makes them easy to reel up once caught, as they offer no resistance whatsoever. Atlantic cod are a complete disappointment for sport fishermen, who enjoy a proper battle on the end of their lines, which they only get from oily bluefish that dwell in the middle or the surface waters, such as marlin or tuna. When spawning, cod come in very close to shore, but usually they frequent the familiar deep-sea banks, where currents bring potential food up from deeper waters. So once you know where they are found, it's easy money to fish for them. Early reports from this area of North America claim that cod were so plentiful you could walk across their backs from a ship to the shore. Indeed, it's been reported that you could barely row a boat through the massive bodies at spawning time. American cod fisheries were a gold mine, just waiting to be exploited. The Viking foray into America marked the high watermark of their civilization. As they withdrew, their influence elsewhere also began to contract. Their leadership fragmented, Europe's defenses improved, and the Vikings themselves began to assimilate into the cultures they conquered, most notably through their widespread adoption of Christianity in the early 11th century. Instead of raiding and selling slaves on the open market, they now sold cod. By this time, the wily Basques were fishing and whaling all the way up past Ireland, and it wasn't long before they too began selling cod in their home ports, as well as through English markets such as Bristol. The thing was that nobody in Iceland, the main clearing hub of cod at the time, had either sold them fish or even seen them in the vicinity. Moreover, their dried cod was not the same as Viking dried cod. Where on earth were they getting their fish from? The main difference between Basque and Norse food processing was that they used salt to preserve the whale meat they were catching. Salt, a common commodity in the Mediterranean owing to its hot climate, numerous shallow basins as well as mines, was the favoured method of preserving food compared to Scandinavian countries whose cold weather and jagged coastline made salt production untenable at scale. The best they could do was expose it to the Arctic winds, pickle it in brine, or smoke it. What the Basques soon discovered was that by salting cod, like they did whale meat, and then drying it in the sun, it would dehydrate to an astonishing 20% of its fresh weight, much more than could be achieved just by air drying alone. And in this state, it lasted significantly longer than whale, herring, or indeed just plain air-dried cod, making it a lucrative, easy-to-transport product with a very long shelf life of years rather than months. To top it off, when rehydrated, the salted cod, called bacalhau by the Iberians and morue by the French, tasted much better and flaked more impressively than the fresh fish did once it was rehydrated and cooked. Iberians and the French, who have a thing for smelly food, went crazy for it, and in Scandinavia too, it soon supplanted herring as the favoured dish of the masses. For poor people all across Europe who could not afford fresh fish, cod bacalhau was cheap, high-quality nutrition. Basque impresarios were making a mozza. If you think they were onto a good thing, the Catholic Church now compounded their good fortune by instigating a program of fasting and abstinence, which primarily involved no sexy time or the eating of meat. Talk about smashing toxic masculinity. Animals that dwelt in the water, including fowl and, believe it or not, whale, were considered cold in biblical terms, while terrestrial animals were considered hot and subject to lean day fasting. Because Jesus was crucified on a Friday, abstention on that day was considered a suitable religious sacrifice, as were the 40 days of Lent and a whole raft of other holy days. Kurlansky notes that Christians were now forbidden from eating meat for almost half the days of the year. So those lean days very quickly became cheap salt cod days. It's no exaggeration to suggest that salt cod became quite an integral food for millions of poor people all over Europe, not only on feast days, but also quite generally, as it was so cheap that even chicken and pork couldn't compete for value. Dineros were raining from heaven into the coffers of Basque cod merchants every single Friday, and still nobody knew where the hell they were getting their endless tons of fish from. Like any good fisherman, they were jealously guarding their favourite fishing spot and weren't going to share it for love or money. By the 15th century, it was getting harder to keep a lid on it. Cod was now big business, and everyone wanted a piece of the action. Fishermen had worked the offshore waters of Britain since Roman times, but the English had never reported seeing a single Basque vessel, even as they themselves began encroaching upon Iceland's own fishing grounds. A new player was now emerging on the international trade scene, the Hanseatic League. It was formed by German merchants in the 13th century to lobby for corporate interests in their dealings with monarchies all across the north of Europe. They petitioned for trade concessions and tax breaks, and in return opened up a lively and vigorous network of trade, built lighthouses, dredged rivers, and suppressed piracy from the Baltic Seas and deep into Europe. They had chapters in all the major European cities and were famous for their reliable payment and quality control of goods. In London markets, they were referred to as Easterlings, as they hailed from the Baltic, or Ostsee, from which is derived the currency of Britain, the pound sterling, because the money of the Easterlings, unlike that of the English, didn't get continually devalued. Increasingly, English merchants demanded payment in the pounds of the Easterlings. Eventually, the name contracted to just sterlings. Anyway, the Hanseatic League was soon becoming quite the corporate superpower of its day, controlling entire supply chains and eventually monopolizing the entire Baltic herring market. So now they decided to make a hostile takeover of the cod market as well. By now, the port city of Bristol in England had become a major clearing hub for Icelandic cod, owing to its position between Iceland and the rest of Europe. And when in 1475 the League imposed an embargo on the export of fish to the English, riots broke out and Germans were murdered in the streets of cities all across England. The situation for Bristol merchants now became dire when a customs official by the name of Thomas Croft and a local merchant, John Jay, began to consider taking seriously a belief long held by local sailors of a mysterious land in the Western Ocean called High Brazil. Whether it was the remnant memory of ancient Viking sagas or the drunken ravings of Basque sailors in a Bristol pub, we don't know. But the two now decided to raise some capital and fitted out several ships to go and investigate. Upon their return in 1482, they reported no land as having been sighted, But the ships, peculiarly, were laden with salted cod. The cod kept coming, and when in 1490 the Hanseatic League offered to renegotiate a reopening of the Icelandic cod trade, Bristol merchants told them to shove it. But here's the thing. Cod couldn't be salted and dried on deck. There was just not enough space. It had to be done on shore, out in the open, on flat, rocky ground, where sand and grit and spray wouldn't contaminate the catch. In other words, they must have either processed the fish themselves somewhere on shore or bought it from someone who did. There was no land beyond Ireland that could have served that purpose, and since our two entrepreneurs were being tight-lipped about whether or not they found High Brazil, the other local merchants were getting salty, if you excuse the pun. So they reported them to the local magistrate for allegedly buying fish from the Icelanders on the black market. Now, it was considered a conflict of interest, and hence illegal, for a customs official to personally engage in trade, so Croft quickly found himself in hot water. Local rivals were soon gathering for a lynching, but then a peculiar thing happened. He confided to the magistrate that he had obtained the fish in the far western Atlantic. The case suddenly continued behind closed doors, and Croft was soon inexplicably acquitted on all charges. The bacalhau kept coming, and curiously, a couple of other Bristol merchants now also started venturing out into the deep Atlantic, not so much in search of mythical High Brazil, but rather the lucrative cod fisheries that Croft and Jay were so tight-lipped about. All of a sudden, King Henry VII shows up out of nowhere, and as news filters in of Columbus' discovery of America, there is a corresponding scramble to send more English ships over to the western Atlantic, for which the king commissioned an Italian, Giovanni Caboto, to lead. In 1497, in one of his letters, the king refers to this newly discovered land, which historians now believe was not a reference to Columbus's discovery. There is the suggestion that it was already a well-known secret that there was a land to the west and a huge cod fishery just offshore, probably the Grand Banks, which Cabot, or should I say Caboto, was instructed to formally claim for England. But why the foreigner and not one of their own Bristol seamen? John Cabot, or more properly Giovanni Caboto, was a Genoese Italian, born almost the same time as Christopher Columbus, and almost certainly in the same city. They probably knew each other from a young age. They were both acquainted with Amerigo Vespucci, the Florentine adventurer and pop travel writer, who convinced Europe that the Americas were not in fact part of Asia, but a totally new continent. That is to say, what would turn out to be two new continents, which he termed the New World. All three men were students of Florentine sage Paolo dal Pozzo Toscanelli, the primary exponent of the westward expedition to India idea. Caboto and Columbus both ended up in the merchant business, and much of their dealings have parallels, with the duo ending up in Seville in the 1480s. There has been the suggestion that the Columbus brothers and Caboto were in cahoots, strapped for cash and looking for sponsors to achieve the same ends. Eventually, Caboto ended up in London, where he got the financial backing of powerful Italian bankers, while Columbus hustled the monarch of Spain, for a time even trying to sweet-talk the French and English monarchs too. We know that Columbus had himself been to Iceland in the 1470s, and given his obsession in a westward journey, it is quite certain that he heard tales of High Brazil, Viking sagas, and other stories of western lands, along with whispers of secret cod fisheries. For reasons I'll allude to in a minute, he ended up setting out from the Iberian coast, while Caboto set sail from Bristol. Numerous financial documents have subsequently been unearthed, referring to Caboto as the other Genoese, and the other Italian, and even the Venetian, his working citizenship. which means that some kind of professional relationship likely existed between the two. Archival Italian bankers' ledgers describe an investment paid to Caboto to locate the new land rather than a new land, which, given the rules of Italian grammar, implies that the bankers already knew it was there and were eager to participate in its exploitation. Caboto successfully reached the Newfoundland coast on his second expedition of 1497, but disappeared without a trace on his third voyage in 1498. We know he went ashore, which means that he would have actually set foot on American soil well before Columbus. This is because Columbus didn't arrive on the continental mainland until 1498, having only ever disembarked on the Caribbean islands of Santo Domingo, Cuba, and a couple of others until that time. A letter has also recently been discovered, written in 1497 by Bristol merchant John Day, and addressed to the Lord High Admiral Columbus himself, in which he discusses Cabot's recent trip to Newfoundland, referring in no uncertain terms to the fact that Bristol seamen, to use his phrase, found and discovered it in the past, with the rather impertinent addendum, as your lordship well knows. Why was the haughty Columbus corresponding with Bristol merchants? We know that he visited Bristol as well as Iceland for trade purposes in the 1470s, prior to going to Seville. Maybe he was just re-evaluating his long-held beliefs that the Caribbean was actually part of Cathay. Or maybe he was, if you excuse the pun, just fishing for more information on Cabot's recent voyage. But the way in which Mr. Day dropped the mic on him is rather suspicious of a whole lot of behind-the-scenes skullduggery that is yet to see the light of day. It's probably worth mentioning at this point that several other Portuguese navigators, most notably João Fernandes Lavrador, were also exploring Northern American waters in the early 1490s, and it's quite possible that they set foot on the mainland even before Caboto, and possibly even Columbus. We certainly know that Lavrador was subsequently employed by the English to advance their own claims, which implies a conflict of interest, as he originally worked under a charter of the Portuguese king. A number of subsequent maps indicate that the Labrador coast was named in his honour, and that appears to be the consensus among historians. It suggests that the Portuguese were sending expeditionary voyages out from the Azores much earlier than the Spanish would have liked to admit. I'm going to throw another spanner in the works here by noting that Labrador is also the derivation of the name of the ancient Basque city of Bayonne and the entire Gascoyne region of Lapoud, whose fishermen were already well established along that very coastline before any of the so-called explorers ventured out there to claim it for king and country. These fishermen, along with their Breton and Portuguese buddies, were trampling up and down the beaches, salting cod and boiling whale blubber, while Caboto, Lavrador, and others sailed blissfully by, pretending not to see them. Despite the suspicion of a cover-up, there are interesting contemporary Spanish records that still exist, but which few bother to take seriously. Take, for example, an anecdote written in 1526 by a Spanish colonist, soldier, and chronicler called Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés. He recorded a widely circulated story in which a Spanish merchant caravel, piloted by one Alonso Sanchez of Huelva, was blown off course during a routine supply trip from the Canary Islands. The damaged ship ended up being blown into the challenging currents of the mid-Atlantic that saw it drift aimlessly for another month, until it ran into, surprise, surprise, the island that would later come to be known as Hispaniola. The story goes that the crew were greeted by friendly naked inhabitants, who treated them generously, and after some time, having repaired their vessel, taken bearings and supplies, headed back home. But the trip took longer than their supplies held out, and when they finally made it to Madeira, only 5 of the crew were still alive. Barely. Guess who was living in Porto Santo, Madeira, in the early 1480s, at the very time the stricken ship finally limped home? Our old mate, Chris Columbus. Apparently, he very generously took the ailing sailors into his own home to help them convalesce, making careful and extensive notes of their entire story, poring over their maps, ship's log, and positional calculations, before the entire crew unfortunately expired from exhaustion and malnutrition. When Columbus began banging on about his own supposed discovery a decade or so later, Madeirans who knew the truth were not impressed. Myth or not, what's clear is that for years, Columbus scoured ports up and down the coast of Europe for any scraps of information that could help him get to a place he already knew existed, even if he was ultimately wrong about what that place actually was. Now, you may be wondering where our friends the Basques have disappeared to. Caboto made no mention of seeing them en route, but he had only skimmed the eastern edge of Newfoundland. He did report, though, that the waters in the vicinity were teeming with cod. Funny he should mention that, and not much else. 37 years later, Jacques Cartier, an experienced Breton corsair, sent by King Francis I to seek an alternative passage to Asia, and to secure lands in the north of the New World for France, sailed into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. His journal entries were rather mundane, noting the coastline, sailing conditions, and interaction with overly friendly locals. He returned to France without having found a passage through, but gloriously claiming the entire place for king and country. Vive le roi, and suck on that, English dogs. Cartier, growing up in the bustling Breton cod market of Saint-Malo, and reportedly himself having fished the Grand Banks off Newfoundland as a lad, is now credited with the distinction of naming Canada. At the time, he had not mentioned so much as having seen a floating beret in his ship's official journal, yet in subsequent letters to the Crown, he almost nonchalantly noted, "In those remote waters, I found 1,000 Basques fishing for cod." He also noted in a later voyage having stumbled upon almost a dozen Breton, Norman, English, and Portuguese fishing ships as he was making his way out of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Why he originally neglected to mention the flotilla of fishing vessels, and instead went on to describe exotic Native American tribes, intrepid adventures up the St. Lawrence River, and a whole lot of other supposed discoveries, certainly should raise eyebrows, but most historians seem not to be the least bit curious about the omission, or why the Mi'kmaq indigenous people he met on the foreshore were so enthusiastically keen to approach and trade, compared to the other natives further downstream, who the French found highly suspect and hostile. It was as if they had long been in the habit of doing so. Some historians even note a distinct Basque dialect in some of the native languages and place names of the region, something they believe was the result of a pidgin language that developed between fishermen and locals who offered their labour in seaside processing in return for metal tools, bread and cider. Indeed, recent archaeological discoveries point to middens and settlements that were shared by Basque and indigenous families living within the same compound. The Basques, already having cornered the cod trade, would soon go on to dominate the entire whaling industry also, with oil factories eventually established all along the icy Newfoundland coastline. It seems that despite Cartier's journal, Breton, Basque, Norman, English, and Portuguese fishermen were quietly cashing in on the cod bonanza, pulling in monsters all day long and high-fiving one another, while their kings and politicians back home were waging war, making treaties, breaking treaties and making war all over again. Like true fishermen, they minded their own business, kept their mouths shut and their eyes on their fishing lines, while vainglorious show ponies like Columbus, Caboto and Vespucci were banging on about their bogus discoveries that were, in all likelihood, already a well-known secret in every fishing port from Tromsø to Huelva. Explorers you've probably never even heard of, like Portuguese João Vasco da Real, Polish captain Ivan Skolna, Hanseatic privateers Dietrich Pinning and Hans Potthorst, are all recorded to have reached Newfoundland shores decades before Columbus made his highly publicized land grab in 1492. In case you think it's not fair to compare Arctic American Atlantic crossings to wider mid-Atlantic ones, consider Jean Cousin, a Norman-French navigator who claimed to have stumbled upon Brazil near the mouth of the Amazon 4 years before Columbus's celebrated voyage and 12 years before the celebrated Portuguese navigator Pedro Álvares Cabral. Cabral made what can only be described as a highly suspicious beeline from Lisbon straight for the most eastward promontory on the supposedly unknown south in 1500. One of Cousin's captains, Spaniard Alonso Pinzon, having fallen out with him after their return to Dieppe in 1488, subsequently left for home, joined Columbus's crew for the astonishing promise of a 50-50 split of the profits, and, along with his two brothers, acted as chief advisor to Columbus and was appointed captain of the Pinta, guiding their journey westwards with an unsettling degree of confidence. It was the Pinta which first sighted land, surprise, surprise, and while Columbus's home trip saw his own ship blunder its way into unfriendly Portuguese Lisbon, Pinzon made it safely back to Spanish territory, sailors who clearly knew what they were doing. Columbus spat the dummy and publicly accused Pinzon of trying to steal both his glory and his treasure, so he threw a lot of shade at him and even barred his reception at the Spanish court, with Pinzon dying in relative obscurity soon after, probably of syphilis, one of the unintended gifts the Europeans brought back from booty time in the New World. The disease takes at least 3 to 5 years to show up in its terminal and disfiguring tertiary phase. If you do the numbers, the fatal symptoms that killed Pinzon would have been impossible as a result of that voyage, but entirely probable from an earlier one. Why Columbus would offer such an unheard-of split of the profits and significant command to a secondary captain who supposedly knew less than he did, and then make it his personal mission to discredit and humiliate him afterwards, can only make you wonder what the truth really was. As an aside, syphilis was originally called French disease because French troops appear to have been the vector of its early transmission throughout Europe in the 1490s. Funny that. Jean Cousin and his crew were almost all Frenchmen, operating out of Dieppe. Symptoms of the disease spread throughout Europe much earlier than can be explained by a 1493 arrival. Interestingly, just a couple of years after Columbus's voyage, another Frenchman, de Gonville, sailed from the Norman port of Honfleur and also claimed to have landed in Brazil, at that time still unknown, where he came across several Breton and Norman ships who had been trading with the natives for years. To this day, French history books credit their own boys, Cousin and Gonville, as being the true discoverers of the New World. Spain got the gold and the glory, while France got venereal disease. Quelle merde. In case you're still skeptical of the pre-Columbian Atlantic crossings, how about the story of the Venetian Zeno brothers, Niccolo and Antonio? in a very old story, considered by the usual historian establishment as being a hoax, yet was itself well known and even mentioned by Mr. Canada himself, Jacques Cartier. During the Crusades of the 14th century, the Zeno family operated an extensive cargo logistics business out of the Republic of Venice. They were wealthy shipping magnates that transported goods all the way from England to the Holy Land. Apparently, during one such routine voyage, a century before Columbus, the brothers made the acquaintance of the Earl of Orkney, Henry Sinclair, in Scotland. Lord Sinclair, referred to in historical documents as the Admiral of Scotland's naval forces during the 1390s, was keen to acquire certain Icelandic settlements, and we know he had a number of ongoing territorial disputes with the Norse kingdoms. Some additionally have claimed that the Scotsman, apparently a Knights Templar master and progenitor of the early Freemasons in Scotland, was among the last of his disbanded religious military order left in Europe. Legend has it that those Templars who hadn't been killed by the treachery of French King Philip IV had escaped from La Rochelle with their fleet, loaded with treasure, and sought refuge in Robert the Bruce's Scotland, helping him to kick English butt in the Battle of Bannockburn, before heading west to you-know-where. Anyway, the Zeno brothers apparently accompanied the Earl on his Atlantic raiding expeditions, and they successfully conquered not only a number of settlements in Iceland, but also the Faroe and Shetland Islands, before having a go at Greenland as well. It was during their sojourn there that they encountered a number of local fishermen, having recently returned in rags 25 years after having been blown off course, shipwrecked, and being held captive by a tribe of savage cannibals. Much has happened to other Viking fishermen all the way back to Leif Erikson's time. It's probably not unreasonable to assume that this kind of sailing misadventure was a regular occurrence in the treacherous waters of the North Atlantic. And it would be ludicrous to assume that Mr. Erikson and co. were the only generation ever to go back and forth. Intrigued, Sinclair determined to go see for himself, and the experienced Venetians were given command of his ships. Sure enough, they eventually came across desolate new lands in the west, replete with said hostile natives, who had managed to learn the language of the fishermen they hadn't yet eaten. But it was those very culinary proclivities that discouraged our crew from taking the risk of joining them for supper, so they pushed on further south, coastline, and encountering more favourable climes, and a region described by the brothers as being fertile and green, in which there was some discussion of setting up a settlement. The crew were by now getting mutinously anxious to return home, and the adventure was cut short, its details recorded in letters and maps that the Zeno family reproduced in later decades. Whether it was true, or just a later Venetian attempt at poo-pooing Genoese claims to the New World, is hard to say. But what it suggests, yet again, is that while aristocrats and chest beaters were busy puffing and preening, fishermen have always known a lot more than we give them credit for. That is to say, when they weren't exaggerating the size of their catch. One thing we know for sure is that Toscanelli, if you recall, who was the Florentine scholar that inspired Columbus, Caboto, and Vespucci with his insistence on a westward route to Asia, knew all about the Zeno voyage and may have even based his entire thesis on it. Certainly, there was no way that the Genoese were going to credit their rival Venetians for anything. Caboto, in particular, having taken on Venetian citizenship to get his own start in business, ended up going bankrupt and on the run from Venetian creditors. When he absconded to London, Florentine bankers eventually bailed him out and were confident enough of his proposals to finance the English expedition which he was appointed to lead, over and above the Bristol seamen we mentioned earlier. Anyone who's ever tried to get a business loan knows that bankers are not stupid, but publicly there was no way Caboto was going to give the Venetians so much as a passing mention, let alone credit for his ideas. These Italians were playing their cards very close to their chests. Perhaps the sole exception among them was Giovanni de Verrazzano, a Florentine, yes, another Italian, in the service of the King of France, who felt somewhat left out in the sudden scramble for the New World, despite what he felt was a rightful claim, at least to Brazil. But the Pope and his Iberian southern neighbors were refusing to acknowledge it. Verrazzano was tasked with sailing up the entire American coast from Florida to look for a way through to Asia, which he did, even naming the spot we know today as Cape Cod, all the while mentoring a young Jacques Cartier who sailed with him. Unlike Columbus and Caboto, Verrazzano recorded his indebtedness to the knowledge of preceding generations of Atlantic fishermen, so there can be no doubt that his protégé Cartier knew full well what he would find off the Grand Banks when he was to sail there on his own a decade later. It doesn't fit the narrative, I know, but it seems that pretty much everyone has at least some claim to being the true discoverer of America. And I'm not even going to mention the post-glacial Clovis people who arrived over the Bering Land Bridge on the other side. That's too much of a rabbit hole even for me. But wait, it gets better. When the Spaniards were marauding the Mexican and Carolina coast in the 1520s in search of slaves and plunder, they came across a substantial village in present-day Georgia called Duhare. That was markedly different to that of other Mesoamerican tribes. Several unrelated contemporary Spanish records reported that the locals were even taller than they were, had long red hair and European facial features, long, full beards, and some even had tattoos. They domesticated geese, chickens, and especially deer, from whose milk they made a type of cheese. Some reports also indicated that they had a number of horses, which was otherwise unheard of in the New World. A bizarre tale of an unusual indigenous tribe, until we consider that the ancient name for Ireland sounded very similar, as well as long-held traditional folk tales among some coastal Irish communities, that Viking raids in the distant past forced many of their villages, long having a peculiar tradition of deer cheese making, to flee out to sea, with legends of their having found a new homeland to the west, in which they eventually settled. I know, I'm pulling a long bow, but there it is. By the middle of the 16th century, the French had firmly entrenched themselves in Canada. The otherwise second-rate port of La Rochelle, lacking a river, nevertheless soon became the premier Newfoundland salted cod distribution hub in Europe, sending out 60% of all fleets to the area and providing a full 10% of all the fish sold in Europe. Eventually, this figure would rise to 60%. The English, despite their early awareness of the fishery, were still bringing in plenty of fish from Icelandic waters closer to home, and, uncharacteristically, were in no hurry to claw their way into Canada. Moreover, as Protestants, they were not subject to the rigorous fasting traditions of the Catholics, and were actually one of the lowest consumers of cod. So their interest at the time was more about export than supplying the domestic market. But as things hotted up in their trade war with the Hanseatic League, followed by the increased French naval presence in Newfoundland, they shifted focus and began muscling in on the fishing grounds of Canada, developing their own west-facing ports to handle the goods for distribution to Europe. Basque figures are often obscured in both Spanish and French statistics, but the port of Bilbao now became the chief European ironworks for the manufacture of anchors and metal fittings for the shipping industry. Some historians have suggested that the demand for replacement ships for those sunk in the scramble for Newfoundland cod between 1530 and 1600 was higher than at any time in history, even World War II. Their ambition was far outstripping their technology, for now. One problem the English faced in turning their attention to Newfoundland was their lack of a significant salt industry. Don't get me wrong, there was an ancient salt-making tradition there going back centuries. Indeed, all English place names that end in "wich" were at one time salt-producing towns, the suffix deriving from an old Anglo-Saxon term for salt. But, like the Scandinavians further north, there was no way they could supply their own demand for the booming cod fishing industry, and there was no way the French were going to come to the party. Not legally, anyway. Besides, the French were charging a huge salt tax that was onerous even for their own people. In fact, the French salt tax was one of the factors that eventually caused the French Revolution. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. One solution the English came up with was to flirt with the Portuguese, who supplied them with all the salt they needed, and in return, the British offered the Portuguese fishing fleet naval protection from the French, who were getting in the unneighbourly habit of confiscating their ships at every opportunity. The Anglo-Portuguese love affair lasted until 1581, when the Portuguese were absorbed into the Spanish Empire, ending up very poorly for them indeed, when the English Navy sunk the entire Spanish fishing fleet in 1585. And then, the Spanish Armada itself went down in flames soon after, in its failed invasion of England. The Portuguese never regained their former access to Newfoundland, though they retained some privileges to fish the Grand Banks till the mid-1980s. The Basques, now also largely incorporated into the Spanish Empire and expelled from English-Canadian waters, turned their attention further north and shifted their energy into whaling in the waters off Iceland. But the Scandinavians, suffering a succession of the harshest winters on record, didn't take kindly to foreigners encroaching on their turf and massacred scores of Basque whalers in a brutal attack in 1615. Laws were even enacted approving the murder of any Basque they could lay their hands on, a law which wasn't formally repealed until 400 years later. Once a Viking, always a Viking. Basques from the other side of the Pyrenees still kept a foothold in the French outposts, but increased hostility by the Inuit and regular pirate raids by Dutch and English privateers saw the trade dwindle substantially. The English, on the other hand, were slow to capitalize on their growing share of the cod fishery. Their recent conflict with the Iberian powers meant they would struggle to both acquire salt and sell their fish to a broader European market. So they stuck to low-salt drying methods that were not so popular with fussy continental consumers, but which nevertheless supplied the entire Royal Navy with nutritious rations in their ongoing wars with France. Just like the Vikings, the English now relied on dried cod to get their warriors from A to B, and as they exerted pressure on French fisheries, they strongly regulated its supply, which impacted the French economy and hence their military spending. Things were getting tough at home too, and plenty of religious dissenters decided to make a go of it over in the New World. Most everybody has heard of Captain John Smith, the swashbuckling Turk-killing adventurer, who was Pocahontas's lover boy, as well as one of the founders of the colony of Jamestown. But what most people don't know is that the tough living conditions of the settlement forced him to travel up the coast in search of both better land and hopefully goldfields. What he found instead was the New England coastline, teeming with cod, which he proceeded to catch and salt. Returning to England, with holds full of fish and selling the haul on the European market, which made him an absolute fortune. Smith's widely circulated account in 1616 of plentiful cod off the coast of Maine was incentive enough for the Pilgrims to make a go of it, and is the reason they chose Plymouth rather than the more southerly Jamestown as their landing site. But the Holy Rollers had little experience in either fishing or farming and almost starved to death until Native Americans came to their rescue. The irony was that at the very same time, dozens of English ships were some way offshore pulling in fish as big as men. Quick learners with a strong Protestant work ethic, they eventually got the hang of it, and within a couple of decades, the New England townships that sprang up in their wake were becoming prosperous cod fishing communities. Salem, a town now noted for its brutal witch trials, was at the time actually a lucrative cod fishing hub. In fact, by 1640, the Massachusetts Bay Colony was contributing 300,000 salted cod annually to the European market. The milder weather, ice-free harbours and the plentiful local arable land meant that New England developed an all-year-round fishing industry and a continuously inhabited local infrastructure, compared to the Canadian fishing grounds off Newfoundland, which were limited to seasonal fishing and hence a much slower pace of development. The English soon found themselves outcompeting their French neighbours to the north, who now found it expedient to sell their catch to the New Englanders rather than waste time processing it themselves in a climate where time and daylight was of the essence. In return, they bought farm tools, cattle and equipment, and the English-speaking cities that soon arose, such as Boston, boomed as a result. New Englanders developed an entrepreneurial business culture that spanned the entire length of the American coastline, living entirely independently of British oversight, and more importantly, meddling. Adam Smith, when writing his seminal treatise on economics, The Wealth of Nations, singled out New England as an example of the prosperity that could be achieved through unrestricted capitalism. By the mid-17th century, New England had become such a major player in the international cod trade that the fish was depicted in a myriad of official seals and documents, and generations of fishing families had established what's come to be known as the codfish aristocracy, with numerous mansions being decorated with stylized fish motifs. We know that there was even a gilded cod hanging from the ceiling of the Boston Town Hall, as well as other government assembly buildings. In the burgeoning coastal cities of North America, cash, as they say, was king, and cod was cash. By now, salted American cod accounted for an astonishing 60% of all the fish eaten in Europe. But it wasn't just poor Mediterranean housewives and fancy French chefs who were making the most of the influx of the cheap but delectable fish. Nor was cod, by any means, the only profitable industry to emerge throughout the New World. But cod played a significant role in their facilitation. You see, by the 1700s, the sugarcane industry was also big business, and the numerous Caribbean islands that produced it had developed their own molasses aristocracies, just like the cod snobs up north. Sugar production was a hugely labor-intensive process, and like the cotton and tobacco plantations, to keep costs low, it relied on the labor of hundreds of thousands of imported slaves, who worked sometimes 16 hours a day, in the searing heat, day in and day out, till they died. These people had to be fed, but the arable land required for food crops would have eaten into valuable sugarcane land. Initially, they were fed salted beef all the way from Britain, but when New England's salted cod market took off, cod barons quickly found a new market for the fish that was not quite up to export standard. super cheap second-rate bacalao was sold to plantation owners at a discount price. And indeed, some producers turned entirely to exporting low-salt, poor-quality fish entirely geared for the West Indies marketplace. When the French ceded Newfoundland to the English in the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, the industry accelerated with gusto. The cod cities of northeastern America were now trading cheap fish to English, French, and Dutch Caribbean sugar barons, from which they acquired salt, sugar, cotton, and tobacco. They were likewise trading their premium cod direct to the Europeans in return for wine, iron, coal, and fancy European status symbols like china, textiles, and fashion items. As Americans increasingly engaged in trade with the outside world, they came to resent any kind of interference in their commercial arrangements. The British back in the motherland knew there was trouble brewing, and when they eventually won the 7 Years' War with France, there was much discussion over what the spoils of war should be. Do they let the French keep Canada and their remaining cod fisheries, or do they take Guadeloupe, or one of the other lucrative French Caribbean sugar islands that made more money than all the British ones combined? In the end, the Brits were getting so nervous about losing their American colonies to mutiny that they opted to forego the sugar income and expand their holdings in the north of America instead. Kurlansky notes that in allowing the French to keep their slave islands but deny them their Canadian fisheries, they were actually accelerating the descent into war with their own 13 colonies. You see, one of the fundamental laws governing commerce within the British Empire were the so-called Acts of Trade and Navigation. Under this law, all colonial outposts were required to sell their export goods to England and also buy their imported goods from England. In other words, they were supposed to sell their cod to England and then buy their Caribbean sugar, salt, Spanish iron, coal, and French wine and textiles from Mother England and nowhere else. You can just imagine the customs and tax revenue this would provide for His Majesty's government without even lifting a finger. Not surprisingly, Americans took a dim view of this law and completely ignored it. Nobody likes a middleman, so they decided American cash was staying firmly in America, and the cod export revenues from their direct trade to international partners was being used to build factories that converted cheap imported Caribbean molasses into rum. Cod was fueling not only a boom in the slave market, but now also the booze industry. In West Africa, there were 3 ways you could purchase slaves: with cash, salted cod, or Boston rum. The French sugar plantations needed New England cod, and the Boston rum industry needed French molasses. After a century of unimpeded trade, the big boys in London finally decided it was time to rein in these insolent colonial rascals. So they imposed a molasses import duty, which was aimed at crippling both the production of rum and the export of cod. It did neither, and the burgeoning contraband trade in cod for molasses actually increased after the introduction of the Molasses Act of 1733. A few years later, they upped the ante and hiked the taxes even more, now also taxing the import of Madeira. The Americans retaliated by boycotting British goods altogether and smuggling both sugar and Madeira on the black market on an even greater scale. Once again, the British responded, this time with a new tactic, levying a direct tax on the population they called the Stamp Act, rather than trying to police the widely flaunted customs duty. Other general taxes soon followed. Things were getting grim, and nobody was backing down. Kurlansky writes that the revolution that followed was not a cultural one or a romantic social experiment, such as many that both preceded and followed the American War of Independence. It was instigated by middle-class Protestant entrepreneurs furious at outsiders meddling in their business. They weren't interested in rectifying class disputes, minority ethnic tensions, or social engineering. To them, it was just business, pure and simple. As the situation hotted up, the British first tried to starve out the colonists by blocking their harbours and controlling the fishing grounds. But this wasn't 1620. The colonists had by now plenty of food, plenty of booze, and a new homegrown style of ship called the schooner that could outrun pretty much any British warship. Even when fitted with dodgy cannons, American schooners were running rings around British patrol ships, with hundreds of them being captured and added to the fledgling American naval fleet. In the end, the British decided it just wasn't worth it. During the peace negotiations that followed, the British refused to recognise American claims to offshore fishing grounds in the Grand Banks, as well as other fisheries that were technically off the shore of British Canadian territories. The idea of territorial marine sovereignty in areas that were technically on the high seas was still in their infancy, and the aggressive negotiations by President John Adams in lobbying for the rights of New England fishermen was criticised by many Southern Americans as a vanity project and a pandering to codfish millionaires. But Adams pushed hard to retain their established rights on the Grand Banks, arguing that the New England cod fishing industry was an incubator of future Navy personnel, and that the fishermen themselves were the keepers of national security. The British eventually caved in, but this didn't extend to their right to trade cod to Caribbean colonies, and the British barred them from the market, which resulted in a severe decline in cod exports, and consequently a food shortage in the Caribbean that saw the deaths of tens of thousands of slaves from hunger, till the British managed to get their own Newfoundland fisheries sufficiently mobilised to stop the famine. The United States and United Kingdom went to war again in 1812, and the New England fishermen, sailing on new, even faster homegrown ships called clippers, once again proved their worth to the cause of liberty. But in the new round of peace negotiations, politicians from southern states, now in charge, left the question of fishing rights open for negotiation, which continued to strain US and Canadian relations for the next 200 years. When the British abolished slavery in the West Indies in 1839, followed by the French and Dutch in the Antilles a decade later, the lucrative Caribbean cod export market of New England markedly slowed. Fortunately for the Americans, domestic consumption began to grow, and as had been the case in the Royal Navy for centuries past, salted cod now became a staple of the US Army. So much so that Union bellies were always fuller than Confederate ones, and the Army's need for cheap food during the Civil War temporarily revived the fortunes of New England fishing communities. But the war also saw the rapid industrialization of the North, and the codfish aristocracy began shifting their investment capital into heavy industry rather than fishing or whaling. This inward focus and rapid expansion of industrial development of American natural resources saw a concurrent decrease in the import of foreign raw materials, such as coal and iron. So the shrinking cod exports went hand in hand with shrinking European imports. Like the US, Southern Europe was undergoing a population boom in the late 19th century, and the insatiable demand for more bacalhau by nations long enamored of the salty fish delight brought back into play suppliers that had long been sidelined by the North American fisheries. The Norwegians and Danes finally found a gap in the market, upped their salt game, and aggressively promoted their own North Atlantic cod industries, filling the rapacious appetite for stockfish in the Mediterranean, and they have remained the dominant players ever since. Now, so far, it might seem like I've been giving the impression that the fishermen who discovered the Americas and kept it secret for so long, like fishermen generally, were an insular group of specialist hunters who viewed themselves as some kind of transnational brotherhood, pursuing with sportsmanlike passion a livelihood that few outsiders understood, wanting nothing more than to be left alone. And in some respects, this is true. Even today, anglers the world over share a camaraderie and love of the chase that their wives struggle to understand. Going out in all weather, spending ridiculous amounts of money on tackle, boats, fuel and bait, only to bring home a couple of slimy, stinky critters that seem to be more trouble than they're worth, if they're lucky. But it would be unfair to dismiss their forebears as just a bunch of good-time Joes. The cod fishing industry in particular was one of the toughest, most dangerous and tragedy-prone occupations in the world. The North Atlantic is a freezing, treacherous and squall-prone region that even the most experienced mariner fears and respects. Few cod fishermen, even today, have all their fingers. The continuous, biting Arctic cold can freeze hands within half an hour, even with synthetic, modern, rubber-lined gloves. Frozen, slippery decks, swinging yard arms and freak waves can wipe a man out and even sink ships in a split second, and often did, particularly after days in rough seas where men worked round the clock and had little sleep. Off the Massachusetts coastal town of Gloucester in 1871, 20 schooners and 140 men were lost in rough seas. In 1873, 32 vessels and 174 men were lost. A single gale off the fishing banks in 1879 sunk 79 vessels with a loss of 249 souls, all from a town that had barely 15,000 inhabitants at the time. This was a typical statistic up and down the northeastern American coast, decade after decade. One can only imagine the casualty rates suffered by fishermen in centuries prior. The banks, where the fish are most plentiful, is a zone where cold and warm ocean currents meet, which results in frequent and impenetrable fog. Visibility and sound transmission is so poor that you often can't see more than a meter ahead. Countless stories abound of men lowered from the ship in small rowboats called dories to bait longlines and haul in fish that became lost in the fog and were unable to be found, left hopelessly adrift until they froze to death in the cold, drowned by freak waves, or died of thirst, never to be seen again. The casualty rate of North American fishermen remains the highest of any non-military profession. US statistics show that about 5 in every 100,000 workers die in workplace accidents. The rate among fishermen was 100 in 100,000. Canadian fishing casualties were double that. British studies have shown a death rate among fishermen to be 20 times higher than in manufacturing. Perhaps this grim reality lies at the heart of why the fishermen developed such strong bonds of mutual respect and viewed themselves as a unique transnational brotherhood. The art of fishing had changed little since the Middle Ages. Records of handline fishing go back to at least the 13th century, with iron hooks and lines made of nettle flax, pulped down and spun into a yarn that had better water resistance qualities than other materials available at the time. Handline fishing was quite labour intensive, high risk and low yield for men trying to make a living from it. Fishing communities throughout Europe and the Americas held religious ceremonies on the pier at the start of the fishing season to bless the departing vessels and commemorate their many lost comrades from previous voyages to the fishing grounds. Many, in particular those pursuing cod, were opposed to the use of nets, which they feared would interfere with the fishers' migration route and cause them to change their habits. Fishermen have always been a superstitious lot. The natural extension of handlining was the use of one long line attached to an anchored buoy at one end with a weighted line along which were set individual baited traces every metre or so and then released to drift. Fishermen would later be lowered from the mothership in a dory and row along the entire length, winding a section of it up on a spool, collect the caught fish, rebait the hooks, and release it again, moving steadily along the line, which could be kilometres long and have thousands of baited traces to manage. As the dory got fuller with fish, it became heavier and at greater risk of capsizing with every single fish taken on board. Longlining has quite a long history, but it was the post-revolutionary French looking to re-establish their devastated fishing fleets who began subsidizing their industry and encouraged the use of long lines, which, though dangerous, was far more productive. There was a lot of controversy over the practice, not because of modern notions of animal cruelty or concerns about overfishing. We'll get to that later. It was because it required tons of bait to set the hooks, and bait costs money. If there's one thing a fisherman hates, it's when the bloke next to him has an unfair advantage. For centuries, fishing was the domain of the little guy, working shoulder to shoulder with his mates and earning an honest living through the sweat of his own brow. No one could afford to bait kilometres of line with the tons of bait fish required to run it. But the French were now financing their own fishermen, and everyone else was getting shirty about it. Not only was it an expensive enterprise, but the last thing anyone wanted was hundreds of ships trawling thousands of kilometres of fishing line, crisscrossing the communal fishing grounds through impenetrable fog that would surely tangle and damage everyone else's lines. It was a recipe for chaos out on the banks. Some countries tinkered with it, but as mentioned, it was expensive to subsidy if it was to be competitive. So the Canadians adopted a technique long used on a smaller scale by the Norwegians. A type of net, but one that is reasonably narrow and unlikely to block the migration of an entire school, would be lowered just off the sea floor. Those cod that don't swim around or over swim into it, and as they struggle to get through the weave, are trapped by the gills, unable to wriggle out backwards. The technique, called gill netting, became very popular and increased yields significantly. Not one bait fish is required, and the hauling labour can be performed from the deck of a ship, much more safely. As the growing population of Europe increased its demand, gill netting was adopted more widely. Fish sizes began to decline, and you'd be forgiven for wondering whether the practice could be sustained. But the spirit of the age was one of an exuberant faith in the power of nature to sustain herself. Scientific advances, industrialization, and the ascendancy of Darwinian evolutionary theory fostered not only a positive view of man's future, but a confidence in the elegant ability of nature to adapt, correct, and restore herself in an infinite number of ways. Politicians exploited the idea that nature was an inexhaustible resource, and the way in which they used science to argue against any kind of regulation was breathtaking. During an international fisheries convention in 1883, Darwinian champion Thomas Henry Huxley delivered the keynote address, in which he dismissed growing concerns about overfishing as unscientific and erroneous. He reportedly said that Any tendency to overfishing will be checked by a gradual reduction of supply, long before anything even remotely resembling permanent exhaustion becomes obvious. Huxley's views influenced the international consensus for over a century. He was, of course, completely wrong. Not only was he ignorant about critical tolerance thresholds, breeding and maturity patterns, but his assertions that any reduction in commercial fish stocks would be gradual and manageable failed to account for the reality that the consistently stable high yields were the result not of adaptations in fish breeding, but of ever more sophisticated and efficient means of fishing, such as the introduction of the steam engine. You see, most trawlers, that is to say, fishing vessels that drag something behind them, were still under sail and too low-powered to drag anything heavier than a long line. But with the introduction of steam engines, they now had the thrust to drag huge nets across the bottom and scoop up everything in their path. By the 1890s, the British were already converting the fishing fleet to steam power, and by the 1920s, innovations in net designs meant that trawlers could now chase schools of fish over both flat and uneven bottoms, pursuing them all over the Atlantic. By the 1930s, the diesel engine made coal obsolete, and the extra space gained on board allowed room for processing the catch in what were, effectively, the first factory ships. As greater numbers of motorized trawlers crisscrossed the Atlantic, hoovering up everything in their path, there was a concurrent change in tastes among Americans and North Europeans. They seemed to increasingly favor fresh fish rather than salted, which was just as well, because salting and drying was a very labor-intensive process that could take months to dry in the open air for market. Necessity, as they say, is the mother of invention, and the growing demand for fresh fish in the domestic market found its solution in a man called Clarence Birdseye. Mr. Birdseye, a New Yorker, was fascinated with animals of all kinds, alive and dead, having even taught himself the art of taxidermy while still a schoolboy. He ended up working as a scientist for several government agencies and eventually found himself in Labrador, Newfoundland, where he discovered that fish he caught by line froze almost instantly as he landed them in the freezing Canadian winters. When eaten, these fish tasted better and were not at all mushy, like the frozen ones he had eaten back home in New York. He correctly deduced that rapid freezing was the key to preserving the quality and integrity of tissue, and so he worked feverishly to develop a rapid freezing process that, after some failures, would nevertheless go on to make him a multi-millionaire and his name a household word around the world. By the end of World War II, the combination of diesel engine, bottom-dragging nets, and the freezer gave rise to the true factory ships that inspire both awe and revulsion in the way they can devastate entire fish populations. Ever more voices of alarm were being raised as countries around the world trawled their way across oceans without regard to the consequences. The only regulations introduced were at minimum mesh sizes for the nets, which were a good idea in theory, but not so much in practice, as bigger fish occluded the walls of the nets, trapping everything else within the ballooning structure. Other innovations, such as sonar and spotter aircraft, developed during the war to spot enemies, were now being turned to fishing as trawlers moved in and wiped out entire shoals, leaving a barren desert on the sea floor. Little countries like Iceland, that had been fishing in the same way since medieval times, now looked on as British and American trawlers were sweeping up the fish stocks offshore and seriously depleting what was left for them. Some argued for a ban on foreigners, while others wanted to modernize and join the party. International waters were technically 3 miles offshore, and therefore fair game for any country to plunder, which they did. But the Icelanders, long dependent on fishing for their own survival, and increasingly aware of a reduction in fish size and breeding patterns, began to push for an extension of its marine territorial border out to 4 miles. Foreign politicians were outraged. US President Harry Truman, in 1945, opened up the proverbial Pandora's box by declaring that the US mineral reserves in its offshore continental shelf belonged exclusively to the US. The declaration was chiefly made in relation to protecting their offshore oil drilling investment. But never before had any nation claimed to own a continental shelf, let alone the resources within it. Truman followed up by declaring a conservation no-fishing zone along the entire east coast, primarily to prevent Japanese salmon fishermen from pursuing the migrating fish before they could get to their spawning grounds. The American claims on offshore marine zones set off a chain reaction all over the world, with post-war nations, old and new, flexing their muscles and laying claim to continental shelves and offshore fisheries to bolster sovereignty and license revenue. By the mid-1950s, Iceland's fisheries were in serious decline, so its government unilaterally declared the zone would be pushed out to 12 miles. The British issued a formal protest. Many European nations that profited from fishing there, such as the Dutch, French, Belgians, Danes, Germans, and Spaniards, backed up the English, but when Icelanders began patrolling their demarcation zone with gunboats, they all withdrew, except for the British, who now brought in 37 fully armed frigates and destroyers of the Royal Navy for protection. The Icelandic Coast Guard, with only 7 patrol boats, each armed with only 1 gun, manned by water police and civilian militia, nevertheless refused to back down. It was a David and Goliath standoff in what was to be called the first of the 3 Cod Wars. Fearing an international backlash, the British stood down and eventually accepted the 12-mile limit. A decade later, Iceland again unilaterally declared an extension of its limit, this time to 50 miles. Once again, the UK and now the new European Economic Community went bonkers, referring Iceland to the International Court of Justice for violating international law. Iceland told both them and the International Court to sod off, as the zone was well within their own continental shelf, so as far as they were concerned, the court had no jurisdiction. The Second Cod War was on, but ended almost as quickly as the first one, though the British were reluctant to send in the Navy, considering that both Iceland and the UK were allies within NATO. By now, the Icelanders had better patrol boats too, and they equipped them with specially designed submerged arms that swept up and severed the cables of trawlers, resulting in a loss of their expensive gear and entire catch. The now useless trawlers had no choice but to head home. Some took on the Coast Guard and tried to ram their way to victory, but the Coast Guard's vessels were designed to be icebreakers, as you might well expect, and the trawlers were therefore no match for them. Several shots actually were fired, and the trawlers, lacking a naval escort, retreated. Once again, the Royal Navy moved in, and a game of cat and mouse ensued, with ships ramming and scraping each other, but miraculously no one was killed. The circus made fishing nigh on impossible, so the British eventually retreated. That was now 2 out of 2 victories for Iceland. By 1974, codfish stocks were not just declining, they were at critical levels. Scientists from a number of countries, including the UK, were sounding the alarm. In a fish where maturity was everything, there were dramatically fewer fish old enough to breed, and the writing was well and truly on the wall. So, once again, the Iceland government in 1975, citing conservation as the main criterion, extended their territorial limit out, this time to 200 miles. The UK and Germany were beside themselves. Since the last Cold War, specialist English trawler ports such as Hull, Grimsby and Fleetwood were already in serious decline, with powerful fish and chips industry associations warning of a complete collapse of the British fishing industry. Negotiations were fierce, and intermediaries had suggested that the British could avert the disaster by focusing on other, more plentiful, even local fish species such as pollock. The Icelanders even offered concessions to fish their waters for anything else but cod. But the British government refused to budge, while ironically at the same time demanding a 100-mile exclusive fishing zone for themselves around the UK. The European Commission, frustrated, pulled the rug out from under the British by declaring a 200-mile zone for all members of the EEC, wherever there was no clash of borders. Countries the world over followed suit, and fishermen now increasingly found themselves subject not only to territorial but also regulatory restrictions. Across the Atlantic, the Canadians and Americans also almost came to blows, and shots were actually fired in a dispute over the location of the marine border between Maine and Nova Scotia. But when it was finally resolved, it also meant that Spanish and Portuguese fleets, having fished the Grand Banks centuries longer than anyone else, were now expelled well beyond their familiar fishing grounds, and the entire Iberian North Atlantic fishing industry all but collapsed. For the cod, it was too little too late, and fish stocks continued to decline well into the 1980s, despite ever more stringent controls on vessels, nets, and even quotas. For the North Americans, the 200-mile limits were not so much geared for conservation as protectionism, and the Canadians, observing a decline in their Atlantic towns and cities compared to the industrialized interior, reignited the fishing industry with incentives, tax breaks, and subsidies that induced large-scale consortiums to invest in super trawlers and factories, which only had the effect of reducing inshore fish spawning populations that was the lifeblood of small-town communities. On the books, fishing revenue was up, and politicians were spinning it as a win. But in reality, communities all over the northeast of Canada were in trouble, and local fishermen tried in vain to warn the government. For the cod, too, now being trawled out before they could even spawn, the decline was rapid and terminal. In 1992, the government finally announced a moratorium. 30,000 fishermen suddenly found themselves unemployed, most of whom now received subsistence welfare with promises of rebooting the industry as soon as populations were viable again, which to this day they're still not. The Scandinavians were a little wiser. There was greater national concern for sustainable fishing, general bipartisanship on conservation issues, and a genuine willingness for short-term sacrifice, so they now find their fisheries are making a gradual and solid recovery. The first to start fishing cod, they will probably still be around when all the others are gone. On the other side of the pond, scientists are still unsure about whether a recovery in Newfoundland stocks is even possible. Political will seems less universal and subject to pressure from business lobbyists. We can only hope for the sake of local communities that the cod will make a comeback and that governments will exercise restraint in managing its future. So, what can we say about the poor old cod, its fishermen, the scramble for America, and the need for wise custodianship of our resources. The story of the cod is not only the story of Europe and America, but of competing heroes, of the little guys against the big guys, of the rise and fall of nations, of the failed comprehension of nature's complexity, of hubris and an all-too-human resistance to delayed gratification. But it's also a story of adventure, high drama, aspiration, innovation and problem solving. The cod has fed billions of hungry people over at least 1,000 years, facilitated both the expansion of slavery and its eventual abolition. It gave rise to the golden age of discovery, brought millions out of poverty, and enabled the establishment of the great liberal democracies that we live in today. The lust for cod encouraged Europeans to grow beyond their environmental and political constraints, and the countless fishermen that chased them were the real heroes behind the great names of history we all learned at school. As is so often the case, heroes are often the quiet achievers who get no credit, but who keep showing up day after day, risking life and limb to keep the world running and to put food on our tables. If we really think about it, just maybe, a fish can be a hero too. If you enjoy this content, please take a moment to support my work by making a small donation through the links on the podcast website, or better still, by signing up as a Patreon supporter, where you can communicate with me directly, engage with the Heroes and Legends community, and get better insights and even involvement in my work and future videos. A video montage of this podcast also appears on our YouTube Heroes and Legends documentary channel. Please feel free to visit, like and share, and as always, thanks for listening. It's often been said that one man's hero is another man's villain. Indeed, even a cursory scroll through the comments section of this channel provides ample evidence of the polarizing effect that great individuals throughout history can have, not just cross-culturally, which might be expected, but even domestically, as times and sensibilities change, and yesterday's giants get summarily cancelled. Many heroes throughout history were often both lionized and vilified, alternately even in their own lifetimes, sometimes so much so that their ultimate legacy would be obscured by contrasting portrayals of them as unidimensional caricatures. No group is more subject to this kind of binary distortion than politicians. Not only do they have to present a clear and convincing case for their national vision to an increasingly jaded and cynical public, but it must survive both the intentional misrepresentation of opponents as well as the subversion of jealous colleagues, whose fickle support is contingent on their own private agendas. Most principled leaders end up becoming the victims of their own success, if not through the snake pit of parliamentary skullduggery, then through the intransigence of their ideological convictions that can become a liability as social laws change. Yesteryear's champion easily becomes today's pariah. But sometimes, just sometimes, we let them back in from the cold and honour them in their twilight years despite their controversial legacy. A textbook example of this is Margaret Thatcher, Conservative Prime Minister of the United Kingdom between 1979 and 1990. The first woman in British history to hold that office, and its longest-serving Prime Minister of the 20th century. You would think that what she had to endure to break this patriarchal glass ceiling to become arguably the most powerful woman in the world would make her a feminist icon the world over, and yet nothing could be further from the truth. On the other hand, You might also think her controversial stance on the Falkland Islands conflict, South African apartheid, the Irish question, and European integration would portray her as an anachronistic Tory colonialist. Again, wrong. Or that her pivotal role in ending the Cold War and ultimately helping to bring about the downfall of the Soviet bloc would make her a European heroine for the ages. Once again, wrong. On almost every subject, domestic and foreign, economic and social, conflicting and highly emotive views abound of her legacy, such that it can be difficult to make an objective appraisal of her contribution to British or indeed world history, let alone get a sense of who she was as a person. But if you're curious about going beyond the slogans and having a closer look at this controversial and poorly understood leader who guided her country during a turbulent and momentous time in history, then join us as we dive into the life and times of the Iron Lady, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, the lady who wouldn't be turned. Our story begins in the years following the Great War. Like many countries, the United Kingdom had been forced to abandon the fixing of its currency to the gold standard in order to print money to finance the war effort. While this practice allows countries to pursue more flexible monetary policies, such as adjusting interest rates and changing the money supply, it can also lead to a loss of confidence in its currency, which can result in inflation, volatility, currency appreciation. As the euphoria and victory of the Central Powers gave way to a gradual contraction in economic activity at home, it was also accompanied by a decline in exports of coal, heavy industrial equipment, the tradition of middle markets, such as the United States, became increasingly protectionist, now levying substantial tariffs on imports. The effect was a weakened exchange rate and volatility in the pound sterling. To restore confidence in the UK economy and stabilise the exchange rate, the UK, like the British before them, decided to return to the gold standard in 1925. But the post-war economic situation made it more challenging than was anticipated. The war had caused significant disruption to the global economy. The UK had accumulated significant debt, which made it more difficult to maintain the value of the pound, despite having returned to the gold standard. Ironically, by fixing the value of the pound to gold, the UK was effectively limiting its ability to respond to growth economic changes. For example, if demand for British exports fell or there was an increase in the supply of gold, the UK would be forced to reduce its money supply with tighter monetary policy, which would exacerbate economic downturn, which was exactly what happened. Additionally, returning to the gold standard meant that the UK had to maintain a fixed exchange rate with other countries on the gold standard, such as the United States. This made it difficult for the UK to respond to changes in the exchange rate and maintain competitiveness with other countries. It was into this steadily deteriorating environment that Margaret was born in Randburg, a small town in Lincolnshire, in 1945. To Malcolm and Beatrice Roberts, devout Christians who ran the Randburg grocery shop. Wealthy, they lived vertically above his corner store in a modest apartment that lacked heating toilets or hot running water. Margaret's father, Alfred, was a lay preacher in the Wesleyan Methodist Church, a branch of Protestant Christianity that emerged in England in the 1730s under the leadership of University fellow John Wesley and his brother Charles, who sought to bring about spiritual renewal and revival within the Church of England. If we are to understand Margaret, we need to know a bit more about the father and significantly the church in which she was raised. So strap yourselves in for the first of my revelations. The Wesley brothers formed what was at first a club at Oxford University, where they and several colleagues systematically set about living a whole life to organise several daily practices. They received communion every week, fasted regularly, abstained from alcohol, gambling, and other addictive pleasures, and made it a requirement to frequently visit the sick and the poor, as well as prisoners in jail. The fellowship was branded Methodist by the campus students because of the way the club used rules and method to go about their daily religious affairs. John took a liking to the initial methodology and eventually adopted it as the formal name of their movement. In 1735, the brothers were invited to travel to Georgia, the nearest of the 13 colonies of Maryland, to preach to the settlers and to do missionary work among the indigenous tribes there. They had modest success, but when a woman entered the picture, things got, shall we say, complicated. With the lovesick and conflicted John being compelled to return to England, find his girlfriend, and completely dejected and shaken in his faith. But the Wesleys' time in America was critical in the development of their ministry, as it was here that they came into contact with Count Nicholas von Zinzendorf, a German nobleman, in fact one of the first European noblemen to set foot in America. Zinzendorf had assumed the leadership of the Moravian Church, a reformist church of Czech Protestant missionaries whose origins lay with Jan Hus, Bohemian Hussites that predated Martin Luther's Reformation by almost a century. Check out my video on Jan Hus, the perfect union restorer, for further information on the Bohemian Proto-Reformation. Anyway, Zinzendorf and his Moravian refugees were characterized by their religious fervor and emphasis on personal spiritual experience. The Wesleys were impressed by their simple theology, which was based on the doctrine of justification by faith alone, a theological premise that is now central to several denominations of Protestant Christianity. It holds that a person is made right with God, or justified, solely through faith in Jesus Christ, rather than through good works, special rituals, or other human efforts. The brothers were also impressed by their assertion that salvation was open to anyone, and their emphasis on singing hymns and the Pentecostal zeal of itinerant preachers who ministered out in the countryside, welcoming Christians of any denomination within their congregations. The depressed Wesley contrasted his own recently shaken faith with the deep conviction practiced among the Germans and Moravians he encountered in America. Through profound discussions with them, he came to adopt many of their principles that would go on to form the basis of his own future sermons. These Christians also convinced him of the Arminian doctrine of salvation, that is to say, paradise being accessible to all believers, as opposed to the Calvinist view then in vogue of the predestination of only a select few qualified for salvation. When they returned to England, the Wesleys promoted this doctrine and travelled across Britain preaching in fields, on the streets, in quarries, and even in prisons, but came into continual conflict with local Anglicans who maintained their conventional Calvinist position, and this difference would be one of the issues that led to their becoming a separate denomination. Preaching to the disenfranchised and marginalised caused the movement to grow rapidly, So the Wesleyan Methodists instigated a program of training lay preachers. These were members of the Methodist community who were not ordained ministers, but were authorized to preach and lead worship services. They played a crucial role in spreading the Methodist message, especially in rural areas where there were few qualified ministers. But Wesley's enthusiastic promotion of lay preachers was also a source of criticism by established churches. Now, the Moravians, already well entrenched in rural America, were soon joined by a new wave of Methodist missionaries, and together their activities gave rise to the spiritual transformation that would become known in post-revolutionary America as the Great Awakening. Back home in Britain, Wesley would go on to become a much-loved traveling preacher, riding hundreds of thousands of kilometres on horseback, preaching to tens of thousands of sermons, and giving away tens of thousands of pounds to the poor during his 60 years of preaching. His support for women preachers paved the way for them to take positions of leadership in church ministry from that time on, and his very vocal public opposition to slavery played a significant role in the British abolitionist movements in the decades that followed. Methodism is one of the largest Protestant denominations in the world, with a presence in many countries, including the United States, Canada, and Australia, with a social outreach that heavily focuses on building schools, hospitals, and orphanages. By all accounts, Alfred Roberts, Margaret's father, was a gifted and charismatic orator in the Methodist tradition, and the young Margaret watched spellbound as he inspired their congregation with burning speeches on moral rectitude, self-discipline, and civic responsibility. Deeply patriotic, as a young man, he had tried to enlist for the Great War on 6 separate occasions, but had failed his eyesight test each time and was repeatedly rejected as unfit for service. Despite the handicap, he was a voracious reader and had originally intended to become a teacher, attending college in London, where he was heavily influenced by the works of classical liberal philosophers such as John Stuart Mill and John Locke, Adam Smith and others, whose philosophies collectively advocated free market economics, civil and religious liberty, autonomy, limited government, natural law, social progress, political freedom, and freedom of speech. His teaching jobs during the war were becoming harder to come by, and he described the education system generally as boring and unsatisfying. So he studied accounting, because apparently that was much less boring, becoming an assistant grocer, where his attention to detail was appreciated. It wasn't long before he and his wife bought their own shop and developed a loyal customer base. Tireless worker, Alfred was heavily involved in the life of his local community, becoming, as mentioned, a lay preacher in his church. Then, in 1927, he was elected to the Brandon Town Council as an independent. He was also a part-time Justice of the Peace, President of the Chamber of Trade, President of Rotary, Director of the Brandon Building Society and Trustee Savings Bank, Chairman of the local National Savings Movement, the Governor of the local boys and girls grammar schools, and Chairman of the Workers' Education Association, each of which would have been quite a drain on anyone to volunteer their time for. But Albert was all about community spirit. In the interwar years, he became an outspoken critic of Nazi Germany. The family offered homes, shelters for Jewish refugees, raising money to help them flee from Germany. During World War II, he was chief welfare officer in his region, director of civil defence, and served as chairman of a number of committees, eventually being elected as mayor of Brandon in 1945. In his inaugural speech, Alfred called for an extensive program of expenditure. Roads, public transport, health, and social services for children, and to build houses by the thousands. But Alfred's personal stance on welfare was rooted in a platform of personal responsibility and initiative, based on the provision of incentives rather than the more collectivist approach that was taking shape in London. So he increasingly came to view conservatives as representing old school liberal values, and gradually shifted his support away from the established Liberal Party, which in the UK is an amalgam of Whigs and Conservatives. By the close of the 19th century, these factors caused the Liberal Party in the UK to lack a unified ideological base, and its support to wither. It contained numerous contradictory and sometimes mutually hostile factions, such as imperialists and supporters of the wars, quasi-socialists and laissez-faire classical liberals, those who were for and against direct war. They contained supporters as well as opponents of women's suffrage, war elements as well as supporters of military alliances. And there were also varying elements for and against the Church of England. So that by the end of the First World War, the party began to seriously fragment, with the new liberals emerging as a dominant player in that sphere. But the new liberals saw individual liberty as something achievable only under favourable social and economic circumstances. In their view, poverty, squalor and ignorance, which many people did, made it impossible for freedom and individuality to flourish. The liberals believed that these conditions could be ameliorated only through collective action coordinated by a strong, welfare-oriented and interventionist state, which is something that old school liberals, increasingly formed the middle class, felt went against their values of self-reliance and personal responsibility. So it was with Margaret's father and the small business owners all across the UK who abandoned the party in droves and began voting for the Conservatives. It's clear that much of Margaret's political ideology stemmed from the influence of her father and her childhood religious upbringing, and yet it would be a mistake to think of her purely as his bride. He didn't share his fundamentalist religious views, for example, and in her later memoir, I suppose, that a science graduate believed in the existence of angels was an absurdity. While she would be married in a Methodist church, she would eventually attend Anglican masses and work allowed it. See, she was, like her father, a workaholic, but unlike him, spent much of her later career working in subways, earning business abroad. Moreover, she obviously completely disagreed with his, for that matter, mother's, traditionalist views on gender roles. And though he disapproved of her choice of profession and later political career, he nevertheless believed in the importance of education, fully supporting her acceptance of an Oxford scholarship in 1943 to taking great pride in her academic success. Like Wesley, he believed that certain professions were the natural domain of men, but if God called a woman to it, then she should be given every right to pursue it. Precocious girl, she reported in later interviews that she always felt more comfortable around elders, whose conversation and ideas she was much more drawn to than those of her peers. While at university, various reports tell us that Margaret was a serious and conscientious student, though it wasn't long before she became involved with the Oxford Conservative Association, as well as the Federation of Conservative Students, and even served as president at both. But despite the seriousness, there was a softer side that has only recently come to light. Official letters written to her sister during those years describe a young woman who found time to go out on dates, had a love of dancing, and an eye for fashion. Indeed, She had become quite serious with a young army officer who was also studying in Oxford, and he had been known to Brandon to meet her parents. The romance would unfortunately eventually fade, as the army repeatedly transferred him from base to base. But her beau recalled in later years that despite her obvious experience with boys, she was a wonderful conversationalist and had an understanding of current affairs that, in his words, were very unusual for a girl. He did find her parents to be decent, hard-working people, but rather austere for his taste, and it seems that eventually he felt it was too much for her. For Margaret's part, the letters to her sister conveyed an anticipation of matrimony, but such was her distress at being gradually ghosted that she never spoke of the relationship again and threw herself into her studies. Her political activities while at university were marked by her outspoken views on hot issues such as the dehumanization industry. She was also among those young conservatives who opposed the ambitious recommendations of Beveridge in 1942. That was to become the bedrock of the British welfare state and National Health Service in 1948, by tackling the five giants on the road to post-war reconstruction: want, disease, ignorance, squalor, and idleness. In her memoirs, she referred to the Beveridge Report as the blueprint for a welfare state, arguing the policy represented a shift away from the traditional values of thrift and self-reliance. She also expressed concern about the potential cost of the proposed social welfare system, writing that once the state had assumed responsibility for the welfare of the individual, there could be no limit to its demands. In a 1948 speech at Tender Age of 23, she said, "I would not for one moment minimize the difficulties that people face in life, but if you take away from people the right to be responsible for their own lives, you take away from them their freedom and their dignity." Now, if we view this as coming from a perspective of an upper-class silver schooner, such a statement might be fairly viewed as offensive. But when we consider her own humble middle-class Methodist background, it's clear that her views, despite her naivety of youth, stem from a traditional Protestant opposition to the culture of dependency, which she believed ran a risk of stifling individual initiative and enterprise. Margaret was hardly alone. There was already firm bipartisan support for legal restructuring of insurance and social security sectors to meet the demands of widespread poverty. Current Prime Minister Winston Churchill cautioned against making substantial budgetary commitments until the war ended. But public enthusiasm for the ostensibly socialist program was so entrenched that it was one of the key factors in the 1945 landslide election victory for the Labour Party, and so the British welfare state was born. Margaret, meanwhile, newly graduated, went on to seek work at a number of companies as an industrial nurse. By the 1950 election, it was becoming clear that the welfare and recovery promised by the victorious Labour Party was slow in materialising. The Conservative coalition, still under Winston Churchill, who had given a complete rubbing in the 1945 election, now capitalised on growing public discontent, which centred on the continuation of rationing of everything from basic food staples, bread, eggs and meat, to confectionaries and petrol, despite it being 5 years since the end of the war. This ongoing austerity, coupled with rampant inflation, soured the optimism of both middle and lower classes for reforms amid increasingly pie-in-the-sky fantasy. The outcome was nevertheless a second Labour victory, albeit a slim one by a margin of only 5 seats, and a significant swing back towards the coalition that ended in another snap election a year later. Effectively hobbled the Labour government and winning the 1951 election outright by promoting a platform of continued nationalisation of big industry such as coal, gas, shipbuilding and electricity, and by continuing to roll out its reforms. The Conservative Party, again led by Winston Churchill, focused on the need for economic stability, lower taxes, and reducing the role of the state in the economy. Most significantly, though, they promised to terminate the ration program, something that Labour opposed and ultimately paid the price for. It was the Conservatives this time who won a slim majority, but nevertheless enough to govern. The victory came as a surprise to many who had predicted a rather solid Labour. Margaret had, at the time, moved to Dartford as one of her university buddies and proposed her as a candidate for the Conservatives for that seat. Despite already having a list of approved applicants, the committee was so impressed by the direct and confident persona that they added her to the list. In the ensuing debates for nominee, her preparation, concise and fearless debating style saw her win the nomination, and it was at the congratulatory dinner that she met Dennis Thatcher, who she described to her sister as not a very attractive creature, very reserved, but quite nice. Dennis Thatcher was, at the time, a wealthy businessman managing the family paint company and was 10 years her senior, and of course, he was a decorated officer during the war and had risen through the ranks, being mentioned in several dispatches. He had married during the war, but was away in action for so long that by the time the conflict ended, his wife had since moved on and demanded a divorce. Dennis was so traumatized that he refused to ever talk about it, and it seems the young would-be couple had at least their broken hearts intertwined. Dennis was attracted to her right away and offered significant moral and financial support during her campaign for elections. Though Dartford was a Labour safe seat, Margaret attracted significant media attention as the youngest and the only female candidate. She supported herself during the next couple of years by working as a scientist for a food company, researching emulsifiers and stabilizers. Though she failed to win the seat in both the 1950 and 1951 elections, she had caused a significant swing away from Labour on both occasions, an achievement that was unexpectedly strong and attracted significant media and party attention. She and Dennis married in 1951, and Dennis now supported her financially as she returned to her studies, this time taxation law, sitting for and passing the bar exam in 1953. Later that year, she gave birth to twins, Carol. How she managed to qualify as a barrister while dealing with Labour brain is surely an achievement worthy of great acclaim. But few people today know that she was a qualified lawyer as well as a scientist. Indeed, statistics show that at the time there were only 62 female barristers in the whole United Kingdom, a figure that would not change substantially until Margaret became Prime Minister in 1979. So, by 1953, Margaret Thatcher had penetrated several bastions of patriarchal power, the sciences, law, and she now had her sights set on the ultimate boys' club, Westminster Palace, and the seat of Parliament. Despite her own election loss, the the 1951 election marked a significant shift in British politics. It ended Labour's period of post-war dominance and marked the start of a period of conservative rule that would last for 13 years. As I mentioned, the election outcome reflected a growing sense of disillusionment with Labour's social policies and a desire for greater stability and the prosperity that had long been promised. One of the key achievements of the Conservative government was the stabilisation of the country's economy, which had been struggling with high inflation and balance of payments deficits in the early 1950s. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rabbi, introduced a series of measures aimed at reducing government spending, cutting taxes, and promoting economic growth. This led to a period of sustained progress, and by the early 1960s, the UK had emerged as one of the most prosperous countries in Europe. The Conservative government also oversaw significant reforms in social policy, including the expansion of the National Assistance Act in 1948, educational reforms, and the establishment of a comprehensive system of social security, something we don't typically associate with Conservative governments, except that some incarnation of the beverage ban was here to stay. However, they also faced significant challenges during this period, both domestically and internationally. One of the major favourites of the government was its handling of the Suez Crisis in 1956, which damaged Britain's reputation on the world stage and highlighted the country's declining global status. The crisis also led to a split within the Conservative Party, with some members criticising the government's handling of the situation. So it's worth diving into the incident to get some further perspective. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was triggered by the nationalisation of the Suez Canal by Egypt's president, Nasser, which angered the UK and France as they relied heavily on the canal for their oil supplies. And let's face it, it was also a symbol of colonial prestige. Ironically, both the UK and France had themselves recently nationalised a whole slew of their own industries, so the hypocrisy of their response to Egypt doing the same wasn't lost on the international audience. Now, the story goes that the construction of the Suez Canal was initially financed by a French consortium with support from the Egyptian government. Construction began in 1859 and was completed 10 years later. The canal was technically owned by the Suez Canal Company, with shareholders being both the Egyptian government and private French investors. But in 1875, as a result of looming debt and domestic financial crisis, Egypt was forced to sell its shares in the canal, which were purchased by the British government under Benjamin Disraeli. The UK were enthusiastic buyers and obtained a 44% share, with French investors still making up the controlling portion. The Egyptians continued to be plagued by ongoing economic mismanagement and a cultural backlash as a result of its program of modernisation, which saw European investment in the country come under significant threat. So the UK increasingly took measures to protect their assets and pressured the current ruler, Kenny Viceroy, Ismail I, to be replaced with a more shall we say, alien puppet instead. With their support, his son, Tewfik I, was installed as ruler of Egypt and Sudan. But this progressive and liberal-minded ruler had inherited a country on the verge of nationalist rebellion, which fueled happened in 1892, when he was deposed by one of his own army colonels, called Rabbi. The British and French offered their support to the Khedive in what has come to be known as the Anglo-Egyptian War of 1892, precisely the British conquest of Egypt. The rebels had managed to gather a total force of over 60,000 troops, troops, and many of them were poorly trained and armed, such that the British, after attempting an mortar landing at Alexandria, bombarded the city instead and redeployed their 40,000-strong expeditionary force to the Suez and attacked from the west instead. Within 2 months, they had successfully taken the liberated Cairo, captured the rebel leader, and reinstalled the Khedive, imposing substantial British control over Egyptian affairs and profits for themselves for decades to come, all at the expense of not only the Egyptians, but the French as well, whose influence in the region was already seriously declining. Anyway, as we well know, this kind of foreign meddling was bound to cause blowback sooner or later, and in the post-war mass decolonization process characterized the 1950s, nationalism in Egypt was once again in full swing, with foreign rule and control of the Suez Canal being an especially painful affront to Egyptian sensibilities and their sense of sovereignty, not to mention its substantial economic interests. The only problem was the British maintained a garrison of 80,000 troops in the Suez region, and with their role in the creation of the State of Israel, tensions now increased such that Egypt's king unilaterally terminated the lease of the British army base. The UK refused to acknowledge the broken lease, and skirmishes soon broke out, which only aggravated an already volatile republic, suffering through inflation and high unemployment. Radical Islamist groups began to agitate for revolution. In 1952, King Farouk was ousted in a military coup. The United Kingdom scrambled to salvage what relationship and economic investment it could, negotiating a gradual withdrawal of troops from its bases there, as well as the full handover of the canal back to the Egyptians, which was to be finalised in 1968. Despite these concessions, President Nasser was concerned that the UK's strong relationship with Iraq and Jordan would see a decline of Egypt's natural leadership and prestige in the Islamic world, and facilitate a transfer of power from North Africa to the Middle East. So a game of one-upmanship between the UK and Egypt ensued, which culminated in the nationalisation of the country in 1956. Meanwhile, the US was desperate to keep the Soviets out of the Middle East, so was itself trying to swing Nasser into developing stronger ties with America. But the US was already spread quite thin across the globe in its populist containment strategy, and Nasser was being coy about making an appearance worldwide, maintaining strong ties with the CIA, in hopes the US would pressure the British to lay off. But he also courted Khrushchev over in Moscow and effectively played off the Soviets and the Americans against each other for his own benefit, like a boss. The British, of course, knew full well what was going on, and relations between Washington and London became increasingly strained as a result. The Soviets watched the whole thing with amusement, while at the same time making the Americans nervous by doing deals with the Syrians, Iranians, and Afghans, and by offering the Egyptians lots of cheap Russian weapons. The Americans bargained hard to sell in their own hardware, but when Nasser refused to guarantee that it would be used against Israel, congressional support for a deal with Egypt was evaporated. So, when Nasser finally acted to secure the canal, the UK and France, along with Israel, conspired to launch a military operation to regain control of Suez without consulting the United States or informing the United Nations. On October 29, 1956, the Israeli army invaded the Sinai Peninsula, followed by British and French forces a few days later. The invasion was initially commercially successful, and the forces advanced towards the canal. However, the operation was met with international condemnation, and the United States, the Soviet Union, and other countries called for an immediate ceasefire. The Egyptians, meanwhile, decided that if they couldn't have it, nobody would. So, as the British and French troops came ashore, the Egyptians scuttled dozens of huge tankers in the canal, rendering it impassable and useless till the following year, causing significant disruption to oil supplies, which resulted in crippling price hikes all across the globe. Both the US and the Soviets were furious, and under pressure from the international community, the UK and France humiliatingly agreed to a ceasefire on November 6, 1956. The crisis ultimately led to the expedited withdrawal of British and French trade forces from Egypt, and the canal was placed under the control of the The Suez Crisis had significant impact on the UK's international standing and was seen by many as a turning point in the country's decline as a global power. Its involvement in the crisis was widely criticised, both domestically and internationally. Many saw it as evidence of the country's inability to adapt to the changing international landscape. Prime Minister Anthony Eden was criticised even from within his own party, and resigned as a result. The costs incurred in the failed campaign, the troops, and compromised oil supply led to a serious economic impact on the British economy and a devaluation of the pound sterling. It also accelerated the decolonisation process of British and French dominions around the globe, which several historians have criticised as being overly hurried or poorly managed, resulting in the succession of civil wars and humanitarian disasters, particularly in Africa. The crisis also highlighted the growing divide between the UK and the United States, which had opposed the military intervention from the outset and openly sided with Egypt. President Eisenhower's government saw the crisis as an opportunity to assert its own leadership in the region, playing a key role in brokering a ceasefire and resolving the conflict, remaining a key regional player ever since. Israel had long been concerned about an impending Arab invasion, which it used as a pretext for its own involvement in the Suez crisis. When it was over, they pillaged the entire peninsula on their conflict, nevertheless, eventually materialized in the 1967 Six-Day War, but that's a story for another day. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this international fiasco would have resulted in a walloping of conservatives in the subsequent UK general election in 1959. But when experienced veteran politician Harold Macmillan took over the leadership of the party, his confident and competent handling of the economy saw a general improvement in unemployment figures and living standards over the following couple of years. Despite its tarnished international image, the UK economy eventually stabilised once more, and the Conservatives' message of national unity and sound stewardship resonated with voters. It also helped that the Labour Party was still somewhat internally divided, with factions being split between the more traditional left-wing elements and the emerging social democratic wing. These divisions weakened Labour's appeal and contributed to a lack of clear policy direction, which worked in favour of Conservatives. So, by 1959, the Suez Crisis was ancient history, and the Conservatives returned to power. When it came time for the next election in 1964, the economy once again began a downturn, as rising international competition and stagnant domestic growth caused sustained inertia. Budget blowouts and huge balance of payments deficits gave the currency a hammering, and inflation once again evaporated the spending power of trade unions consequently became increasingly assertive, pushing for better wages and working conditions, leading to disruptions in production and negatively impacting productivity. Industrial action and rolling strikes began eroding both the economy and confidence in Conservative leadership. The Labour Party, under Harold Wilson, finally got his act together and presented a credible alternative to the Conservatives. But the outcome was nevertheless a hung parliament, with Wilson managing to form a minority government after 13 years of being in opposition. But the challenges inherent in minority government frequently result in a struggle to govern effectively. So, with polls indicating an upswing in Labour's popularity, Wilson called a snap election in 1966 to capitalise on the growing numbers and secure a proper mandate. This time, winning decisively on the platform of modernisation and industrial planning, regional development and investment in infrastructure. It was a classic job creation program, the funding of which was nevertheless questionable. At the same time, the 1960s saw huge social changes sweep Britain, and the Labour Party effectively aligned itself with these changes and promoted progressive policies, issues such as civil rights, women's rights, and cultural liberalisation. This commitment appealed to a growing segment of the electorate that sought a more inclusive and socially progressive country. The Conservatives, in contrast, failed to connect with this mood and increasingly appeared out of touch in lacking vision. But by 1970, the economy was still going nowhere. Inflation, unemployment, budget deficits were now rampant. Trade unions were effectively calling the shots. Regular strikes and industrial action causing widespread disruption and undermining support for a divided Labour government. It seems that for some people, change wasn't happening fast enough, with ongoing social unrest and also rising crime rates, which saw a frustrated electorate swing back to Edward Heath's Conservatives, one narrow party. They struggled to make much headway themselves, though, and voter frustration manifested itself during the 1974 election, again in the hung parliament. Without a clear majority either way, both sides are scrambling to form coalitions that might allow them to form a minority government. The Labour Party managed to swing toward their old rivals, now non-relevant Liberals, to join their side. And the Scottish Nationals also coming on board, Labour finally managed to win the day. So, by the end of the year, another election was called to try and secure a clear mandate. They did, at the end of this year, barely. But their subsequent pacts with minority parties and the growing concern of the influence of trade unions on their party policies caused division within the party itself. The ongoing economic stagnation, unemployment, and social unrest persisted. It's worth considering why successive governments, both left and right, failed to overcome the problems gripping the The fact is that these issues weren't confined only to the UK. There were global economic factors such as rapid post-industrialisation and decline in traditional industries, as well as the widespread adoption of the Keynesian economic model, which, like most things that seem to be growing over time, ended up having some serious shortcomings. This dependence on oil for its energy supplies led many in the UK and globally to consider alternative energy sources to minimise their vulnerability to the pressure mounted on economies, to begin questioning the viability of competing. Europe, which failed to deal with stagflation. America,
I try. I won't take them unless I can actually sell it. But having to sell it more than once, which doesn't happen,
which you have Squarespace now. I think we're live, right? We're live, right? I like that one because it's real. Like, there's no disputing. It's a really good product.
But Shaley does my website and uses Squarespace, so he can actually tell the shit that it does.
Well, Redman's made, like, no bullshit, like a dozen or more websites during the time in which it took to do a Squarespace commercial. He would just slap together a bunch of pictures called Ari's Buttholes and put it online in like 30 seconds. And I'm not bullshit. It's that easy. Ari's Butt. Yeah, we made, what was the one that he made? Some gay one with Ari. Do you remember, Jamie? Bird Squirts was one of them. But there was something about Ari's legs or something sexual. Something like that, right? Okay, so that doesn't, it's probably not, it doesn't exist anymore. Some fan picked it up in homage. But it's a legit sponsor, right? You can't argue with it. Oh, you get sketchy.
Yeah, there's a couple I turned down. Some luxurious sheets.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what it was, but I do buy nice sheets because I sleep a lot.
Yeah.
So they go, they're going to send you a free set of these luxurious sheets. And I go, these are $300 sheets that are shittier than the $59 ones I bought from some AAA promotion on an email spam blast. I'm like, I'm not promoting that.
Yeah.
The money's not that good.
We had this one called Velocity. Heard of that? And brain games, and they're actually kind of cool. They're fun to play. They're stimulating. But like games are good for you. Like if you play chess, that's good for the brain. It's good for the brain to try to solve puzzles. It's like an exercise. So that's undeniable. But I guess someone had fucked up and like made some outlandish claims, like it helps early onset Alzheimer's disease and like memory loss, and a lot of like, I don't know who said what, I don't know what happened, but they lost millions of dollars in court, so they must have said some stupid shit. They were one of our sponsors, and while we were doing it, we were like,
Asbestos is one of my sponsors, and that really went sideways.
Got it late. Related back to yeah, they were it's not a bad product. It's good. They're fun. It's fun to play. They're stimulating with games. But I guess they don't, make you smarter. Fix your
my problem is I would promote shit that's not my sponsor just because I liked it. Because I had to go to break. So I just make up a fucking
stuff you like.
Or stuff I didn't even like. I would just pick random things out of it. All right, let's say a Bangor, Maine wedding attire. And just Google some shop and then do a whole like really dumb, hey, you're getting married on Tuesday. Wow, where's your wife going to get a wedding dress on shore? Just and do the actual company without their knowledge or consent, and just do a really bad commercial just for fun.
That's a good move. That's a real good move.
Yeah, but the things that I actually like I bet on betonline.ag. That's where I do my sports betting. But I promote them all the time. Like, how am I going to get a deal if I'm going to promote them for free anyway?
I keep telling you that. What'll happen is
that's Brian Hennigan, my filthy uncut Scotsman manager, who's sitting in, who tells me, "Don't say anything for free."
Brian, that's good. That's always a good move. Don't say nothing for free, dude. You're often on this podcast. Very enjoyable. Listening guys together. Podcast is pretty badass. I enjoy it. It's so loose. It's one of my favorite because it has no beginning. It's just the conversations in mid stride. When is it on? I don't know. It's fucking on. This thing's moving. Okay.
It's my open mic. I don't have comedy there. So I do a podcast as open mic just to keep in the mode of talking in an entertainment arena. And
you're cross-training.
Yes, basically.
It is, right? I mean, in kind of a way.
What's a de facto open mic where otherwise I'd just be watching fucking Netflix all the time. So I have to at least do something artistically, creatively. Fuck, we haven't put out a podcast. We need 2 a week. We try to hit.
How many people does we have?
Or just over 5,000.
Do you think that it's possible that you could sustain a small comedy club, a small local comedy club? And we were kind of talking about this the other night at the comedy store. Like, I think if you put together like a small comedy club, like 150 seats or so, like you could fill that. Even though it's a weird place, it's in the middle of nowhere. you can make it like a destination thing. Like guys like me would do it. I would do it for sure.
The problem is and I make jokes about it, but the main source of income in Bisbee is permanent disability or handyman.
Really?
So that no one charges. When I filmed this my last special there, and the fact that I was charging money at all was reprehensible to a lot of the town. Really? Fortunately, it sold out with out-of-towners within under an hour.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement. And the answer is, hands down, AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing. Just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now, you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG, vitamin D3, and K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. It's New Year's resolution time, and a lot of people are going to start going to the gym or eating better, but some people are going to be looking for a new job. Well, if you're an employer and need to hire, here's your chance to do hiring better for the new year. Just use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps you find qualified candidates fast. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. It's the best way to hire because they actually match you to the best people. You don't have to just post your job and twiddle your thumbs to wait. Want more qualified candidates for 2024? Resolve to use ZipRecruiter. See for yourself why 4 out of 5 employers post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/ROGAN. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Probably a better move that way, right?
Yeah, a lot of people in a small town, like I'm a rich guy there.
Yeah.
Really? Again, it's a destination at the weekend, meaning it's the same as every comedy club on the planet. It only makes money at the weekends.
You could do that because you're only like how far from Tucson?
An hour and a half?
Yeah, see, that's not much.
2 hours from actual Tucson.
That's a fun driver. That's a fun track. Like that would be a fun track. You know, you fly to Tucson. Fuck yeah, we're gonna go to fucking stand-up comedy club. And then you take a drive. You rent a car. You Uber. It's your baller.
You stay at shadydell.com.
Oh, you have a place. Yeah.
Well, no, that's a friend of mine's. Yeah. That vintage trailer park. I look for reasons to stay there. Hey, let's fumigate the house so we have a reason to stay at the Shady Dell 1950s Airstream trailers.
Oh, like those silver
done to the tees. Yeah, but everything inside, old records with old record players and silverware and cups. All 19 tiki bus.
Wow, you can just go back and tiki go that.
Yeah, you got married there they have a 38-foot yacht that you can stay on.
Just landlocked? Yeah, landlocked out.
You can dry dock your
Look how well that marriage went.
Hey, citizen.
I don't want to insinuate any crime took place on this podcast, so let's change the subject rapidly. And that's fucking, how ridiculous is that? That all you have to do to become a citizen is you got to get a person in that country to sign some paper saying you guys are together. Yeah, like we'll let you in, but you gotta be in love. I don't know this is real. It's the fact that they fucking investigate.
I would gay marry someone to get them in the country just for the 10 minutes of material.
We were going to gay marry each other on the Man Show.
Last episode of
just to save each other's money.
Right before it was officially canceled, I remember I was in the Atlanta Punchline parking lot drunk, and I called Zoe Friedman. I go, I know the show's going to get canceled, but please, it was just when Massachusetts legalized gay marriage.
It was New Hampshire.
Was it? It was some state. It was big news, and I go, just let the last episode be me and Joe getting gay married, and then show how perfect a marriage that would be. We don't fight over the remote control. You want to go bowling, I want to go fishing. There's no problem.
Yeah, we explained how awesome the gay lifestyle really would be. Other than the gay parts, yeah, other than all the butt fucking and dick sucking. It seems like a great time.
You do that before you get married.
Yeah, like this, just get it out of the way.
Every fucking sitcom with a married hetero couple is, you want to fuck? I don't want to fuck.
Well, what's fascinating to me is the reinvigoration of manhood that I witness in men that are in their 40s that get divorced. Like
good segue.
I'm fucking alive again. You know? Don't you notice that?
The saddest part is, and it's men or women, but I noticed the women they had kids when they were 18 and then married some fucking dentist, and now they're pushing 40 and the kids in college and they get divorced, and they're gonna go out on the town and we're gonna have fun tonight, and they just stand out like they're trying to dance when no one else is dancing on the dance floor. And yeah, it's sad. It's odd. They go right back to when they graduated college. Yeah, now they're 41.
But isn't it's fascinating because, like, as a human being, right, you're supposed to be, like, living in the moment. You're supposed to be enjoying the moment. Like, you are alive. Is it just the inevitable doom, the clock ticking in the background that makes it so sad? Is that what it is?
It's every morning for me. I do not wake up a morning without thinking about how much time do I have left. When will I die? It stinks.
The great demise.
But I've been doing that since my early mid-30s. So,
well, if you think about it, it becomes inevitable. And that becomes
you also have everyone bashing your lifestyle because there wasn't an era, the Sam Kinison era, probably bad example.
Well, he died in a drunk driving accident. He wasn't even drunk.
Yeah, he was sober. But where that was acceptable, and then it became unacceptable. So I can name me and Ron White as the two comics of any tenure that still actually drink heavily and smokes cigarettes. He smokes cigars, whatever.
Dom Herrera drinks pretty heavily.
Does he?
Yeah, he's pretty open about it. He drinks pretty much every night.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah,
but he's not known for it. Like
he doesn't bring it up a lot.
He doesn't walk out on stage with 3 drinks under his arm like Neil Hamburger.
Right.
But for real.
No, he'll go up there with a drink or so. But Dom Herrera's such a great guy.
I just saw him last week.
It's the salt of the earth, that guy. That expression, it's no more true than that guy. He's just so sweet. He's such a lovable guy. Every time I see him, I just can't wait to hug him.
We were on a cruise ship. I was just a passenger. It was the Impractical Jokers, which I fucking love their shows so much. They put on a fan cruise, and I found it. And I go, they go on.
Who's Impractical Jokers?
Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. It's on True TV, one of the worst networks out there.
Oh, that's
and they're 4 guys. They're all show. Yeah, they're all friends, and they do pranks like you do with your buddies. It's not like fucking Ashton Kutcher on Punk'd. You just dare each other to do shit.
The thing is, when you explain it, Doug.
Yeah, there you go. I'm the first to say it. Ashton Kutcher, the guy you haven't heard about in 8 years, is a douche.
But when you explain explaining the True TV Impractical Jokers is kind of, it doesn't sound that funny, but when you see it, it's fantastic.
Genuine, and that's
what for the record, I met Ashton Kutcher. He was very nice.
But the show sucked, and I love hitting the camera.
He was a very nice guy. Well, we're going to let CBS hidden camera thing. I only got to talk to him once, but he was very friendly.
This valet driver he's a fake. And what idiot would just hand their keys to anybody? Well, anyone who goes to a valet Yeah. He's just a smarmy tone. A douche. He's a douche. Anyway,
Ahmed almost got in a fist fight with Travis Barker. Apparently, Ahmed, they were doing this prank on Punk'd, where Ahmed was telling the story. He had to get like in Travis Barker's face. And Travis Barker, the guy from Blink-182, the drummer, covered in tattoos, right? He's from Blink-182, right? Really nice guy, really cool guy, amazing drummer, and just interesting cat all around. I guess he just doesn't take any shit from people. And Ahmed, like, he's a big guy. Like, Ahmed's, 200 plus pounds, probably 6'1" or something like that. He's a pretty big guy.
Except for the intimidating part.
He's not intimidating? No.
You
You'd be scared of Ahmed if you didn't know him?
No, not if you didn't have a suicide vest on.
Yeah, I'd be the first to say, how dare you? How dare you? I stole that from you.
But that's part of my regular nomenclature. How dare you? That's so Joe Rogan.
It's not even mine. That's just, it's out there.
Hello, nice lady. Hi, nice lady. I know I stole that from Brendan Walsh.
Oh,
I always say that. Hey, nice lady. I use that all the time.
Hey, nice lady's a good one. It's like so fucking pejorative, but not. It's like
it's when you don't remember a name and you, instead of saying, hey, baby, hey,
nice lady, hey, nice lady.
I actually asked him once, I go, did I steal that from you? You don't know.
That's a good one. I think is it Brendan's?
Walsh always said it, but I don't know. I'm assuming he just
meet a funny guy that like fucking works in the kitchen. He has great lines. You forget where you got him from, and all of a sudden you're all going, hey now, or hey there, or whatever this one.
I use all the time, and I stole that from Captain Rowdy's wife, Miss Kimmy. It was a comic, the old comic Captain Rowdy, and she'd answer the phone, and it'd be for Rowdy, and she'd go, please hold. I fucking use that ever since.
That's hilarious. Please hold. Eddie Bravo had these prescription pharmaceutical companies calling him up. Apparently, he used his money, or used his number rather, to like on a credit card order and bought some pharmaceutical drugs. So they would just randomly call him, like they gave out his number. So he would just be fucking sitting around, and they would call him and ask him if he wants to buy various drugs. They sell them to you from Canada. This is back when they could do that. So Eddie Bravo would run down, walk away, walk away for 5 minutes, I'll be right back. I just gotta go find my things. I know I got my money here somewhere. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely buying some stuff.
In the industry, that's called a stroker. I'm from the old telemarketing days. A stroker, someone who would just purposely keep you on the phone and fuck with you for as long as they could, which is actually a good move. We're fucking defrauding people, so you can't hold it against them.
No, it's fun. If you get, that's a smart one. You got a smart one. You got one that didn't fall into the hive.
I hate bounty hunters just because they're cocks, but I mean, you have a point. A stroker has a point.
Yeah, a stroker has a point, for sure. Random phone calls, like especially the unsolicited phone calls, fuck them. So,
I just get the fucking robots. And what I get now, I don't know if anyone else gets this, they mimic your own phone number. So it will have my same area code and prefix, and then just screw up the last four numbers a little bit. So I assume the psychology is you recognize that phone number and then answer it, and they go, oh, fuck, that's my phone number, and now you're listening to a bot call. Do you want to extend your warranty? You have a limited time.
How many people actually buy into those? I mean, it has to be worthwhile, otherwise they wouldn't just keep doing it.
It's a robot. Yeah. It's a fucking computer. So if you can just hit a program and then go off to whatever you do, selling shoes.
Some people are just really fucking lonely too. That's one thing to take into consideration. My grandfather, before he died, my grandmother died, and then it was one of those classic stories. My grandmother dies, and my grandfather dies a year later. Just didn't want to live.
But in that year that you didn't visit, he got lonely.
We're taking all around here, man. But in that year, he got addicted to buying things from catalogs. Like he was getting cancer.
Was he in his 40s too? Because
No, I mean just like he was buying things, they would call him up and they would like offer him like catalogs and stuff like that. You know, you get the catalogs and order things from the catalogs. And it became like a problem. Like he just would get it, just like his wife was gone. Yeah. You know, his wife was there his whole life, so it's like you don't have anybody to talk to. I think part of you just goes insane. Like part of you blows a fuse. Like the normal input's just not there. Like usually it's you and the wife, you and the husband, you and then it's gone. And like, where's that thing that's part of my life? It's like a part of you guys. You know, and then they really do just want to die. And that's how they go. It's fucking.
But how do you correlate that to shopping? This is my beef with fucking hoarders. Is hoarders will do a montage like Intervention does. Like, well, then her husband left for another woman, and then she started, you know, stocking the basement full of dollar store shit. Like, right. You don't know that the cause and effect. There's no scientific. It's like Intervention. Hey, tell me one bad thing that ever happened to you, and we'll do a montage about that, and that's why you're a fucking crack addict. There's no scientific proof that's why you're a crack addict. No. They try to pin it on something. There's plenty of people who had great childhoods that are fucking crack addicts, but they need to, have some reason. It's just like chicks with fucking self-help books all over their shelf.
Well, I think it's not an either or thing. I think that's part of it. Like, there's a lot of people that have drug addictions because of abuse, right? I think we all know that. There's a lot of people that get involved in drug addiction because they were abused as a child, and whatever fuse blew, they're like constantly trying to put out that fire, right? There's that. But then there's also people that they just fucking can't do it. They just can't drink, or they can't do drugs. They just can't. They do it, and then they get shark eyes, and they're fucking gone. They're just off to the races, and we've all met people like that.
I know Sean Rouse is what you're saying, but
I'm saying Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo's figured out how to pull it in, though.
My point is, maybe your grandpa just like to buy shit out of catalogs because he's bored. Like, I'm gonna die soon. Let me just buy some shit and jack up a credit card because I'm not gonna be around to pay this bill.
Once the family investigated, that wasn't the case, but I can understand why you would think that.
I'm not saying your grandpa specifically, but people correlate.
Yeah, he was so old country though. He was born in Italy. He was as old country as you get. Grew up on a farm. Taught me how to break a rabbit's neck. How you kill a rabbit when
he grew up in a place there were no catalogs. I'm like, before I die, I better take advantage of all these newfangled ways.
It's like magic. It was always the big thing that my grandfather worked in a factory that made a part for the atomic bomb. Wow. It was like one of those things that the whole family would talk about. Grandpa worked in a factory that made a part for the A-bomb. It was like, a sort of a badge of pride in some sort of weird fucking way.
That's why he drank, because he knew he killed all those people in Nagasaki.
He didn't even drink.
That's a guy with no conscience.
He was a great guy. My grandfather was one of the nicest guys of all time. He was like, even for back then, it's a hard time. He was not a hard man at all. He was the nicest guy.
When someone dies, people say, and he was such a sweet man and a nice man. And my dad, even to this day, when I was writing this book about my mother, oh, your father was the sweetest person ever. He really was. And I couldn't even say that about my mother. She was a real cunt towards the end. She was a fucking bitter, spiteful, needy. At the end, she was just someone who had a kid too young.
I met her like 3/4 in, and she was great.
Well, that's because she was on the show. I actually went back writing that book because my memory's shit, and I watched the episode with my mom and your mom. It's somewhere out there on some video or some shit.
That's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. And there's a lot of things in the book that sound like bullshit, and they just sound like I got laid for the first time when I was 9 years old, before you could come.
That sounds awesome.
But that's on that episode, where the episode was me and you, and we had cards. Okay, which one of us, we had embarrassing things from our childhood, and our mothers were on like Jeopardy style. And okay, which one of us did this? And mine was who lost his virginity in 3rd grade in a church? And bang, my mom slaps the button. That's my boy. That was the name of the game. That's my boy. And I'm like, you're verifying everything in this book that sounds like bullshit on tape. Thank you, because a lot of stuff. Do you ever have stories that you will only tell if there's someone in the room to verify, because otherwise you sound like a liar?
Yeah, it sounds crazy.
Yeah, she verified 5 different stories that are in the book.
Well, you remember when we had your mom review porn?
Yeah.
She was fucking great at it. She was great. She would watch these DVDs and review them. It was really funny. It was humorous. Like, it was really funny. She was good. She was good. So I saw her at her best. That's when I knew your mom.
That's when she started drinking again. It was right after the Man Show.
Oh, no, really?
She had been like 22 years sober, and she was sneaky. She'd be drinking cough syrup, because she's a lifelong menthol smoker. So she always had a cough. So anytime you went to that filthy apartment, she had a little shot glass of cough syrup. So she was kind of like weaning her way back into drinking, but using that's fucking dollar store Robitussin. I remember talking about it on my first CD. That was 2001, probably. When
yeah, I think back then you could get the real shit. I had
she wouldn't get real shit. She was a dollar store freak.
No, but I mean, like NyQuil. Like NyQuil would fuck you up back then.
Yeah.
There was a comic that used to get one of the guys who worked at Rascals in West Orange. There was a comic who used to get one of the guys who worked there to go buy him bottles of NyQuil. He would just drink bottles of fucking NyQuil.
When my brother was in the Marine Corps in Okinawa, there was a whole bunch of them. They called themselves the Robo Raiders, because they would drink Robitussin until they hallucinated.
Oh. I can't fucking listen to this.
DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, is helping you amp up your excitement this NFL playoff season. This week, new customers can play free for a share of millions in prizes with your first $5 deposit. Download the DraftKings app and use promo code ROGAN. New customers can play free for a share of millions in prizes during the NFL playoffs with your first $5 deposit. Only on DraftKings with promo code ROGAN. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. 18 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. Minimum $5 deposit required. One $3 ticket rewarded and expires in 1 year. See DraftKings.com for details.
This episode is brought to you by ShipStation. Listen, these days, no one wants to pay an excessive amount for shipping, and they definitely don't want to have to wait weeks or months for their package to arrive. It's just not how you should run your business. If you want to do better, start using ShipStation. Over 130,000 companies have used it for their e-commerce business, and for a good reason. It can help optimize how you ship your orders and help you stay competitive. And I think their dashboard is very easy to use and it's very effective, from printing labels to sending notifications, automating tasks, and more. It does a lot. I think you'll especially like the discounted shipping rates. You could get up to 89% off USPS and UPS rates. See how effective it can be for yourself. Optimize and keep up your momentum for growth with ShipStation. Use the promo code JRE today at ShipStation.com to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, promo code JRE. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. The regular NyQuil, I think, had codeine in it, didn't it, Jamie? You could get so fucked up, like an amazing way. Did you do it? Yeah. Well, I've had 2 morphine experiences. One of them was in the hospital after I had knee surgery. They gave me this thing you can press, and you can press it. Every time you press it, you get more morphine. And I was like, oh, well, let's see what happens.
High score.
I'm like, I am in agony. They drilled some shit into my knee and replaced the ligament and cut one and took out bone and screwed it together. It's fucking agony. So I'm just like, oh, bam, bam, bam. And it just took me to this amazing place of bliss. I'm like, well, no wonder why that shit's hard to get. No wonder why it's illegal. And then the next time, I never would take medicine, but I got a bad cold. And I just needed to sleep, and I couldn't sleep, so I took some NyQuil. And it was amazing. It was the same feeling that I had when I had surgery. It's like the NyQuil just took me to this beautiful, like I just fell back into the most amazing down pillow, just of love. Just,
I know people that are jacked on the Vicodin. What's that? It's not Percocet. It's an opiate.
Yeah.
Where I've taken Vicodin, it did nothing. Even when I had one surgery in my adult life, it was an umbilical hernia, and they gave it to me as a painkiller, and I didn't feel any pain, but I didn't feel any high. And I'm like, maybe this just doesn't hurt.
Well, I had a buddy that got into Vicodin for writing. He would write on it. He would take Vicodin and write music. Like that was his thing. He loved to crush up Vicodins, and then he would take it, and I don't know how he would do it. Snort it, or whether he would just swallow them. But he would say that his music could become very creative, and he would do that.
I can't write on anything but fear. Seriously, I write sober and afraid. I'll write some shit down when I'm drunk, ideas, and then sober me will have to go back and clean them up. Okay, at best I can remember the premise, and now I have to make this good. But there's drugs that are good for stage, cocaine, which I'm not a regular user of, but I've had shows where I'm just tired of saying this shit and do a bump before stage. It's great for stage, but for writing, nothing other than fear and coffee.
Joey Diaz says that Coke was terrible for him for the stage. Joey said that Coke would make him lock up. It would make him feel evil. It would make him feel greedy. He goes, it would take out the love. That's
the amount of Coke Joey Diaz was probably feeling is different than a small, big cap that I would do like a 48-hour energy drink.
Do you remember that time we did mushrooms the day of the war? And we took I've never had cocaine, but I did have this fucking coca leaves tea from Jan Urban. He had this mate de coca tea. It was tea that was made out of coca leaves, and you would drink it, and I just couldn't shut the fuck up. Remember? I was talking to you about it. But remember, you and I were having this conversation about it. I was like, "This is what Coke is like." Oh my God, this is awful.
You've always said you're terrified of trying it because if I like it, I'll go fucking haywire. And
I think I'm terrified of it because when I grew up, I saw 2 people that I was pretty close to completely ruin their lives. One was a really good friend, and another one was a really good friend's cousin. And I watched their life just go to shit.
I've seen the same thing. I saw a couple of fat girls get thin.
Do you remember when they had Fen? Do you remember?
I remember it existing.
What is? I knew a girl.
The diet pill is fucking truck stop speed, basically, but sold under a different marketing umbrella.
Yeah. Well, it was really fucking bad for you. I knew a girl who got on it, and she went from being, unfortunately, like plump. She was like,
her name Ellen Burstyn and Requiem for a Dream?
No, it's a different girl. She was like a little plump.
3 people out there got that reference. Good.
That was a good movie, though. Requiem for a Dream was the shit. I almost forgot about that movie. Anyways,
so
she
the
got on the
fen-phen.
fen-phen, lost a ton of weight, looked amazing, but then started feeling really bad. Like, you know, you get like fucking heart issues, man. I mean, you're on speed. You're on speed for like a fucking year. And after a while, your heart's like, hey, fuckhead, we need some oil in this engine. We're running about 88,000 fucking RPMs. Jesus Christ, what the fuck are we doing today? She looked amazing, though, man. I mean, she went from being a girl who had this really pretty face that just couldn't get her body in order for whatever reason. Her diet, drinking, the logic.
Just a story this week on Newser is where I go for my.
Yeah, me too.
Read less, know more, or some dumb shit. Some girl in Wisconsin froze to death leaving a party in a tank top and shorts at 6 below zero.
Oh,
and then the security cameras caught her walking like 1,000 feet and then just curled up and fucking died.
Oh my God.
And that's the vanity where a chick will just underdress to be sexy. That's why a chick always wants your coat when she goes, I'm going to dress all sexy. And then it's 25 degrees out. Can I wear your coat? No, I brought a coat because I know it's fucking cold outside. Or,
how dare you? First of all,
this girl was drunk. So that's it.
But you got to think this girl has friends, right? How the fuck are our friends? Like, listen, if we were all hanging out, okay, and it's fucking 6 below zero, and I go, where's Doug? Where the fuck is Doug? Where's Doug? Have you seen Doug? I'm thinking you blacked out and went wandering off into the fucking Arctic. I'm going to go outside looking for you. I would immediately. If we were all hammered, if I knew we were fucked up, so she's leaving a bar and she's fucked up, and her friends don't pay attention, she just curls up on the ground and dies.
Well, there's more to her personal story, but I'm using that as an extreme example of when you see chicks waiting in line at a bar, like Two Charlie's in Alaska, and there's a line around the block at midnight in the winter, and it's freezing, but they're all dressed up whorishly in fishnets and whatever, because they'd rather be in agony than look bad.
You know, there's so much power. If you're a girl with a hot body, and you have fishnets on, and you walk into a bar and you have like black leather shorts and fishnets and high heels, and you have a nice ass and great legs, you are a queen. Like, you are a god.
And you know what? If you're a fat girl that can outlast her, you're gonna get the same fucking action.
It's Doug.
It is
It's not
for the
the
lady.
girl.
It's the same.
The girl with the fucking.
She gets all the
spandex,
attention.
She might get on Instagram and get fucking millions of friends, and Squarespace starts giving her money.
Millions of real, honest friends, like salt of the earth, close to me.
No, but enough. It fills the void. Like, it doesn't have to be
what
real.
is that void?
No, Kardashian made it. Ugh.
I never
Paris Hilton
speak their
started
name.
that fire, and then she fucking vanished before the bomb went off. She got out.
She didn't vanish.
She got out.
She got
Out of the game.
Well, it's like, oh yeah, just like old comics. They didn't get out of the game. They got replaced.
Yeah, but I think she actually got out of the game. She didn't need the money. Well, she develops a bunch of business ventures that are like extremely successful. Yeah. Like, she makes a fucking ungodly amount of money and decided to like lay back.
Well, she realized that the ego has a horrible byproduct.
Yes.
Like that fame comes at a price, and the price became too much. She didn't need to be seen with her beaver hanging out. It's probably Britney Spears, but they're all the same.
Did they all do that though? There was a time where girls were just showing their pussy. It was amazing times. It was like right when social media first started popping. Those girls were fucking gangster about it. They just said, listen, I'm going to put a photographer in a place where no fucking photographer would ever be. And I'm going to pretend that guy just accidentally took pictures of my pussy. Because who the fuck lets a guy get on his knees looking up your dress as you get out of a Bentley? That shit doesn't happen. That's not what happened.
They have security teams that rival the Secret Service to make sure that doesn't happen. Yet it happened to you in the most flattering way on the day you weren't having your period and you shaved your bush. How amazing the luck of that photographer.
They always shave their bush. That's where porn won. Porn just won.
If Amy Schumer
shaved her pussy,
had some kind of paparazzi shot up her, because this is my Amy Schumer thing. I know you don't want to get into the stealing jokes thing, because I don't know. I'm out of the business.
It's a good business to be out of.
But when she started doing You're like, I'm gonna pose naked with my 3 rolls of fat because that's what a woman really is in Hollywood. You won't touch a person like that. Like,
Right.
I have a fucking grotesquely hanging ball sack.
How bad?
And I wouldn't. It's worse than most.
Do you remember Joey's from? I don't know
But
if
he
you
has
saw
a
that
huge
picture.
cock. I
He's
have
got
that
a huge
picture.
dick and ball sack.
Yeah, but if you have a huge dick to compensate for the ball sack, then it kind of looks all proportionate. I have a small dick with hanging balls where one hangs way lower than the other, and I would never like do some kind of Annie Leibovitz fucking photo spread going, you know what, the porn industry doesn't accept people like me, but this is the reality of cock and balls, and I'm just gonna show it. You know what? No one wants to fucking see it. It bothers me that people, it's not Hollywood that tells you what's attractive. I think she's funny. I think Amy Schumer's funny. I actually watched her comedy special and laughed out loud alone on my lonely couch. But I was laughing out loud.
She's very funny. She's funny on podcasts. She's really funny on radio shows. She's very quick.
I like her a lot.
Yeah.
But it's not just her. It's people who go, you have to accept my body style. I did not accept it. I just didn't buy a magazine to see it.
Yeah. Well, I get where they're coming from in a way.
Yes.
But they go like everything. There's like places that it goes where I don't agree anymore. And that's one of those things. Like, if she wants to be like, hey, look at my fat, who gives a fuck? Like, high five. Why not? A guy can do it. Joey can do it. Joey does it all the time. I mean, in one of the pictures that I had for Vegas that Jamie put together, Jamie made this picture. It's Joey from, like, the Joey karate days when he was, like, at his heaviest. He had this giant gut. He's got his shirt off. And he's, like, doing karate moves. It's because it's funny. I mean, if I support Joey being funny there, why wouldn't I support Amy?
Melissa McCarthy is
that fucking picture. It's an ad for the MGM Grand. We're there on March 4th.
But he's doing it to be funny as opposed to a woman that's Hollywood overweight trying to say, well, you know what, this can be sexy too. Joey's not doing that to go, this is sexy too.
As a fellow comic, I always have to look at it from the perspective of, like, all right, what is she trying to do? Is she trying to be funny? Or is she trying to say, I don't give a fuck? She's doing one of those things, right? And either one of those things is,
I'll tell you what
fine.
My opinion of what she's doing is what I hope you fell into, that I fell into when we were at that same age where we both started getting compared to Bill Hicks and getting too much fucking
Hicks pressure.
Yes. And you kind of try to live up to it. I think she's so big that she feels like she is the voice for all females because they're telling her she is, and she's probably overcompensating on some level.
Well, she's probably overwhelmed by the G-force of fame. I mean, the G-force of fame that she's experienced, and she experienced it really quickly. Like, Amy was on the show.
I get a Z-force of fame, but
not even 2 years ago, right? So less than a year and a half ago, she was nowhere near as famous as she is now.
Yeah,
so
she's going to go to Africa like Chappelle just to get away from this shit.
She's going to become trans black. Does she have, I don't even think she's like 30. Is she 30?
32, I think.
She's 32? She's really young, man. Look, when I was 32, I was fucking retarded. I'm retarded now, and I'm 48.
But that's
when I was 32,
back when
I was really
Yoko Hicks used to
stupid.
fucking be like, hey, I was Bill Hicks' best friend, and you want to do a video with you.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit, I have to live up to that.
Yeah, well, there was always that. Like, you'd get compared to it. Like, this thing like Hicks. Like, oh my God, I can't be myself. It was like you didn't want to have your own sense of humor. You wanted to live up to this void that was left behind. There's a fucking great piece. You know Jamie from the Atlanta Punchline? No, the guy ran the great guy. I ran into him at the Comedy Store the other day. And
I'm sure I do know, but I have no memory.
I guarantee you know. Did you work at Atlanta? Did you ever do the Punchline?
Yeah, all I remember is bad shows.
fucking one of the all-time best comedy clubs. It was a great club. They just went under. They had a real parking issue, so they're moving to a new location, but they took apart the old place and saved pieces of the stage and saved pieces of the green room. And the green room had like shitty fake wood paneling, and on that would actually be wood. It might be real wood paneling, but anyway, on it said.
He says that so he doesn't get sued.
No, because I'm gonna have it here. There's one piece I said, can I please have the piece that says, quit trying to be Hicks? Wow. I took a picture of it and I put it up on the line back when there was
sold that from the Austin green room.
I don't think they did. I think it was an old fucking club. That club had been around forever, but everybody was saying that at the time. There was a million half-assed Hicks. That's what you could call them.
Orators.
Yeah. Well, like right now, there's like 100 Attels. There's so many guys who talk like Dave. There's so many fucking Attels. There's a bunch of Patrices. When Patrice was alive, there's a few Patrices. Quite a few Hedbergs. Oh, yeah, man. Well, they've kind of branched out into their own, which is what happens, man. It's like, in the beginning, what's awkward is that we're watching it. But we all kind of went through, like, I had a bad Richard Jenny period, man, where I was on stage, and I realized I was, it was like open mic level 1 year in, and I was on stage, and myself, I was like, oh, my God, I'm definitely stealing the way Richard Jenny talks. Like, I was talking just like him, the same cadence. I wasn't even being myself. But I realized that, like, just because I admired him and I was scared, I was trying to figure out how to do it on my own. So it becomes a lot of these guys. I think that's what happens. Like, there's guys that have been compared to Hedberg that you can't really say that anymore. Like, you watch him now and you go, oh, he's found his own little weird thing.
Well, Hannibal Buress, when I first saw Hannibal, it was fucking brilliant. I go, wow, he sounds like Hedberg. And then I go, I think Hedberg's still sounding black.
A little bit, man. A little bit. He had one of my all-time favorite jokes about bananas. Someone said, do you want a frozen banana? I said, no, but I want a regular banana later, so yes.
We were going through the litany of our favorite Hedberg and Attels. I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have a girl that would be very upset if she heard me say that. And I knew that girl. Like, that's the thing. His jokes, a lot of them were reality-based, even though that's probably why he hated the Stephen Wright comparison. Where he was saying real shit. He really did give free bread to a duck at Subway. Like that, these things actually happened, and he wrote it in a way that was hilarious.
Yeah.
You were with him, when he wrote the joke about the tennis.
Yeah, we played tennis down there. His first Letterman special, he did the joke and he dropped my name and I was all excited. I played tennis with my friend Doug and I realized no matter how good I get at tennis, I'll never be as good as a ball.
He had a gang of them, man. He was just one of those guys, man. Just very, very unique. Like, it's very hard to like compare him to someone else. He's just his own little weird category,
Fucking Shawcroft has so much unreleased footage, and she's such a scared to put it out. I don't know. And like,
why wouldn't you put it out?
Well, because she doesn't know what she wants his legacy to be right. And she's a fuck up like all the rest of my comic friends. She doesn't get around to shit.
So was it stuff that he was working on?
He'd film everything.
Wow.
I have this 30-minute VHS he made me from like 1993 that he shot while we were on the road doing like Montana Run triple gigs and Vancouver, and he just shot and edited back in VHS days. It wasn't computer era. He had to actually sit and fucking edit this and titled it for me and autographed the 2 minutes. Just he's like breakdancing in the winter on some barren road on a piece of cardboard in Montana. We're making out in a kitchen in some fucking comedy club in Surrey, BC. I mean, we kiss in front of the cooks just to disturb them, and he pauses on it and plays, I want to know what love is. He was doing that shit though in '93, and we were co-headlining a B room, so we were co-middling basically, right, for no money. I remember the night we got paid. We were afraid we weren't going to get paid because this club was definitely going under. We could tell, and we had to stay in the owner's house, and the owner didn't even live there, and there's stacks of dirty dishes higher than the sink, and it's just this bare mattresses we're sleeping on in the basement, and we're like, we're gonna get fucked out of our money. And this is when, if you don't get paid, you don't get home. That's your gas, that's everything. And we finally got paid, and then they're taking us out into downtown Vancouver. Surrey's a suburb, and the door guys that were cool gonna take us out to party. And they were telling me how hot the hookers were in Vancouver, the streetwalkers. But no, they were. Yeah, we're driving past all these hookers. I go, these are really streetwalker hookers? Like, they're fucking, for me, A game. For you, not so much. I'm like, what's the minimum? And whatever it was, they said like $50. And I go, all right, I think I got paid like $600 or something. I go, here's the rest of my money. I'm just taking $50 so I can't get ripped off. Drop me off next to her and pick me up in half an hour. So they drop me off. I go up to her, and the minimum is $100. Minimum. Yeah, and I only have 50 because they told me it was 50. Nope. So I just sit on a bus bench next to a hooker working a sidewalk for 29 more minutes, waiting for my friends to come pick me up. Why would you go to a hooker with 50? This is 1994, $50. That's what the guys who dropped me off told me. I was fucking whatever, how many? 94 or something. 67, yeah. Something while thinking with my dick. Dick made the worst choices in my life. Vancouver's one of the strangest fucking places. Because it's Canada, but it's it's almost like American Canada. You know? It's so Seattle. It's right there. Like Portland, Seattle, it's right there. It's more San Francisco in the PC. Yeah. There's a lot of wild people there too. Vancouver's got a lot of wild people. It's almost San Francisco, but the ones that are cunts are very. It's almost like if Anchorage fucked San Francisco, it would make Vancouver, right? I was trying to think of a good heroin city because there's a lot of heroin up there. But in Anchorage or in Vancouver? Yeah, it's huge heroin. The place we play. Brian's never been there. That's why he keeps booking me back there. It's the Rickshaw, and it's in the heroin district, which might as well be wherever all the fucking Syrian refugees go now. There's if you've ever seen a full street flea market. That's homeless people, like every single inch of the entire street across the street from that gig is homeless tents. And you think, oh, is this an open air market? No, that's fucking homeless junkies. All the entire sidewalk for 4 blocks is just wandering vagabond junkie street people. I don't want to heroin district. Look at this. Look at the picture. Yeah, fuck yeah. That's nuts.
Can I just say it's a very good deal?
How so? You get what you pay for in this world, right? No, the door deal. The door deal. Yeah. It's all standing. Yeah. Jesus Christ. No, that's an actual restaurant. So you tell them, hey man, this place blows. Generally I do, but sometimes I don't remember.
I explain the financial alternatives.
Yeah, you can't let that get involved in your business. You can't let the financial alternatives get involved in business. Standing out in that back alley smoking, and you're literally going, can I get some duct tape for my pant legs? Because those rats are running so rampantly that you're just thinking, oh, that could run up my leg. There's that many of them. That raw sewage, like thick raw sewage. I was just thinking about the poor hooker working for $50. Keep fixated on that. No, she was $100. I can lie. That was 1994. It was 50. There has to be a girl out there that was working for 50. Did you ever like drive through Utah and you go through a drive-through in St. George and there's this perfect platinum blonde 19-year-old working the drive-through and you go, what the fuck are you doing here? Well, because they all look that good.
Oh. I didn't get to Utah until I was in my 40s.
Well, you haven't lived.
You know what I do love though is Salt Lake City, like doing stand-up in Salt Lake City. It's like everything has got like a little extra kick to it because it's like
because they don't get it.
Yeah,
well, I mean they get it. They don't get it there. That type of entertainment.
Yeah.
So the ones that are into it are. Yeah, it's like playing the Antarctic, which I really want to do. The Antarctic. Wow, that space station. The fucking
space station. Arctic station.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Watched a documentary on that place. McMurdo, isn't it? McMurdo.
Yeah, I think everybody gets it now. There's like pockets of people everywhere that get it. Like Salt Lake City's not. It's not just a giant Mormon stronghold. It's also a bunch of people that just live there, and it's beautiful. And as far as cities
but they have the stigma. So, So people might eschew the place because I don't want to fuck Salt Lake.
Exactly.
And they're like, no, we're better now.
Well, it's a good spot, like, because of all those things, because it's underrated, because everyone's so scared that it's a cult city, and it is a fucking cult city, by the way. I arrived at the airport, like, a few months back, landed, as we're going down the escalator, you see these fucking people, welcome back, Elder Michael, like, welcome back. They call them elders. They're fucking 20, and they're calling them elders, and they're coming back from convincing some people that don't even have, like, clean water, that they need to embrace the
Joseph Smith,
the Mormon doctrine.
That's why your water's dirty. Joseph Smith hasn't been here.
It's so bizarre, man. It's so bizarre. They make them do it. They make them go to these, that's like part of their gig, is that they have to proselytize. They have to go to these weird places and missions. Yeah, it's fucking nuts, man.
A comic friend of mine went on the Tabernacle tour.
What's that?
Touring the Mormon Tabernacle, and they have a tour just like the Vatican would, and you can tour the Tabernacle, and he just kept asking about the Mormon Meadows Massacre in, I think it was 1857. I know it was 9/11, where they murdered, the Mormons murdered all these people, and yeah, it's really fucking unknown story, but Google it at home. Mormons Meadows Massacre. So, yeah, but what about that Mormons Meadows? And they finally, someone pulled him aside, sir, I'd like to show you something this way. And they showed him right out the fucking door. He wouldn't stop with the Mormons Meadows Massacre.
Did you know all about Mitt Romney? Did you know the whole Mexico thing?
No.
Oh, I'll tell you something so beautiful. Mitt Romney's family, like Mitt Romney's dad wanted to be president, but he couldn't be president because he was born in Mexico. Because Mitt Romney's family fled to Mexico when they made polygamy illegal. When they made it illegal to marry a bunch of chicks, which isn't part of their church, they went, fuck you, we're going to Mexico. Because back in the 1800s, it didn't mean anything to live in the United States or Mexico because everybody's on a fucking horse. It's not like being on a horse over here is way more awesome than being on a horse over here. It's bullshit. You go back and forth as you will.
I'm near a running stream. I'm better than you. That's all that mattered.
Especially in the 1800s, the border was nothing. It was non-existent. So they didn't want to adhere to the new United States laws against their religious freedom to marry 12-year-olds, so they decided to move to Mexico. So his whole fucking family's from Mexico. Mitt Romney's family, his dad's from Mexico, his mom's from Mexico, they're all a part of the Mormon cult from down there, or religion, as it were. But they have fucking guns and they fight off the cartel because they get kidnapped. There's a bunch of fucking crazy shit that goes on down there. There's a couple of different families, and Vice went down there and did a doc on it. Don't notice how I say doc because I'm looking in the industry. Like abbreviate shit, it makes me look cool.
Twitter trains you to abbreviate.
I know, it's terrible. No, it's good. They did one of their hours, one of their videos online. I'll just say that. And it was all about these Mormons that live in Mexico still. They have a fucking compound, like an armed Waco-style compound. And that's where he came from. So essentially, it's like that guy from David Koresh. Imagine David Koresh's son, okay, moves to Mexico and runs for president. That is what it's like. It's like that similar. I mean, not obviously, like David Koresh, I guess, like shot some federal agents, shit like that, so it gets a little trickier. But
this branches out into a whole bunch of
but these fucking people have guns and they have to fight off the bad guys in Mexico. Like they're stuck down there. Like this is where they've decided to like white people that look like they're from fucking Utah and they're living in Mexico. It's weird as fuck, man. It's really weird. It's real weird.
But if we started a compound, because our opinions are not popular, I mean, fuck this. I'm going to go to some other country or place where no one fucks with us, and we're going to have this Death Valley party for life. Why not?
Definitely why not?
No, and you can't blame Mitt Romney for having fucked up parents. He's not down there fucking 12-year-olds. He's not Warren Jeffs.
Well, you can't even blame David Koresh. If David Koresh got into a situation where he had a bunch of people and he made them all have their wives sleep with them, like that's fucking his
If
cause.
you stop calling it a cult and start calling it a fan base, all of a sudden you're living the free market American dream.
Yeah, the problem is you label it. It's all about the nomenclature. You gotta label it correctly.
That's what the whole Scientology thing was about, the nomenclature of whether it's a church or whether it's not.
Yeah, that Koresh guy was like charismatic and he had a lot of fans.
Right.
Yeah, that's really what it is.
Believe them if they're having a good time. Who's to say his comedy stinks?
Yeah, and like these guys, if they want to stay, a deal's a deal. You gotta let the cult leader fuck your wife. We are brought to you by Roka. If you've been listening for a while, you may have heard me talk about Roka sunglasses. They are my absolute favorite. But today, I want you to know about the prescription eyewear. If you are active and have bad eyes, do not skip this shit. Roka is a brand based in Austin, Texas, and they have been making performance eyewear for Olympic gold medalists and world champion athletes since 2016. For the last few years, Roka has been building out a badass prescription offering and invested millions of dollars to build their own optical lab right here in Austin at their headquarters. All of Roka's frames work for prescription lenses, and they have something for everyone, no matter how fucked up your eyes are. Regular prescription, progressives, also readers. Since they cut their own lenses, they can also work with extreme ranges that a lot of other brands can't offer. I've been wearing the readers and sunglasses for a few years now and absolutely love them. They are ultra lightweight, super comfortable, and Roka fixed that problem where glasses slip off your nose when you're looking down. They're the best. Since Rokas stay on your face, you can actually work out in them and ditch the contacts. Some brands have made prescription eyewear easy to get online. Roka did that and actually made their products better too. No bullshit. Check them out. I could wear anything, but I choose to wear Roka, and you should too. Get 20% off your order with the code Rogan at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. You probably already know that Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for creating a website. But they do so much more than that. For example, you can drive sales and engage your audience with Squarespace email campaigns. They make it easy to collect email subscribers and repeat business through regular email updates. You can sell anything you want with Squarespace. Whether it's digital products or services, they have all the tools you need to set up an online store. You can even sell in person by connecting a Square Reader to the Squarespace app and keep your orders, inventory, and customer data in sync with your website. Try it for yourself. For a free trial, just head to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's just how it goes.
And it's not like we can't do the same thing in comedy. Hey, sorry, buddy. She came with me after the show.
Jesus says it's okay, man.
Brenda, did you really leave with that comedian?
How terrible.
I'm leaving this cult.
It's funny that even in 2016, there's ones that we'll buy into and ones that are like, that one's fucking stupid. You know, there's like as a culture, as a society, it's like we get the main ones. It's almost like political parties, because it's just as ridiculous to have the Democrats or the Libertarians or the Green Party, or it's ridiculous.
Just having leaders is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. All of it's ridiculous. It's all in some ancient hominid bullshit that we have stuck in our genetics, and we think we have to have one leader that, you know, stands over all of us and fucking wears a special suit and puts his hand up and we all applaud. It's retarded. It's retarded. It's ancient. It's so archaic. It's just fucking stupid. We gotta stop.
Yeah, but if you're the first guy to not, then you're a dildo.
Well, someone's gonna have to figure out how to break it. Like they're gonna have to it almost is gonna take.
And you know what it's gonna take?
No one running for president.
A charismatic leader. Unfortunately, and there you're right back where you started.
You have to get a charismatic leader that definitely didn't want to fuck.
Listen, absolutely, everyone follow me and not following me.
Yes, that's the move.
People don't want to fucking fend for themselves.
I think we're gonna have to come up with, in our lifetime, people are gonna realize that there's a lot of things that are just in place that we were born with, and the people that set them up, they just did not have access to the information that they needed to form those decisions. Like the reason why they started off the Electoral College, all the bullshit that we have to contend with today, is because it made sense in 1776. It made sense. They were just trying to piece together this thing, but to stick with that.
Every time someone says, you know what, in the Constitution it says, well, you know what, if you can make a better Constitution, make it. If that's, you're going to progress.
I think there's a bunch of things we have to agree on if we want to call ourselves America. Because otherwise we become become like the Man Show with you and I versus the Man Show with Adam and Jimmy. It becomes something different with the same name. And it's like, what is this fucking thing? This is not what I signed up for. Everybody signed up for America. The idea of America is supposed to be freedom of speech. That's like a big one, right? But how many people today are in trouble for talking about shit? I mean, how many people today are in trouble for revealing information or talking out about things that they deal with?
Jesus, Ellsberg versus Snowden, or Chelsea Manning.
Sure, yeah.
Ellsberg's a fucking hero.
I like how you went with Chelsea.
Yeah?
I like how you did the correct gender. Yeah, yes. Good.
Well, I had a long night full of stimulants and Viagra, and the fucking chick I thought was a short thing
turned out to be a dude.
No. They held out, so.
You researched?
Yeah, so I was online and going, hey, Eros guide, is that a dude? I can't tell if that's a dude from the picture. I'm just going to not call. Sometimes
Eros guide.
Better than you porn is looking up hookers you can actually get and then jerking off knowing, you know what, for $800 I could get her, but I'd have to wait 35 minutes.
You really think the girl in that photo is actually going to come to your door? They should take your credit card and sell it to India. They really should. Whatever they do to your credit card, when you fucking call and leave that Visa card for the deposit, they got you.
I love that people actually buy credit card protection without knowing that, you know what, if you didn't sign for it, it's the credit card that's eating it, not you. Where I went to the Bahamas once and came back, and there was a charge for $7,000+ for porcelain tile. Yeah, that's what I do when I'm on vacation. I buy porcelain kitchen tile.
$7,000 worth.
Yeah, and the fucking credit card company eats it.
Wow.
Because that's what they have to do. So all those. That's interesting. Did anyone steal your identity or steal your credit card? We'll protect you against that. No, the fucking Visa will eat it. Fuck you. Just leave that shit laying out, and then I'll say, I didn't sign for it.
I have this idea about information that money, essentially, it doesn't really mean anything anymore, right? It's not backed by gold. It's just all stored up on a computer somewhere. We agree that $100 is $100. Right. But so that's data.
Not a theory, it's
right.
Fact.
But it's data. It's just ones and zeros. There's no physical thing. Well, the thing, what's happening with technology is technology's bringing people and ideas like closer together quicker. Like if you have an idea, you tweet it, fucking 100,000 people might get a hold of that idea within a couple of seconds, right? Videos, you put up a video, it gets crazy, it gets viral, 1 million people might see it in a day or two. The more technology improves, the quicker and easier it is to get to people. The quicker and easier it is to communicate. Well, money is information. Communication is just about information. We might come a time where the bottleneck is money. Like, we can't have possessions in order to be this one. In order to everyone connect together in some sort of a weird artificial evolution-induced like connection to technology that we're inevitably going to have. It's coming. It's going to happen. The bottleneck might be money. I think we're going to get to a point where money's not real.
I should have been tripping instead of drinking because I have no idea what you said, but I nodded a lot.
I think we're going to get to a point where there's no more money. I think that's what's going to happen. We're going to get to some weird point
We're going to get to a lot of weird points that we're not going to be here for. And the difference is you have kids, so you worry about it a little bit more than I do.
Probably.
You go, wow, I mean, everything from 100 years ago that you could not possibly imagine that are happening now.
Yeah, it is happening now.
Yeah, so a lot of weird shit we can't even imagine will happen. And I just won't be here for it.
But isn't it really cool at the same time?
Yes.
It's not negative. It's even the loss of money, like this idea, like, look,
It's the negative people that are the problem. Right. Global warming, and yeah, shit's going to go underwater, and there's not going to be the Maldives anymore, but it's going to be warmer in Wisconsin. And you know what? You shouldn't be fucking and having that many kids next to a coastline. Katrina. We're going to rebuild New Orleans. Oh, the water's rising, and you live under the sea level. Fuck you. You know what? Drown your kids, you fucking asshole.
Wow. This is outrageous. You're not going to get to host our event now. We're going to have you MC our event. And after that, we have rescinded our offer, Mr. Stanhope. That's great. We cannot endorse your
Here's one thing.
lifestyle.
Hey, drinkers out there, if you're going to bring your own booze and pour it into a Canada Dry club soda bottle and you're mixing it with club soda, make sure you realize which club soda is vodka. I just poured a whole fuckload of vodka in this, thinking it was this shit can get real. Oh my god, I can say the wrong thing.
That's a lot of vodka. That's a lot of vodka.
Oh, no, there's a lot of it's ice.
Sorry.
I know. As long as I don't try to smoke your weed. When things go south.
It could be worse. He could be drinking himself sober.
It's been a long week.
What were you just talking about? You were just saying something that was really interesting. What the fuck did you just say just before that? Oh. About worrying about it, the future more because I have children. That's probably true. But you know what? It's not just that. It's not even necessarily worrying. It's about, like, if I see a pattern and I see some things happening, like I see a bunch of things that are moving in a certain direction, because just like you, I don't have a conventional job. I'm not overwhelmed with having to do shit that other people want me to do. So most of my day is spent thinking about shit that I want to think about. So when I look at this whole weird pattern, like, what are we doing? Like, what does this society do? We're some weird fucking builder creature that's making better and better technology every year. Because that's ultimately what we're doing. Forget about all the shit about the Kardashians and all the shit about the Democrats and the liberals and transgender rights. And we're making better and better technology. All that other stuff just allows us to have fun while we're doing it. It just creates conflict and resolutions and $50 hookers and all that shit just rolls up together. But at the end of the day, what we're doing is making better and better technology. That's all we're doing. That's the one constant. If we stay alive, we innovate. If we stay alive, we keep going.
But if innovation, if you have to keep making more shit just to make people buy more shit, like, isn't the shit we have enough?
Exactly. It's true. Yeah. It is
for us. Yeah. Since we live a comfortable lifestyle. There was some story today where if the 62 richest Americans gave away most of their wealth, everyone would live above the poverty line, and you go, but then there would be a new poverty line. Mm-hmm. So then those people, at what point do you go, well, I'm rich enough, we get enough shit, but I live above the poverty line because Zuckerberg gave me a bunch of shit, and now I live in a one bedroom instead of a tent or a cardboard box. Well, then now you live in a one bedroom and you see the guy in the two bedroom and you go, fucking dick.
Exactly. That's what's going to happen.
I'm below the poverty line again.
Yeah, you're not going to enjoy your studio apartment. Fuck that guy with his fucking two bedroom. You asshole.
Poverty line is a statistic just like football is.
Well, Well, there's a problem with getting shit for free. There's always a problem with getting shit for free. It's not a problem.
I know you porn. I thought was going to give me a cease and desist. Going, all right, this is like free samples at the Safeway, and you just grabbed the whole fucking tray and ate them all at once. You fucking asshole! Stop with your cocaine and your Viagra.
Well, don't they get? I don't know if this is true, but you can tell me. Don't they like? Isn't there like a conflict in the porn industry where the porn people aren't getting paid for those movies? They put them up for free, and so like people shouldn't be supporting like those sites. Like there's like a dispute and a debate, almost like the Napster days when what's his face? Metallica would get really mad. Lars Ulrich. Fucking it, cunt. People still hate that guy from that.
I do. I always swore if I ever saw him at a show, I would have him escorted out. And then one time you were with me in Mill Valley, the other guy,
Yes,
Kurt,
that's right.
Hetfield or whatever his name is.
He was there.
He was there, and I said, I always swore if that fucking Lars guy was here, and you're close enough, but I'm not going to throw you out. And I just started giving him shit about. I was like the first comic on Napster. Like they had a home page where they feature an artist right before they shut him down.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I was the first comic featured. That's when people first started finding my shit underground, and then they shut it down because of that fucking Lars cunt. And they made their bones off of people bootlegging cassette tapes of them because they couldn't get radio play. Like, you're shitting on what made you, you fucking little Weasley. I don't know, is he Norwegian? What is he? Fucking Danish?
Whatever. There's no need to disparage an entire race of people just because of one man's actions, Douglas. One man, he fucked up. He definitely didn't have good friends. He definitely didn't have somebody who would give him some good advice.
I litter too, and I'd kill the whole Indian race just for that one crying fucking guy on that commercial. Sorry, that was a stretch. That went to. Yeah, well, whatever. Sorry, swinging you at every one of your jokes.
It's true, ladies and gentlemen. Like, if we fail, it's not because we didn't try. Okay, don't get mad.
Right. They still mad. There's only 444,000 hours of a Joe Rogan podcast. You can fast forward to.
Yeah, that other.
How do you do this?
It's not hard.
No, but I'm saying you put out like 48 podcasts a week, and then you wrestle guys, and then you do MMA, and then you do 85 hours of stand-up, and then
I have my own kind of crazy. I got my own kind of crazy.
Do you sleep? Are you one of those guys that sleeps 2 hours a night?
I sleep good. I like to sleep solid 6-7 hours a night.
I'm not saying how do you sleep at night.
I gotta get 8. What do you mean? Am I like? Do I have a problem sleeping?
No, I'm saying, do you have like off hours?
Oh, I wanna. This is my goal in life, and I've essentially achieved it. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it, within reason, within moral and ethical obligations, the law, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't want. If I decide I want to go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning, I don't want to hear shit from anybody. Like I don't want anybody telling me you can't go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning. You can't sleep till 2 in the afternoon. Why not? Tell me why not. Why can't I wake up at noon? Why? Who the fuck are you? It's just stupid. So all my life, I've wanted to get to a place where I could go to bed when I wanted to go to bed, within reason, and wake up whenever I want to wake up. So then if I decide like to get up early, because I have to like see my kids at school, I decide. It's not because I have a boss. It's because I want to. Because I want to get up. I have an obligation to be with the kids, and I enjoy it. I want to hang out with them. So I think that if you got a goal in life, the goal shouldn't be as successful as you can be. I think the goal, like, it's not a money thing. The goal is to make it as much like what shit you would normally do. Like you're a guy.
You're a driven guy. My point is the opposite. You're always driven to do something. It's the same shit every time I talk to Attell. Like, why don't you just take a vacation and just go fucking sit on a beach somewhere? Because he's always. Not you're positive. Attell's always negative. I stink. I listen to my set. My CD's no good. Everything stinks.
He makes me sad like that because he's so brilliant. But he's such a nice guy.
I don't know. I can't imagine either of you going to a remote beach and relaxing.
Oh, I relax. I know how to do that now. I learned how to do that.
Give me an example.
We go on vacations.
Where?
What's the last one?
Costa Rica, went like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
With the family, had a great time. Did some zip lining, fucking hung out, fed some monkeys.
Nice.
There was this thing called, we called it a Pikachu. I forget what it's called. I think it's called something Cito. But it looks like a little raccoon. But they're fucking super tame because they were hanging around this resort. And it's used to vacationers. So they come right up to you and we were feeding him grapes and shit. He got so comfortable with us, he took a nap in front of us. Fucking thing's lying down with his fucking legs up in the air. It was awesome. Monkey screaming at you, coming over, trying to get food from you. Chuck them some fucking Oreos. They open the Oreo up and they eat the white part just like a little kid would. Like, whoa, how many Oreos you eating, monkey? You know. So I go on vacations.
All right, good.
I go on a lot of them actually now. Not a
Every
lot
time
of them,
you talk about coming to Bisbee, I go, you'd be so bored here.
Do some fun shit. You know what we do? Go get some archery tags for some javelinas and go fuck up some javelinas.
I am against hunting. Not against it. I personally couldn't do it. But a javelina, I can kill that motherfucker.
Yeah, you could do it.
They're rotten beasts.
Well, when you told me
the dog, that's the thing.
Yeah, your neighbor's dog.
Yeah, I killed the fucking. And they hang around in packs. They're like coyotes. They're fucking awful.
Demons.
Yeah.
They're little demons. If they didn't exist, if they weren't real, you'd be like, whoa, these are cat-eating, dog-eating little demons. They don't have the courage to go after a person. But they would. If your child was out blind, if somebody like put a baby on the side of a Toyota Tundra and just drove a few hundred miles on the road and just left that baby there for an hour and those peccaries, that's what they are. They're peccaries. They're not even pigs. Javelina, everybody thinks is a pig. It's not. A pig is a different species. It's a different animal. That's that fucking creepy fucker. It's a peccary.
Peccary.
Yeah.
We can
It's
hear
not
them.
like a pig, but it's not.
My neighborhood is 3 streets and then hills to the Mexican border, and I can tell when a pack of javelina are coming by the dogs barking. Like, okay, dogs are barking on that block, now they're barking on this block, and I go, oh, a pack of javelina is traveling that way.
It's so cool that you live in a place that has these things. It's so interesting.
Yeah, they're like rats in fucking Vancouver behind the Rickshaw Theater. You always be branding.
They're like little demons, man. Like if they didn't exist, and there was this hairy thing in a movie that would chase after people's dogs and tear them apart.
Yeah, that's where I'm the opposite of Ted Nugent. I would kill that and use none of it.
But they're good. You can eat them. They're like similar to a pig in a lot of ways. The best
people in Louisiana eat shit they find on the road too, but you can eat a lot of things. If you're up in Shackleton's party, you can eat your shoe until you can find some seal blubber. You can eat anything.
I think they taste good. I think javelina is supposed to taste a lot, very pig-like. Like wild pig, like wild boar, which tastes good. I think you have to make it in like sausages and shit, but people like it.
I brought Burger King. You know what? You eat Burger King. I hate Burger King, and I told the Uber driver, I go, listen, I tweeted, I go, I'm afraid to be early because this is a weird, empty industrial lot that I don't want to be sitting out in front of cold and waiting for you to show up. And I don't want to be late because you don't want to be late. So, but I wanted to eat. So I told the Uber driver, we're going to be early, so we'll find some fast food. I'll tip you extra.
There's a fucking In-N-Out burger on the way up here.
Well, on the exit, there's nothing but this fucking industrial area.
There's an In-N-Out burger a mile away.
This is my Burger King. Fuck Burger King. Burger King only exists where nothing else is available. So you get off that exit, there's an industrial park or Burger King. Because if Burger King's next to anything else, you wouldn't eat anything.
Okay, if Burger King's next to McDonald's, you would go with McDonald's.
Absolutely.
You know why?
If Burger King was next to Payless Shoes, I'd go with shoes. I said that I'm surprised that every time I watch Naked and Afraid, they don't stumble into a Burger King. There's no other option. They're the fucking worst, but I had to because there's nothing else around.
McDonald's brought the fucking breakfast menu to all day, but they didn't bring the McGriddle. They didn't bring their greatest creation. That pancake thing with sausage and cheese, It's the greatest creation they've ever made. Then you can't have it all day.
They have a limited breakfast menu, but today on Newser, McDonald's soaring because they brought breakfast all day. And if you know my body of work, one of my biggest beefs ever is no breakfast after 11. Because as comics, we're not usually up before 11.
Yeah.
And I like breakfast.
Yeah.
And it makes no sense. I'm not going to do the bit. The point is that McDonald's brought breakfast all day. I love the fucking sausage burrito. Love it.
I heard that's a good one.
And their numbers are going through the roof.
I just can't take a risk because if I'm hungry, I look forward to egg McMuffins so bad that I don't want to. Just a regular egg McMuffin. That's what I want. That little circular ham, circular for no apparent reason. Perfectly circular ham, like as if that even was related to.
Oh no, they breed the pigs in cylinders.
They breathe them in sewer tunnels. They pack them in there and slice them thin.
I think they're actually peccaries.
But anyway, I'm addicted to those fucking things. I love an egg McMuffin. I love them. Like if I'm coming home and I'm hungry, I don't feel guilty about eating eggs and English muffins. It's pretty simple and straightforward. We'll put a processed cheese or whatever. Some fucking fake
You also work out like a motherfucker. I have friends in Alaska that would party so hard. How are you in such? Well, they party that hard and then go to the gym for 3 hours and lift really hard. I don't do the second part.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. With this crazy lifestyle.
Everyone's been saying this for fucking 20 years.
Eventually, you always have this conversation with me where you're like, how many fucking surgeries do you have?
Yeah, when you're just talking today about the fucking thing they did to your knee and putting plates and screws and drilling shit into your knee.
About morphine, right?
Well, you had to go through that to get to morphine.
Yeah,
I could go straight to morphine.
That was
and
94.
skip the bad knee.
That was an early one. That was an early surgery. I've had a gang of them since. Things break, man.
They do on me too. I got like 3 hernias working, and I don't lift anything.
If you get them fixed, it's so easy. Eddie Bravo got 2 of them fixed at the same time. They just stick these. They have this webbing they put underneath you.
No, I got the umbilical one fixed.
Did you get it fixed?
Yeah, but the other 2, I got a ventral where your abdominal, what would be your 6-pack, if I had one, that splits apart. Not a problem. But the ventral that's a regular. The inguinal. That's the groin hernia. That's the one. One word is why I don't fix those. Catheter.
Oh, they're the dick hole.
Which I would have done if I was coked up after being dumped, calling hookers, and I'm getting a dominatrix. Yes. But
what about a morphine drip? One of those ones that I got with a button, with thumb, click, 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 click.
I'd rather have a dominatrix do it fucking solid and go, you're gonna just take this fucking catheter, aren't you?
See, I'm so different than you. But I would like to do, I like to drink a bottle of NyQuil and listen to some David Bowie. Just get there. Ground control to Major Tom. Just let them do their stuff. It doesn't even involve me. I'm up here in space. I don't have time. I don't have time to think about that catheter. The catheter's not a part of me.
How many surgeries have you had?
Not that many, honestly. My nose, both my knees.
Wait, your nose?
Yeah, I had a deviated septum, and I also had a bunch of blood that had pooled up inside the walls of my nose and become calcified, like a cauliflower ear. I see like a wrestler's ear. I had that in there too. They had to carve out some holes, and they had to do something called trim your turbinates. Your turbinates are like, I guess it's like these bumps inside the side of your nose, and they clean those and flatten them down. I broke my nose when I was 5. I fell down a flight of stairs, even before martial arts, smashed my nose. I remember crying and blood and snot, and my nose has always been crooked, even since then. And then from that time on, I don't know.
Nobody ever says Rogan's gorgeous except for the nose.
But it's been broken a bunch of times. But nothing compared to some people I know, man. I know dudes who've had dozens of nose breaks. I've had at least probably 6 or 7.
When you hear people bitching about athletes making too much money, a professional athlete will have several surgeries in a season.
Could be.
Where most, right? Like if your dad's getting a hernia surgery, you'll fly back from college because you never know.
Right.
And anesthesia. Well, these guys just have surgery.
That's the big argument for steroids. It's the biggest argument for steroids. Steroids rapidly improve your ability to recover. Rapidly improve. So if these guys get a surgery, like a Achilles tendon or some shit like that, the difference between recovery when you do steroids and recovery on the natch, fucking a giant difference. I mean, absolutely gigantic difference. They're not taking this stuff just for performance. They're also taking this stuff for recovery. It's in my opinion, I mean, done correctly, like you should allow all athletes to do that, whether it's martial artists, whether it's anybody. The problem is, like if you're talking about like a knee surgery, the real problem is you can get gains from that will be permanent. There's a certain percentage of those gains meaning you gain speed, explosiveness, just from taking these steroids while you are going through rehabilitation because of surgery. So it is tricky. It is tricky because that cheating, whether it's playing football or what have you, that cheating will be permanent. Like you'll be a different person. You like literally will be more explosive. Maybe even like only fractionally so, like maybe a half of 1% or something, but it's measurable. Like they can measure the tissues, they can measure the amount of gains you keep. There's been some studies on it, so it's tricky.
How much explosiveness do you need as we near 50 years old?
It's a hobby of mine. I enjoy it. That's the problem. I enjoy training. Like it helps me. For me personally, like we talked about, like I do too many things or I do a lot of different things. One of the things that it seems like I have to do in order to stay even is that I have to do a lot of physical activity. If I don't do a lot of physical activity, whether it's like anything, I can go hiking, I can work out, or do something, but if I don't push my body and drain some energy out, then I don't feel my best. I feel, uneven. I don't feel relaxed enough. I have to drain the battery. So for me, like to keep my sanity and perspective and clarity, I have to drain the battery. So that's why I do it. The best way to do that.
Oh, I thought you were going to say cocktails.
That works too. Everybody's got their own way. The problem is my way is prejudiced against. My way is the way of me.
You can always find someone who is, he brought whiskey. I thought I should just bring whiskey.
Shit. I got a lot of Jack Daniels in this bitch.
I've been drinking Jack and Coke, but what I don't like is the Coke.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of
drinking Coke or Red Bull or anything like that feels worse than like if you. I'd rather do methamphetamine, which is the worst drug ever.
I talk myself into putting the Coke in there so I don't feel like a deviant. Just drinking straight Jack Daniels. It seems like someone is reckless.
Not if you drink it on the rocks in a proper rocks glass.
The nectar of the gods, and
you tinkle the glass and then you sip it.
Isn't that what Sinatra called it? Isn't that like part of a Jack Daniels commercial? The nectar of the gods, baby.
That was one of the last.
That is you. No, I think it was a commercial for Jack Daniels. Was there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a commercial for Jack Daniels that featured Sinatra talking about Jack Daniels, calling it the nectar of the gods. Wow. It was during one of his shows in Vegas.
The Sands or something?
Yeah, they had that Rat Pack era, which is like one of the most amazing times. Let's say here, we'll listen to put your headphones on real quick.
That country doesn't have to know us.
Is this the one where he does it?
This jet carried to foreign lands.
I can't get to so fucking commercial. Okay. You gotta fucking try these in advance, son.
Either way, the point is, no one was tweeting Sinatra going, "Don't die on us, man."
Right. They didn't know any better back then. They didn't think you were gonna die. First of all, they thought cigarettes were being healthy. And that's back. Did you see have you seen the Leonardo DiCaprio movie on Wall Street? No, the one. I don't know. The one where he played the FBI guy, J. Edgar Hoover. The J. Edgar Hoover one, J. Edgar Hoover's mom was like talking about him being sickly and how the doctor had prescribed him cigarettes. He should be smoking cigarettes to become more robust. Whoa.
Exactly. Always wrong. Don't.
Back then, they were fucking.
And J. Edgar Hoover sadly died when he was 35. No, he lived a full fucking life.
He did.
Unfortunately, but still, yeah. So when you keep tweeting me, don't die on us, man. I know I live an unhealthy lifestyle as far as we know, but I'm enjoying it. So until you're a fucking doctor who's prescient better than the doctors who said J. Edgar Hoover's mother should be more robust from smoking cigarettes.
You're a study, in a way. If I was a scientist or a doctor who's trying to study people that are healthy and happy and why, I would study you because I'd be like, well, here's this guy that's doing whatever the fuck he wants to do. He's smoking, he's drinking, but he appears relatively healthy in comparison to a lot of other people that are not doing those things, but are working full-time, soulless, thankless jobs, and they're the same age. Like, if I followed your happiness meter, like if it was a scorecard and it was like a fucking college basketball game and I could look at the happiness meter, you'd be a dominating victory in the happiness
9 to 5
over the ever normal.
I'm not saying it doesn't have its downfalls. I wake up in sheer terror, and I wake up, even when I'm home, I go, I gotta get the fuck out of here, and I go right to delta.com and see what the next flight, and then I chill out, and then I ease back in. There's down times to this. I'm not saying, oh, I'm happy all the time being a fucking drunk and a chain smoker.
But we all are freaking out. I mean, this is like a core tenet of being a human being. If you're paying attention, you're freaking out about your expiration date. You're freaking out about the fact that this is a finite experience. It's going to end. And we don't know when, and we don't know why.
And we're getting closer.
Yeah, we're getting closer every day. But you know what? It could have happened when you were 2. It happens to a lot of people at 2. It could have happened in a car accident when you're 5. It happens to a lot of people in car accidents when they're 5.
But it's guys like you that make me feel like shit about just sitting and watching Netflix for 4 straight days, not getting up other than to piss or get a snack.
But you enjoy that time.
I do. I wish I could just go, hey, I'm just me. Why can't I enjoy? Why do I have to always think I see someone who can dance and I go, I'll never be able to dance. Why I don't excel at any of, rather than focusing on what I do well, I too much focus on what other people do that I can't.
And that's where obsessive struggle comes into play, Doug Stanhope, because obsessive struggle, what I'm really into,
is that what you call fucking groping men?
No, that's jiu-jitsu. But my obsessive struggle, it'll fall in everything I do.
I'm not against groping men.
I shoot like 100 arrows a day. Archery, like I just shoot at targets because I love practicing. It's fun.
Okay, that's a great example. If I shot 100 arrows a day, I would be thinking, why am I not doing more with my life? Like, no matter what you do, I think I should be doing something other people that I respect are doing. Wow. You do what you do. And I can't get comfortable with just doing what I do, no matter what it is. I see someone else who does something I can't do, and
well, I can't do it. Maybe this will help. There's some insight. Here's one thing that's true. If I have things to do and I don't do them, and I go shoot those arrows, then I feel like a fucking loser. That's one weird thing. Like, I can't just
you to
go
hit a
fuck
bunch
off.
of fucking bullseyes.
Doesn't matter. Still feel like a loser. So like that took me until I was like in my 40s to realize that I can't have anything like the price you pay for fucking off on something. The price you pay in mental mortgage is never worth it. It's just not worth it. If I have shit that I have to get done, I have to get it done. Because if I don't get it done, it's gonna fucking haunt me. But what is get it done and what is within reason? And that's what I had to like hit like my 40s before I realized there's a point of diminishing return.
What is
it's like
have to get done. Yeah, you have to take care of your
normal
kids,
shit, but other shit like exercise. Because if I don't exercise, I do fucking freak out. Because my body's just so used to it. It's been doing it for so many years. Like if I don't do some form of rigorous exercise, my body's like, come on, bitch. Are you going to make us just sit around all day?
I understand that, but we all have different standards or perceptions of what we have to do.
Right.
Where you go, all right, what do I really have to do?
Right.
I would consistently, obsessively make lists of shit I have to do. And then I would find one from, a year, 6 months ago that I lost and made a new list, and I didn't have to do any of that shit. I think I have to do shit.
Yeah, that's definitely true. You definitely don't have to do anything. You just have to survive, right? Definitely. But if you want to try to achieve something, like if you want to try, if you have a Netflix special that you're going to film in 6 months, and you decide, I am going to piece together a perspective, and I'm going to try to get this material, I'm going to try to take it on the road, but I'm going to need to have some life experiences. So I'm going to need to go to the Museum of Creationism that's in Kentucky. I'm going to go there. I'm going to fucking sit down. I'm going to talk to the people. I'm going to gather some information. If you have some shit that you want to do, then you have some shit that you need to do in order to accomplish the thing that you want to do. That's real. But it's only on your choice. But that's when it's best. And that's the beautiful thing about what you're doing, what I'm been able to do. It's a matter of that are listening to this, that are self-employed, or they're artists, or that are trying to do that. That's the ultimate goal, is to do what you're doing.
It's deciphering between what you have to do for you versus what you think you have to do for other people, or to live up to the fans, or to whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What do I actually have to do versus what I think I'm supposed to do?
Right.
And that's what I can't get rid of. So I always think I'm supposed to do, so I have to.
Well, here's the key. Here's one key that I've found. This is just my personal perspective.
Kettlebells, people. That's what you have to do. Kettlebells.
No, don't get an assistant. When you get an assistant, you're just putting a Band-Aid on a problem. The problem is your life's gotten too complicated for one person.
I have
now all of a sudden.
That's who I am.
Yeah, you guys have a partnership. This is a completely different experience.
You have an assistant?
No, I don't have an assistant.
Did you?
No, never. I won't do it. That's my one. I won't have anybody who makes phone calls for. You ever got a phone call from someone? Hold for Bud, please. Like my friend Bud would do that. I'd call his goddamn cell phone, and the woman would go, Bud, cell phone. I'm like, Bud, you're not that much of a big shot, you fuck. Answer your goddamn cell phone. It ain't that hard. I guarantee Tom Cruise answers his own fucking cell phone. There's a few people that just they have someone that does everything for them, and essentially they become like mama, and it allows you to focus entirely on your task at hand, which is to feed this machine that you've created of employees and fucking hairdressers and all these different people that follow you that you have to carry around with you. You become like an ecosystem. Don't do that. No assistance. As soon as you need another person to figure out fucking where you're going and what you're doing and show you what your calendar is, you fucked up. You got too crazy. Stay low key, because you're gonna absorb that assistant's problems too. You're gonna absorb that assistant's fucking pill thing, fucking all sorts of issues, taxes. They never pay their taxes. You're gonna take those fuckers in, man. They're gonna be like stray dogs. You're gonna have real problems, or a great friendship and wonderful relationship. Just gotta be lucky.
So you said that was the first thing.
Yeah, don't have any fucking assistants, man. That's number one. Don't do shit you don't want to do when you don't have to do it anymore. That's another one. A lot of times people get famous and they get successful and they get wealthy, and then they start thinking, I just gotta fucking keep this going. We need to do movies, man. We're gonna do our own soundtrack. You don't have to do any of that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Go back to when you and I were 21. What you started when you were like 24?
Yeah.
I was 21. But essentially we were in our early 20s. What did we want to do? We wanted to fucking make a living telling jokes.
I wanted
the greatest thing ever.
And I couldn't sing karaoke.
Yeah, get pussy, sing karaoke. And make
I couldn't sing karaoke, but comedy was a thing I could go up and sign on a list and then try to get pussy.
Okay, so that's the embryonic stage. But once you became a full multi-celled organism, when you became an actual guy who's trying to put together an act, what was the ultimate goal?
I just wanted to do it. I wanted to be able to do it well. I wanted to be...
You didn't want to have a day job.
Well, yeah.
You want to be a pro comic, right?
That was a long time. I spent 3 years of just going, I can't believe I'm driving to Montana 18 hours to get free cheese cubes at a happy hour and $125.
Exactly.
I'm doing it.
Yeah. I did a gig with this kid named Scott Papacuri on a place called Block Island. We stayed in a fucking storage house where they stored canned goods. They had canned stock. It was an island you had to go to. The people were so drunk they were barely alive. The audience was filled. There was no comedy to be had. I never even got on stage. They canceled the show when he got on stage. He got on stage, he told 10 minutes of jokes, and freaking cut the mic off. It was a disastrous, horrific fucking set.
Have you had more fun since?
Probably not. It was a good time. He used to have another gig called the Mattapoisett Inn. It was in Mattapoisett, Massachusetts. It was like a hotel, and then downstairs there was like this lobby that inexplicably had one of the best comedy rooms in all of Massachusetts. It was amazing. Guys like Teddy Bergeron, Lenny Clark, they would headline down there. Don Gavin, they would headline down there. And I worked there a gang of times with the same dude. So like I assumed that this gig was going to be like his other gig, which was amazing. But it was a new gig. So we got a boat. We took off to some fucking stupid island in the middle of nowhere where these people were just drinking themselves to death. They were monsters. They were just drunk, bloated monsters. There was this woman. She looked like Don Barris with a dress and a giant red Winston Churchill like gin.
I almost got her off Arrow's Guide last night. Go ahead.
She's worth it. She was just screaming at this guy who was on stage. I'll never forget it.
I glorified the early days when I was in them.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
I look back at some shit and go, that's probably worse. But most of the time I go, I can't believe I'm doing this. In the moment, I was having so much fun, fucking the ugliest strippers in the world, and just happy. But that's before people had expectations. And as soon as I got whatever level of popular I am, there's people who expect something and like, fuck, god damn it, I have to work. You can't just go up on stage and eat a plate of nachos and tell everyone to go fuck themselves. They pay good money now.
The transition has come full circle.
Are you OCD because I just drank straight off the bottle? My herb is only on my dick.
That's not OCD, is it? What is that? I'd have to be germphobic. If I was germphobic, I wouldn't be letting dudes sweat in my mouth. Dudes sweated in my eyeballs.
I guess
my ears. I bet guys sweat in my ears.
I guess it could be hand sanitizer guy and wrestle dudes in a fucking 69 position.
Well, not only that, but I'll do a 3,000 seat show and I'll go outside and take pictures with everybody. I'll shake hundreds.
Jesus, I remember the time you brought me to UFC in Vegas. The only time I've seen it live, and you walked through the crowd as they're all lined up to get in. This monster aggro fucking, and just everyone's just glomming. Joe, can we get a picture? You can't get a picture with 3,000 fucking people that are in line.
Yeah, you can't do that.
But you just walk through like you're fucking Moses parting seas. I can't do it. Gotta go. I have 3 people when I'm trying to rush out, and I'm like, I'm such a fucking dick. Like, I try to run out the back door like Hedberg used to do. Hedberg was legendary on a one-nighter with 100 people, not asking for autographs because he's not famous, but he couldn't even deal with people giving him feedback. You just run out the back door.
It's definitely an issue, if you really are worried about that, if you're thinking about feedback, or if you're just worried about interacting with people where it's a weighted conversation. Like they like you, you don't know them, so it's weighted. And the problem with weighted conversations, the big one, is that those can become intoxicating, and you could only want to have a weighted conversation. You only want to have conversations with people who adore you. You can't. Those are terrible choices. Like that's a reality that only exists for very few people, and it's not in our code. We don't understand how to handle that, especially when it comes to you for no reasons, like you're a child actor on a television show and you've never known anything else. Like that's an impossible mathematical equation to ask some little kid to grow up in. You are going to grow up and you're going to have requirements on you that no human being is going to be able to commiserate with. No one's going to understand. You're essentially a prince. You're born and you're 5 years old, you're on a TV show, and the world screams whenever they see you on television. It doesn't make any sense.
I didn't see the movie, but I got cut out of it. But I saw a trailer, Chris Rock movie. Take Five, and I believe in the trailer, He says that's the problem with being a celebrity is you can only complain to other celebrities.
Well, Chris Rock is in that level. Like,
that's his line in that movie. I didn't watch it because I got cut out of it.
He's so famous, we can't be friends with him. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're not famous enough to be friends with Chris Rock. I say hi to him, I go, hey, what's up, dude? Nice to meet you. Then I get the fuck away from him. He's too famous. And you know, like, every time Dave Chappelle and I hang out, I can't even believe we're talking.
He was at my 30th surprise birthday party.
Really?
Which one?
Where was that?
Dave Chappelle.
Where was it?
Follow or something.
He's the best.
That's what I was dating. That's before I met you, probably. I was dating Christine Hodge.
No, we were a third. You're 48? You 48?
Yeah, you're a month before
48.
me.
Okay.
You're older than me. You're an old, elderly man.
I'm your elder.
I'm a March. You're in February.
So if I come to the airport, I expect you to be there for the sign that says Elder Rogan. Elder Rogan.
We'll make our own Friars Club, and you're gonna have to get me in.
But if we were both 30 in LA at the same time, then you had to be in LA because that was 97. Were you in LA in 97?
Follow, yeah. Christine Hodge.
Yeah, that's when we met, right?
It was around then. You're in the book when I met you because I met you when my mother was on stage at the Union.
Yes.
And someone said, Joe Rogan wants to meet you because you had the same kind of comedy. And my mother was on stage and you came in and I tried to drag you out so you wouldn't have to see. That's the way.
I think Joey Diaz might have been the instigator. I think Joey Diaz might have said, you gotta fucking meet Doug Stanhope. He's one of us. He's one of us. He's a fucking soldier. That was when Diaz was trying to figure out how to be Diaz. Like Diaz, between 96 and 98, was in his like hatching phase, and then he burst out of his egg and became Joey Diaz in '99. And I'll never forget it because I used to take him on the road with me, and all of a sudden I couldn't follow him. Like around 98, I couldn't follow him. I was like,
I wouldn't want to follow that guy.
Oh my God, we were in West Orange, New Jersey, the same place where the guy bought. For the comedian, he bought a bunch of fucking NyQuil bottles that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, same place. I brought in Joey, and this is also the same place where Joey notoriously would he was a wild man. He just disappeared. Shit would go wrong, or right. He'd have a fucking a big bag of coke and some crazy girl, and he'd be holed up and he'd never make it to a show. So I didn't want to not use Joey anymore. So I started bringing Ari on the road with me, other guys on the road with me as well. So if Joey didn't show up, at least I had like one opening act.
I got booked at Uncle Funny's in Davie, Florida with Otto and George because he had such a reputation of not showing up for shows because he was a crack addict. That they built it as a XXX show so they would co-headline us in case he went on a crack binge. I could cover the time because we're both of an ilk of XXX.
Yeah, you'd fit right in there.
Well, back then it was just all dick jokes. XXX. I'm not on YouPorn.
I did a bunch of Jersey Shore gigs with Otto and George. Otto was awesome. He was such a like a weird, soft-spoken, almost